All right, lads. I'll give you Blackbeard's honest opinion. You ask me, can this new captain promise you a life of prizes, plunder, and adventure? Aye. For amongst all the gentlemen of fortune sailing these West Indies, he ranks amongst the most clever. There was a time when I thought myself the deadliest scourge of these seas. But this man is a fearsome dog that feeds off trouble and turmoil. I seen him clear the deck of a Spanish galleon like it were nothing. Fighting like a devil, dressed as a man. And he's a canny one. Knows his way round every crag and crevice of these islands. So if it's fortune and adventure you seek, then Captain Edward Kenway's your man. Only, don't meddle in his private affairs. For there's more mystery to that man than even I dare ask.
Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Black Flag Phase 6 Story Focus as part of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. Hey there, Afro. Not many Malakas in this game. Nope. Not many at all. So my aim is to finish the main game today. We're in the part of the game where we get taken out of the Animus automatically. We've already done the story parts related to that, and we now can actually go back into the Animus. Just want to double check something while I think of it before we go back into what we're up to in the main story. Plus I'll give a little bit of a recap of what's happened in the story before we got pulled out of the Animus. Okay, no archives for those cameras yet. So we're pretty much stuck in this part of the present day area until we finish the story. So there will be a lot of stuff left to still do for this playthrough in terms of story. Alright. Hey Harbinger, thanks for the lurk. So Edward and Bartholomew Roberts went to the observatory, and Edward was shown how it works. And Bartholomew Roberts betrayed Edward, and Edward was seriously injured, and Bartholomew Roberts has basically collected on the bounty that was on Edward's head, and Edward has ended up in prison. So that's where we're currently up to in the story. It'll automatically go into it when we get in the Animus.
The charges, sir. I'll hear them again.
My lord, His Majesty's court contends that the defendants, Mary Read and Anne Bonny, did piratically, feloniously, and in an hostile manner attack, engage, and take 7 certain fishing boats. Secondly, this court contends that the defendants lurked upon the high seas and did set upon, shoot at, and take 2 certain merchant sloops, thus putting the captains and their crews in corporeal fear of their lives.
Edward James Kenway, born of motley parentage in Swansea, to an English father and Welsh mother. Married at 18 to Miss Caroline Scott, now estranged.
Alright, so I will actually reload the checkpoint for the cutscene so that it can play in full. But I want to stop it as we go through for this part. Okay, so basically the Templars are going to offer Edward the chance to actually be taken out of this prison. All he has to do is give up the location of Bartholomew Roberts and the Sage, and like the observatory and all that kind of stuff. And they're basically threatening Edward by being like, hey, you know, we know who you are, we know your family, we know that you have a wife back home, we know all this information about you, and these are what we can hurt you with if you don't cooperate. And also, this will be your fate, what he's showing with happening with Mary Read and Anne Bonny. And so Mary Read and Anne Bonny, of course, they were on a ship with Jack Rackham, and they were also with another gentleman who conceived a child with Mary, but he died in the battle. Everyone except those 3 were actually drunk. The rest were drunk in the hold. Calico Jack Rackham and the other pirates were all drunk when they were attacked. And Mary Read, Anne Bonny, and Jack Rackham were all arrested. And they survived, whereas all the other members of the crew didn't survive. And so in this part of the story, this is where Edward is really put into the shit, basically.
She's a beautiful woman, I am told, but not at all well these days.
If you touch her, you bastards, I'll...
Quite a surprise finding you here rotting in a Jamaican prison. We heard rumors that you had taken up with the pirate Roberts.
If you know the observatory's location, tell us now, and you'll be out of here in a flash.
Rogers can hold these British hounds at bay, for a time. But this will be your fate if you fail to cooperate.
You, Mary Read and Anne Bonny, are to go from hence to the place from whence you came, and from thence to the place of execution, where you shall be severally hanged by the neck, till you are severally dead, dead, dead!
Oh, Ross!
May God in his infinite mercy be merciful to each of your souls!
We're pregnant! Do you all hear that?
What the devil did she say?
They plead their bellies, my lord.
Alright, so they're not lying, they're not pretending that they're pregnant to get out of being hung and all that kind of stuff. So Mary Read and Anne Bonny are actually pregnant, and so that means they're not going to be hanged before they give birth. They're going to be jokingly saying, like, Anne Bonny's going to be jokingly saying, you know, well, we'll get pregnant again by the time it comes back around to, you know, being hanged the next time and all that kind of stuff. But it's definitely a horrible experience that they're in for, what happens next and all that kind of stuff. And Edward might suffer the same fate. This is, at this point, if he doesn't cooperate with the Templars, then he could end up like Mary and Anne Bonny will be as well. But things don't quite go that way. But still, this part of the story is a situation where Edward has seen the fruits of his labours, and he's put in this current predicament that he finds himself in. So Anne Bonny and Mary Read are pregnant, and they're going to stay their executions until their terms are up.
Aye, you can't hang a woman quick with child, can ye?
Quiet! Quiet! If what you claim is true, then your executions will be stayed, but only until your terms are up.
Then I'll be up the duff the next time you come knocking.
Remove them!
Alright, now I'll actually reload the checkpoint so the whole cutscene can play without me stopping it and talking over it and stuff. This cutscene, you can't replay it again if you do a memory replay.
The charges, sir, I'll hear them again.
My lord, His Majesty's court contends that the defendants, Mary Read and Anne Bonny, did piratically, feloniously, and in an hostile manner attack, engage, and take 7 certain fishing boats. Secondly, this court contends that the defendants lurked upon the high seas and did set upon, shoot at, and take 2 certain merchant sloops, thus putting the captains and their crews in corporeal fear of their lives.
Edward James Kenway, born of motley parentage in Swansea, to an English father and Welsh mother. Married at 18 to Miss Caroline Scott, now estranged.
She's a beautiful woman, I am told, but not at all well these days.
If you touch her, you bastards, I'll...
Quite a surprise finding you here rotting in a Jamaican prison. We heard rumors that you had taken up with the pirate Roberts.
If you know the observatory's location, tell us now, and you'll be out of here in a flash.
Rogers can hold these British hounds at bay, for a time. But this will be your fate if you fail to cooperate.
You, Mary Read and Anne Bonny, are to go from hence to the place from whence you came, and from thence to the place of execution, where you shall be severally hanged by the neck, till you are severally dead, dead, dead!
Oh, Ross!
May God in his infinite mercy be merciful to each of your souls!
We're pregnant! Do you all hear that?
What the devil did she say?
They plead their bellies, my lord.
Aye, you can't hang a woman quick with child, can ye?
Quiet! Quiet! If what you claim is true, then your executions will be stayed, but only until your terms are up.
Then I'll be up the duff the next time you come knocking.
Remove them!
What's your name? Billock? Kenmore? Conway?
It's Walpole, ain't it?
Walpole? Where'd you get that?
Alright, so Duncan Walpole is, of course, the name that Edward pretended to... he pretended to be Duncan Walpole, so he used that name. So these guards are talking about that, and there's going to be a reference about how it's like, you know, the daftest pirate that ever sailed these West Indies and all that kind of stuff. So this is 4 months on from that scene that we saw previously. In my unique playthrough of this game, that will resume on the 6th of January, it will be 4 months since that point in the story, since I last streamed the game for that playthrough. Because in that playthrough, I wanted to wait until the certain amount of time in real life had passed before continuing the story. And I decided to make an exception where 4 months passes at this point in the story, and so I've waited 4 months in real life to do the next part of the story for that playthrough. So that will resume on the 6th of January, which means that will be the final stream for that playthrough as well, because we're in sequence 11 out of 12 of the main story, so I'm not too far away from finishing that game. Hey there, Stan, welcome on in. It's Captain Pissoff, actually. That's true, you're definitely right there. That's what his name was. Those guards don't know who people's names are. Hey there, Grace. Welcome back. You've returned. Awesome. So now we see Edward in a gibbet, something that at the start of the game story, when Edward and Stede Bonnet arrived in Havana on the dock, they saw the gibbets where pirates had been hanged or, you know, left in there until they rotted and became a skeleton, and had a sign near it saying "Pirates Beware" as well. So in this memory, there's some characters you can interact with, and I'll definitely be doing that for this playthrough. There's also some dialogue from some guards that talk about Stede Bonnet's fate, and if you happen to be alerted on alert and you kill those guards, you won't actually hear the dialogue, so I'm going to make sure that we actually hear it as well. But it's the only way you actually find out before the end credits that Stede Bonnet also died as well.
That's the rumour going round.
What's your name? Pillock? Kenmore? Conway?
It's Walpole, ain't it?
Walpole? Where'd you get that?
Well, that's the rumour going round. As dirty and daft a pirate as ever sailed these West Indies.
Well, whatever his name, you ought to make sure he suffers without dying. Orders from the governor. And back to the prisons at sundown.
And massage his feet if he's aching, shall I?
Jesus. A shit detail as ever was.
Can't they kill the bastard? Ain't been a good hanging for months, not since Rackham got his.
Eh? Hard to understand how it works. I've heard it said they scooped up Captain Vane near a year ago, and he's not seen the end of a rope.
I can't fathom it. Some men, they stretch after days of capture. Others they sit on.
Alright, so that's their dialogue if you just leave them be and you don't press the button to rattle the cage and interrupt their dialogue and stuff. So now I'm going to reload the checkpoint and then get their dialogue from when we actually do make noises and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, little pumpkin. Welcome on in. You can't stay, you just wanted to say Merry Christmas. Oh, that's totally fair, little pumpkin. That's understandable. Thank you so very much for popping in. And thank you. Merry Christmas to you as well. I hope that you have a great time. Hope everything goes well and that you enjoy the time. And yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much for popping in. Drishana, thank you so much for the follow.
What's your name? Pillock? Kenmore? Conway?
It's Walpole, ain't it?
Walpole? Where'd you get that?
Well, that's the rumour going round. As dirty and daft a pirate as ever sailed these West Indies.
Well, whatever his name, you ought to make sure he suffers without dying. Orders from the governor. And back to the prisons at sundown.
Hey!
And massage his...
Quiet! Hey!
Quiet,
Open
you!
this gibbet! Oi!
This is a warning.
Oi!
This is a warning.
Good morning, Captain Kenway. I have a gift for you. Do not mistake my purpose here. I have come for Anne and Mary, and you owe me nothing for this. But if you would lend me your aid, I can promise you safe passage from this place.
I'll need weapons.
You are comfortable with this, I am told.
He sure is. He was born to wear them. Little Pumpkin, thanks. Same to you. No worries at all, Little Pumpkin. You take care of yourself and have a great time. And catch you another time. So we have Artabai, who's been out of the story for a little bit. He's come to rescue Mary and Anne Bonny, and he's helping Edward. And basically, Edward is very grateful for the help, as you can imagine. And he's going to come across a couple of people like Rackham and, well, his dead body, Rackham's dead body, and also going to come across Charles Vane, who's still alive, as that dialogue between the guards before was actually talking about how they found him eventually. So he survived the island that he and Edward were shipwrecked on all that time ago. And I love the line Artabai says, you are comfortable with these, I am told, as well. I like the expression on Edward's face there, getting those weapons as well. And so this memory is going to be a turning point in the life of Edward, and also a turning point in him being a pirate who is against any sort of idea of, hey, maybe I should have worked with the assassins on this with the observatory and all that kind of stuff. And these are the steps that he takes, which lead him on the path to actually becoming an assassin.
We must hurry.
Come back, you codpiece!
You, stop!
He's trying to get away.
I want to follow Artabai for a bit, see where he goes. I've never done that before. Plus to see if there's any dialogue between him and Edward, if you follow him. Doesn't look like there is.
Or not! You won't lose us that easily! Obey me or die!
So, in the distance there, with those gibbets, that dead body is Jack Rackham's. You can interact with that. You don't have to, if you don't want to. It's not required for completing the memory. It's actually one of the optional objectives. Or, rather, there's two aspects to the one optional objective, which is to visit old friends. Around the corner, where it says reach, there's going to be some guards that are going to be talking. And they're going to be talking about the fate of Stede Bonnet. If you are doing this memory and you are fully detected and you kill those guards and then you continue on with the memory, you probably won't get to hear the dialogue that you can hear if you actually are undetected and you can eavesdrop on what they talk about.
Maybe he has friends looking out for him.
Or money, like Stede Bonnet from Barbados.
No, they hanged him too.
Did they?
Aye. Blubbering and bawling, he collapsed at the gallows, weeping like a little lamb.
Serves the bastard right.
Rest in peace, Stede Bonnet. He was one of my favourite characters in this game. He reminds me of Guybrush Threepwood from Mortal Kombat, from Monkey Island. Which I wouldn't be surprised, because he was a real pirate in real life, and I wouldn't be surprised if the creators of Monkey Island had based Guybrush on him as a pirate as well. But I haven't read the book called On Stranger Tides, which is the name of the book that partly inspired the makers of Monkey Island. I don't know if Stede Bonnet is mentioned in that book or what the go is, because I've never actually read it before.
You weren't much of a friend, Jack Rackham, nor an able sailor neither. But you were strange and lively, and you made me laugh more than once. And that's enough to make me sorry for seeing you like this. I hope you found a lasting peace, down there among the dead.
Down among the dead men, let them lie. Grace, they use Steed and Teach in Our Flag Means Death, quite an enjoyable show. Yeah, I never saw any of it, but it is cool that they did something else, like, not that the people behind Black Flag did that show, but I mean to say, it's good that Stede Bonnet has been used in some other form of media that focuses on pirates and stuff. I mean, he's a very interesting sort of character, and things like the fact that he bought his ship instead of stealing one, just things like that. Plus being known as the gentleman pirate and all that kind of stuff.
Hold!
Grace, you should definitely watch it. You might be biased because that show was clearly made for you personally. They were like, we need to make this show for Grace. We know this is something that she would appreciate.
Hold my...
Get back here, you deaf turd!
Hey! Hold a moment, Squire.
No, you don't! Get back here, you deaf turd!
You can't last much longer.
I've got a deadline on him!
You can't get away, Cop.
Your life's at an end! Keep the slippery bastard in sight, boy!
Is a health to the king, and a lasting peace, to faction and to wealth increase. Come, let us sing, while we have breath, as there is no drinking after death. And he that will his health then I, down among the dead men, down among the dead men, down, 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 down among the dead men, let him die.
Grace Taika Waititi as Blackbeard, and other fantastic choices were made. Well, that's good when something comes together and the people involved end up doing a great job.
To faction and to wealth increase. Come, let us sing while we have breath. As there is no ring.
Hang on. Were those NPCs going to say something?
Is health to the king and a lasting peace. To faction and to wealth increase. Come, let us sing while we have breath. As there is no ring, have heard that. And he that will is hell in high.
Yeah, there's definitely some talented people in New Zealand.
Is health to the king and a lasting peace. To faction and to wealth increase. Come, let us sing while we have breath. Is health to the king and a lasting peace. To faction and to wealth increase. Come, let us sing while we have breath. As there is no ring.
Hold a moment! Won't bloody lose me!
Jesus Christ. I just want to hear dialogue game.
Is health to the king and a lasting peace. To faction and to wealth increase. Come, let us sing while we have breath. As there is no ring. Have heard.
Regardless of where they came from.
And he that will is held in high. Down among the dead men. Down, 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 down. Down among the dead men. Let him die.
It must be something that they say
That's
only once.
scarce £2 left to work the entire fort.
Is health to the king.
Alright, it's not any sort of like story dialogue. I decided to not worry about getting all the NPC dialogue. That is just, general dialogue.
While we have
Grace, yours are just loud assholes. Please reference reasons you're awake at 4 a.m. Yeah. It's like, wonderful. Thank you very much kind of thing.
then I, down among the dead men, down among the dead men, down, down, down.
wind you'd been discovered and brought here. Didn't hear what happened after, though.
That's me!
Best of luck to you, mate. I wish we'd parted as friends.
Health to the king, and a lasting
I knew there was something I forgot to do. Change the stream elements message.
and to wealth increase. Come, let us sing while we have read.
Now, there's something that was mentioned about this memory by Darby McDevitt in an audio commentary that he did a little while ago to celebrate this game's 10th anniversary. Something about you don't have to, you don't have to take Mary's body to Artabai, and that there's something different if you don't, or something. So I want to test that out. Alright, there's some dialogue that's by Anne Bonny that I want to get. So I'll reload the checkpoint again and deal with these enemies quickly.
Health to the king, and a lasting peace. To faction
Hold that.
and
Stop! Stop! After him!
come, let us
Hey, where do you think you're going?
He that will is hell in I.
Hey! Die! Trying to give us the slip back up!
Is health to the king, and a lasting peace. To faction and to wealth increase. Come, let us sing.
Oh, no, you don't!
While we have read, as there is no drinking, have heard. And he
You there!
that will
Stop! Get back here, you
is
damn
hell
You come back
in
here!
I. Down among the dead. Down, 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 down. Down among the dead men, let him die.
Help her, for God's sake! Fetch help! Somebody! Mary's ill! Somebody, please!
Hush your mouth, bloody pig!
Fuck off, you! Ahoy! My friend's just had a child! And she's poorly now! Help! Somebody!
Shucks, you bleeding trap, or I'll fill it my own way.
Sassenach! Bastards! Murderers! Grown men, the pair of you! Standing over a dying lady like she was a piece of meat.
A dying pirate. There's your difference.
Aye. If she dies from childbirth, all the better, eh? God carries out her sentence and our hands are clean.
Oh, you bastard! Somebody help!
I always enjoy killing these assholes in this game. So there's that dialogue that plays out if you don't go in there straight away.
You're mine! Coach Sotukil. Akostalish Kimil.
Grace, you think everyone enjoys killing these assholes? Oh yeah. Yeah, that dialogue, like, if you don't hear it, but then if you do, it's like, how messed up. I mean, yeah, they're pirates, okay, so they're essentially criminals, but at the same time, you know, they're still human beings. And for those guys to look down on them like that. Hey, Senny. Hey there, Crooked. Happy Christmas to you as well, dude. Welcome on in. Hope it's going well. So after this section where we actually apparently you can leave Mary's body and not carry it all the way to Artabai and still finish out the mission. Apparently, I don't know, but I'm going to test that out anyway. Unless I just misunderstood what Darby was saying in the commentary, because it's something I never even thought of to do. Because I'm like, fuck no, I'm not gonna leave Mary to die there. I'm not gonna leave a dead body just rotting in the prison grounds. So I never thought to do that. So if that's actually true, I'm gonna do it for this playthrough to test it.
Mary? Mary, it's me, Edward.
Edward? Who's this fella?
It's all right, Anne. He's a friend. What's wrong with Mary?
She's ill.
And her child?
They took her. No idea where. Oh!
I know it pains, my lady, but we must be silent.
Can you walk? Lean on me, Mary. Come on.
I can't. Search every cell!
Come on, that's it.
You're all right.
Stop, please.
I ain't leaving you, damn it. Lift your arm.
It's no good.
There's no one here!
I ain't leaving you nowhere. No bloody way.
Put me down, Edward. Don't die on my account. Go.
This is such a pain in the ass. Damn it. You should have been the one to outlast me.
I've done my part. Will you?
If you came with me, I could. Mary.
I'll be with you, can we? I will.
All right, search every nook and cranny.
There's a few things I want to do. Crooked, it is thanks. Or you're at your family's and prepping some stuff for Christmas dinner later. Oh, nice. That sounds really good, dude. That's excellent. Awesome, I'm glad to hear that. Black Flag is going well. Looking to finish the main game in this stream. Still got a bit to cover yet, but getting closer and closer. I wanted to let that moment and that whole scene play out without talking over it or stopping it, because I want to do that. So I'm going to reload the checkpoint as well. I think when I reload it, it should actually go back to the point when we open up, or before we open up the cage where Mary is as well. That whole part there, I wasn't moving Edward at all. So if you don't press anything, Edward and Mary will just walk along. If you actually turn the camera and spin it around to see their faces, that's what makes it go into slow motion as well, and all that kind of stuff. So I wanted to do that for that first run through. Now the second run through, I'm just going to do it at proper speed, but I want to actually go through some stuff with the cutscene. Now that we've seen the scene with Mary dying there without me interrupting it, I'm now going to do it again, but actually interrupt it for the purposes of this analysis playthrough.
Lean on me, Mary, come on.
I can't.
Search every cell!
Come on, that's it.
You're all right.
Stop. Stop, please.
I ain't leaving you, damn it. Lift your arm.
It's no good.
There's no one here!
I ain't leaving you nowhere. No bloody way.
Put me down, Edward.
Mary knows that she's not going to survive this and that she's about to die. Take a look at their eyes in this cutscene. The attention to detail.
Don't die on my account. Go.
This is such a pain in the ass.
Especially Edward's here as well. If I can stop it there. How you can see that there's tears that are welling up in his eyes.
Damn it. You should have been the one to outlast me.
I've done my part. Will you?
Comparing that to Odyssey, Valhalla, and Mirage cutscenes, oh yeah, it's very template in the newer games. It's like, here's just a template of what we want to do, and then just make them go through the motions. And that's why a lot of it is robotic as well, especially when the characters are moving their heads and stuff. And it's almost like they're being directed. You stop there, say your line. Okay, you move there, spin around, you turn around, goodbye. Whereas the other games in the series, you have sort of like attention to detail in the cutscenes. You have the characters having realistic expressions and ways that they move themselves and all that kind of stuff. Whereas in the newer games, it's more sort of like robotic and more processed and more just a template kind of thing, going through the motions.
If you came with me, I could.
I've done my part, will you? So essentially what Mary is asking Edward there is, I've done my part as an assassin. You know, will you now do the same? And Edward is like, you know, if you came with me, I could. So this part here is the beginnings of Edward actually becoming an assassin. He doesn't become an assassin in the narrative of the main game. You don't see the initiation of him becoming one and all that kind of stuff. At the end of the game, there is an after credits sequence where you actually see Edward years on from the end of the main story, and Haytham is about 10 years old, and he is already assassin by that point, well and truly at that point. But throughout the story, he doesn't actually officially become an assassin. But these sort of moments here, because Mary is a big loss to Edward, like he lost Blackbeard earlier in the story, and that really affected Edward a lot. It didn't affect him to the same point where he wants to do better than what he has been doing and realizing the errors of his ways and all that kind of stuff. But it's the death of Mary, an assassin, that is the catalyst for Edward's change and him going on the journey of wanting to redeem himself and changing things and trying to fix what is actually messed up. And so in a certain way, Mary saying to Edward, "I've done my part, will you?" is basically Mary saying, "I think you're ready to be an assassin, Edward. You know, I've been an assassin. I've done what I could with the life that I have as an assassin. So will you do the same now as well?" And Edward saying that if you came with me, I could, is him not 100% committing to it yet, but he's basically like, hey, you know, if you actually came with me, you know, I would, you know, I could follow this path and all that kind of stuff. But she's beyond saving because she's going to die, unfortunately. But here we have an assassin who is dying, and their death affects Edward so much that it is one of the things that makes him want to become an assassin. And I think that's a very, very strong case for why this game is not a pirate game that just so happens to have assassins in it. It's an Assassin's Creed game that just so happens to have pirates in it. And Edward being a pirate doesn't mean that it's not an Assassin's Creed game. Just because he doesn't have the title assassin and he hasn't joined, that doesn't automatically disqualify this as an Assassin's Creed game. It just means that he's a pirate first and foremost. He comes into the war between the Assassins and the Templars, doesn't know about either of them, and he ultimately decides that he wants to become an assassin. And the death of an assassin, Mary Read, right here, is the catalyst for him deciding to go down that path. He doesn't straight away, you know, become an assassin. It's still a gradual sort of process, but this is the catalyst for why. And that's one of the reasons why Mary is such an important character, is because she's not just the one who, you know, hands the torch over, so to speak, to Edward from an assassin to someone else and say, hey, you know, it's your turn now, you know, join our cause and all that kind of stuff. All throughout the story, Mary is being like a mentor to Edward, telling him things, talking about stuff, talking about the creed, what it means to be an assassin, all that kind of stuff. Really important things. Things that are more important than the outfit and the hidden blade. The outfit and the hidden blade, they're part of what it means to be an assassin, but they're not their only things, and they're not the most important thing when it comes down to it. The most important thing about the assassins is their creed, first and foremost, and the tenets of that creed, and all that kind of stuff as well. So Mary is the representative of the assassins to players, people who hadn't played the other Assassin's Creed games before, who are playing this for the first time. They're getting a window into the Assassins and the Templars. But this whole narrative, while it does have Edward going off and going around things, you know, it doesn't take away from the fact that this is actually an Assassin's Creed game. Because the Assassins and their creed is present throughout a lot of stuff. It's not just when you see an assassin. It's also so many different things. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. What does that mean? What doesn't it mean? Should it be taken literally? No. Then what does it mean then, if it's not to be taken literally? You know, all these sorts of things. And so Mary is a very, very important character because she's a very, very important assassin in this Assassin's Creed story. And without her in it, without Artabai in it, without any trappings of the Assassin's Creed game, then I would say it's not an Assassin's Creed game, it's a pirate game that just so happens to be set in the same universe. But it's an Assassin's Creed game that just so happens to be set during the age of piracy, and you just so happen to be playing as a pirate. Not an assassin, but someone who goes through their journey, and Assassins and Templars is the core run-through of all that. Everything that Edward's been going through in this sort of like part of his life and all that kind of stuff is revolved around the Assassins and the Creed as well. So that moment there where Mary is like, I've done my part, you know, will you? Is her essentially saying, hey, you know, I've done my part as an assassin, I'm about to die. Will you, you know, do your part now and, you know, fight for the assassins and stuff like that? Grace, the most important thing is absolutely the outfit, Rod. I guess from a facetious, you know, sort of standpoint, it is. Kurguchi definitely makes Edward look beyond his horizon and beyond just focusing on riches and wealth. Absolutely, dude. That's definitely a great point as well. You know, and when he says to Adewale, you know, he's gone around not giving a tinker's curse for who he hurt. You know, and when he looks around and sees what has happened after everything, you know, there's not anyone that he loves, you know, standing near him. You know, he's got all this money and influence and all that kind of stuff. But what's really important, he doesn't have. And that's a great lesson as well that Edward learns in this game.
Mary. I'll be with you, Kenway. I will.
I'll be with you, Kenway. I will. Mary's last words. The expressions that they have on the characters' faces are just so well crafted. You know, there's a curation that's gone on in these things. And there's so many other games you can look to. Like you look at Red Dead Redemption 2, for example, and you look at the way that the cutscenes are actually done and the expressions on the faces. You know, it's not just a set of general expressions that are linked and happen in a certain order and then you're done with it. There's thought that goes into what do we want the character to be actually conveying with their face in this moment. You know, what's going on in the entire scene. You know, we have the death of a character happening here. What sort of camera angles are we going to look at them from? You know, we're not just going to do a basic, you know, here's a wide shot of both characters talking and then that's it and then that's done with. You know, there's a thought process of, you know, what can we actually do to convey so much stuff, and there's a lot of detail that's put on and different things like that. And a lot of the newer games in the series, the characters and their expressions and what how their faces move is very, very robotic, and it's more assembly line than actual, you know, going in there and being meticulous with it. You know, and like how the you know, the camera is positioned and like the shot used and all that kind of stuff. You know, having a wide shot to show Mary there dead, slumped over, and Edward bowing his head, you know, in grief for losing someone that you know, was actually very important to him as well. And Mary was a character that, you know, saw something in Edward that made her continue to, you know, try and impart wisdom to him, because there was something about him that she could sense that maybe he didn't actually know within himself or didn't believe, and things like that as well. But yeah, things like this, you know, just doing moments like this is just, you know, very well crafted.
Starlight, search every nook and cranny.
Alright, I want to test something here. It's not actually in this part. I can't put Mary down. But I want to test to see what happens if you just leave Mary on the ground once we go through this door and what actually happens. But also, I wonder if there's any dialogue if we go the other way. Alright, looks like there's no dialogue if you go the wrong way. I thought there might be some more dialogue from Edward. Maybe nothing happens differently if you don't carry Mary all the way to Artabai. Maybe Darby, when he was talking about it in the audio commentary, was just basically saying that, you know, seeing which players would actually carry her body all the way versus who would just leave her there. But I'm going to test it anyway. It'll probably throw up the message of, and I hate how the character just, that's a programming thing. That's not a, Edward wouldn't have dropped her body like that. Okay, so it's not throwing up that message. Let's see if this changes the cutscene.
What's happened with Mary? What's wrong?
Is she gone?
Oh, no. Oh, God! Oh!
What will you do now?
Nothing sensible.
Holy shit. So if you don't carry her body there, that goes differently. So there is a difference. I thought it was just a thing where, like, you know, if you didn't carry her body all the way, that it would just throw off the message saying, you know, you're getting too far away from your target or something. I've never thought to do that because I've always just carried Mary to Artabai. Never thought to not do it.
What's happened to Mary? What's wrong?
Is she gone?
Oh, no. Oh, God! Oh!
What will you do now?
Nothing sensible.
That line. Nothing sensible. Hang on a Bessuit. Until today, only speedrunners have seen that. Well, that's the thing, too. You know, if you're a speedrunner, you would have just left her body there and all that kind of stuff. How's it going, dude? Welcome on in. Crockett, that happened to you the first time playing, did it? Oh, really? Yeah, it never it occurred to me that it could be different. I'm a Bessuit, you're surprised they added that detail? Yeah. Yeah, so am I. Because, I mean, the thing is, like, if I was in that situation, there's no bloody way I'd be leaving her dead body just to rot in the prison there. Like, that's my line of thinking. That's why I've never done that myself before. Because I'm just like, nah, I'm not going to let Mary die here alone. You know, be dead and just, you know, leave the body there. So while it is cool that there is a difference, I definitely only wanted to do that to test it for this playthrough. But yeah, I rather Edward actually carry her body to Artabai.
You haven't earned this, but they suit you.
I remember the first time I played this game and heard that dialogue, you haven't earned these, but they suit you. I remember thinking, yes, but he will earn them. So this is the moment where Edward is given back the assassin outfit. So Artabai gave him back Hidden Blades, and now he's been given back the assassin outfit. So he's not actually becoming an assassin yet, but he is now on the path to becoming one.
Good fortune to you, Edward Kenway.
Hey Stan, you weren't looking what happens when you don't carry. So if you don't carry Mary's body to Artabai, basically Edward just turns up there. The dialogue is the same, they still say the same things, it's just that there's a different camera angle with Edward not holding Mary versus when he actually is holding Mary. So all the dialogue's the same, there's just a difference in the shots, like the camera shots used in it. I'm in a bear suit. You wonder why they didn't program the requirement that he take her the full way. You mentioned Darby explained it in a director commentary. Yeah, there's a commentary that Darby did as part of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary. And he actually talked about, he was curious which players would actually carry Mary's body and those who wouldn't. And I was like, hang on. Is that something different? So that's why I wanted to test it in this playthrough. But I'll just get the video and put the link to it. He also talked in this video about earlier in the game when Edward is in the presence of Woodes Rogers and El Tiburon and Julian de Casse and Torres, and Torres was basically going over stuff when Edward was, pretending to be Duncan Walpole. Apparently, the choice to actually make it an optional objective to pickpocket, Darby was hoping that it would be a situation where players would either work that out on their own and just do it naturally. He was curious to see which players would actually loot the people and which ones wouldn't. But he felt that when they actually added it as an optional objective, because the game tells you that's something that you can do, that, the majority of people would have wanted to go and do it. But he was sort of curious about what would happen if people just were on their own volition, if they would have looted the characters or not. But in this instance with Mary not carrying her body versus carrying her body, how there's a slight difference in the cutscene and stuff. Definitely interesting. So I'm glad I actually tested it out. But yeah, I won't be making a habit of that for future playthroughs. That's for sure. Because I prefer Edward actually carrying her body out of respect for her death. Because he's such a great character. I think it just feels weird to just leave a dead body there and not do anything. Like not carry her body so that they can give her a decent burial or something. You know what I mean? Just leave it there in the prison. Like that, yeah, that doesn't sit right with me. Might for others, but not for me.
More? Bring a bottle.
I'd see some colour first.
Will this do? In all your years out here, you could never achieve what I've done in 1/5 the time. Because you're a good man, Edward, see? Goodness is your disease.
Goodness is your disease. So this is the thing that's different between Edward and Bartholomew Roberts. I was talking in a previous stream about how when Edward is talking to Roberts, when they're going inside the observatory, and Roberts is telling Edward about the kinds of rules that he has for his crew aboard his ship, Edward agrees to some of the things that he says as, being sensible things to do. But then Bartholomew Roberts adds extra on top, saying that if any one of his crew goes against any of these rules, then they get killed. They're punished by death. And Edward's like, that's a step further than I would go. And that's the difference between Bartholomew Roberts and Edward. For all of Edward's faults and for all of Edward's wanting to just do what he can to get rich, there are lines that he still will not actually cross. There are other lines that he has crossed, but there's also lines that he won't cross. And he won't cross the line of, oh, your pistol isn't clean, crew member? Well, now you die. He's not going to be like that. Whereas Bartholomew Roberts would be like, oh, so your sword isn't shiny? Well, you're going to die now. You're supposed to keep your weapons fit for fighting at all times, kind of thing. And so what he says here in this sequence, which this is not, all of this stuff that we're seeing now is not actually happening. This is just something that is part of Edward's hallucination / dream / eagle vision / kind of like surreal sort of thing going on as well. So there's a lot of really, really, surreal stuff going on here. And so Bartholomew Roberts saying to Edward, goodness is your disease. You're a good man, Edward. He's basically, in a way, mocking Edward too, as saying, you could not achieve what I have done simply because you're a good man and I'm not. Therefore, I'm better than you because I'm willing to do the things that you're not, kind of thing. As if it's, a bad thing to have limits and not have lines that you want to cross and all that kind of stuff. On a best suit, yeah, imagine not having that as an optional requirement for the Torres meeting scene, but having the NPCs all giving like 1,000 reals as an Easter egg. Now, that would have been cool too, So those who actually were going to do that would get rewarded handsomely, Grace, Rod, I wonder what happens. Also, Rod, existential guilt. Exactly. Yeah, it's like in Assassin's Creed 3 when Canon Dolgon dies, Connor's friend, in Assassin's Creed 3. I always feel bad just leaving his dead body there. If you actually carry his body back to the camp, it actually causes a glitch where the clan mother freaks out because you're carrying his body and leaving it there. When I did that one playthrough, I was doing it because out of respect of the character, and then of course, it doesn't help that the character's programmed to just drop the dead body, even of someone that was important to them. But that's a programming thing. That's not Connor dropped his dead friend's body, disrespectfully or anything like that. But yeah, it's kind of like there's just certain characters where you're like, I absolutely, really, really love this character, and it's like, you don't want to see things done to the character that, are disrespectful to them and all that kind of stuff. Omnibesut is the portrait in the back, the slaver Edward kills. That is Omnibesut. Yeah, that's Lawrence Prinz in the background there. You can actually see his painting in Great Inagua. Actually, I don't think it's in Great Inagua, but it's still at the location where he was before.
That's my prize, Roberts. Give it here!
Remember my creed, boy. A short life and a merry one, that is all. The world owes us nothing more than this. So take what you will, and then die before you live to see yourself made a fool.
So take what you will, and then die before you see yourself made a fool. So we have another example here where Bartholomew Roberts is basically mocking Edward, and Edward is, understandably in this whole sequence, really pissed off. I mean, this might be really happening in the sense of Edward getting drunk and being in a bar and saying these sorts of things and hallucinating them. But as far as Bartholomew Roberts literally being here in this sequence, he's not literally there at all. Oh, well, thanks, Grace. Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's like, I know they're not, it's a fictional, it's a video game, it's a fictional story that, and all that kind of stuff. But when stories are told well and the characters are done so well and there's things that happen, it's definitely one of those things where your brain just forgets that you're watching or playing something, and it's just like, what a shame this has happened to the character and stuff. And Bartholomew Roberts talking about his creed, a short life and a merry one. And he talked earlier about how he's a wolf and he should take every ounce of blood that he can draw, basically, saying that everyone else around him is expendable. And so he has the right, because he sees himself as superior, to actually dictate who is deserving of living and who isn't. And that's another example of how far he's actually taking things that Edward isn't taking them. But also, it's a great examination of the nothing is true, everything is permitted kind of thing, right? Where Edward has been living the everything is permitted, literally, going around doing what he wants, not worrying about what happens to other people necessarily, as long as he's able to get what he wants. He even mockingly says to Artabai, when Artabai says, you're running around in a uniform that you're not worthy of, and stuff like, or something to that effect. And Edward's like, everything is permitted, kind of thing, throwing it back at Artabai in that way, sort of mocking it as well. And Bartholomew Roberts is also taking, if you were to look at the Assassin's Creed, the everything is permitted, if Bartholomew Roberts was an assassin, he would probably be, the type of assassin that would have no issue compromising the rest of the order. He wouldn't care for the rules to the point of, he'd probably want to, who knows what he would do, but he definitely wouldn't have any lines that he wouldn't cross. Grace, but if you weren't a decent human, you wouldn't think this way about a video game world as well. Yeah, I mean, that's something I haven't really thought of before, to be honest, when you put it like that as well.
Give it here. That's right, boy. Take it. I'll sweeten you, maggot. I'll cut you down.
I just noticed the ambient sort of sound. It's very haunting. I'm pretty sure the first game to have a piece of Eden have a certain sound effect was Revelations, I think. Or at the very least, they've reused that since Revelations. It's kind of like a shimmering sound that the pieces of Eden make.
Calm, little puppy, and slink back to your kennel. You haven't the mettle for my brand of madness.
Robert! Welcome aboard, Kenway. It's prizes, plunder, and adventure ahead. Are you game?
Out of my way, Ben.
Raise a glass to...
Out of my way, Ben. So yeah, Edward's also having visions of people who have actually died by this point and stuff. And you have Benjamin Hornigold there, and, you know, plunder and prizes and adventure, you know, awaits, all this kind of stuff. You know, and Benjamin Hornigold became a Templar, and he was someone that saw himself as above certain people as well. When he first comes across Adewale, the first thing he says to Edward is, "You trust him with a pistol, do you?" Which he's never met Adewale before that point. So the only reason he would be saying that to Adewale is because he doesn't like the color of Adewale's skin, and so he's a racist. And so later on, when he talks to Torres about slavery and keeping slaves, he's pro-slavery, whereas Torres is talking about how the Templars, you know, should not take part in slavery. You know, Benjamin Hornigold's, you know, like, you know, don't see the difference in, you know, enslaving some men and, you know, or maybe that's Wood Rogers who says that part specifically. But yeah, Woodes Rogers saw himself above, you know, people like Edward and Adewale. And that's one of the reasons why he became a Templar, because in his eyes, the Templars are the superior. And so he's like, well, I need to align myself with them.
Freedom, lads. Here's to gentlemen of fortune and women of leisure.
Just want to check something. Okay, so I can reload checkpoints. Alright, because I didn't want to interrupt or talk over the dialogue from characters like Blackbeard.
Calm, little puppy, and slink back to your kennel. You haven't the mettle for my brand of madness. Robert!
Welcome aboard, Kenway. It's prizes, plunder, and adventure ahead. Are you game?
Out of my way, Ben.
Raise a glass to freedom, lads. Here's to gentlemen of fortune and women of leisure.
To a world full of rogues, better than all the kings and queens that kick us about.
To a world full of rogues, better than all the kings and queens that kick us about. And Blackbeard talking about freedom, which is something that the assassins, you know, obviously fight for. And to an extent, the pirates are, you know, fighting for freedom. It sort of guides a lot of what they do. You know, the freedom to drink and be merry, the freedom to basically live outside the rules. But the assassins, of course, and this is the contradiction that you can look at when you think about Mary Read being both a pirate and an assassin, is that as an assassin, the freedom of being able to choose what you want to wear, the freedom of being able to choose what kind of profession you want, you know, things like that, which are positive things. But what they don't want is people to have the freedom to just go around and kill innocent people without any repercussions. And pirates going around, you know, killing and all that kind of stuff for money and things like that is going beyond what the assassins think of as the freedoms that humans, you know, need to have as well. But Mary being a pirate as well, there's also that sort of like thing about going around and, you know, plundering and all that kind of stuff, and, you know, fighting and all that kind of thing. And Blackbeard is sort of like, you know, there's a point where Blackbeard goes a bit, you know, crazy and starts doing reckless things and all that kind of stuff, and sort of loses sight a bit of what he was trying to achieve with getting getting Nassau back on its feet and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of things that being a pirate can actually relate back to the assassins and their creed and all that kind of stuff. As well as you go through the story, there's different connections and things like that. Similarities, but obviously one takes it to different extremes than the other might, and there might be some lines that they don't want to cross and stuff that pirates would be willing to as well.
As gentlemen of fortune, we enjoy plenty and satisfaction, pleasure and ease, liberty and power. What man with a sensible mind would choose the former life? For I have dipped my hands in muddied waters, and, withdrawing them, find 'tis better to be a commander than a common man!
That's my favourite quote from Bartholomew Roberts. And within that, it ties in so well to how he perceives himself versus the world. And he sees himself as the commander of everyone else. And that whatever he wants, he should be able to get. Because that's the freedom, the liberty that he has, but combined with the power, that's the power that he has. And you can still have power and do good things with it, but you can also have power and do bad things with it. And Bartholomew Roberts is definitely someone who wants to use the power that he has for bad, or for things that are, his own gain. But again, in comparison to Edward, there's a line that Edward won't cross, even though there's some things that Edward seeks that are to do with power and things like that as well. So there are elements of Edward's character that align with Bartholomew Roberts, but then Bartholomew Roberts goes a step further than Edward would in so many different things. So it could be said that these are actually Edward's crew that he's abandoned in his pursuit of the observatory, and those who have actually, most likely died as well as a result of that. Earlier in the story, Edward's crew gets captured, and when he finds out, he's horrified at the thought that they're captured, which goes to show that he does care for more than just, money as well. But as the story goes on and his pursuit of the observatory gets stronger and stronger, he starts to lose sight of what it is to be the captain of the ship and the type of crew that he has and all that kind of stuff. But I like to think of this symbolically as Edward and his subconscious and his conscience, thinking about the crew, the Jackdaw crew, and what he's done to sabotage them or compromise them or, abandon them. And of course, these sharks being predatory animals.
Settle down. There's no need for being ornery here, now is there?
Aesop once wrote of an eagle soaring high above a shepherd's field that swooped down on powerful wings to seize a grazing lamb and carry it off to her nest. Flying close by, a jackdaw saw the deed, and it filled his head with the idea that he too was just as strong and capable.
So this story is really cool. And the bird, the jackdaw, being a bird that sees an eagle do something and then is like, hey, I can do that. And goes and tries to do it, but can't, because the jackdaw is not an eagle. It doesn't have the size and strength of the eagle required to do the thing that the jackdaw saw it do, and was believing that it could just come along and do that. And it's no coincidence, of course, that this sequence has Woodes Rogers talking about the jackdaw, because Edward names the ship that he gets the jackdaw after a sly bird that he knew in his youth. And his ship being the jackdaw versus the Templars and all that kind of stuff, and all that kind of thing, the insurmountable odds and all that kind of stuff, but also the aspirations that Edward has, these lofty sort of goals and things that he wants to get, and things that are sort of like beyond his reach and things like that. And having this story about the jackdaw and being a bird who is smaller and thinks itself an eagle, but learns the hard way that he actually isn't as well, is very symbolic of Edward's journey and his character arc up until this point.
so, with a great flapping and rustling of feathers, the jackdaw came down swiftly and clutched at the coat of a large ram. But when he tried to fly away, he found he could not lift the animal, for his size and strength were not up to the task. And even as the jackdaw struggled, the ram hardly noticed he was there. Nearby, just across the field, the shepherd saw the fluttering bird and was quite amused.
Something you could also take it to mean as well, symbolically with Edward, is that Edward essentially is up against things that are beyond him. And in a way, the Templars, being such a big faction that control a lot of things around the world, you know, and all that kind of stuff, the fact that they have that much control and power means that little insignificant things don't bother them. And so the ram and the jackdaw, and the fact that the ram doesn't even register the fact that there's a little bird trying to pick it up off the ground, is a great sort of analogy that you could use for the Templars, who are basically, you know, so powerful and control so much that Edward and, you know, other people can't even make a dent in the monstrosity that they are and that kind of stuff, and that they're basically struggling against things that is way beyond them as well. And the idea that Edward is struggling to control things that are way above him, you know, is definitely something that comes into play in this sequence when he has the vision of Mary speaking to him on the deck of the ship.
Running up, he captured the jackdaw and clipped its wings. That evening, he gave the jackdaw to his children as a gift. "What an odd little bird this is, Father," they laughed and shouted. "What do you call him?" "This is a jackdaw," the father said. "But if you should ask him, he would claim to be an eagle."
Typical bloody men. Not one whit of sense to be found between you.
There's a lot of very haunting things that Edward's going to see in this sequence as well coming up.
No need to get your drunken arses into trouble. Now, no. Settle down. There's no need for being ornery here, now is there?
Well, either you two, or I'm starting your power. Minding my own business. When got clean through here.
So we have 3 different versions of Bartholomew Roberts that the game wants you to kill. Each one is standing in front of a certain scenario. So I'm going to start with the one around to the left and then work my way clockwise.
Pull the hair off each other's chest. A respected advocate. Settle down. There's no need for being ornery here, now is there? Might happen something that's unintended.
I want to try and get a good angle on it.
But still they prowl our shop front. They threaten us with fire and beatings and all manner of infamy. Yet the price they ask...
Here we go. So we have a vision here that Edward's having of Julian Ducasse, who is one of the Templars that you kill early in the story. And when Edward was pretending to be Duncan Walpole, Duncan's hidden blade was broken when Edward found it on his body and took it off him and then threw it away because it was useless to him. And so when he arrived in Havana, pretending to be Duncan and having to meet with the Templars, Julian Ducasse comments on the fact that Edward doesn't have the hidden blade. At that point, they still think it's Duncan Walpole, but he comments that doesn't have the hidden blade. And so he goes to a chest and he opens it up and he's got quite a lot of hidden blades that he's actually gotten. And he's basically amazed at how many he actually has when he looks inside the box of the hidden blades and stuff. And, you know, it's like, you know, where'd you find these? Or like, it's like, I did not find them, I took them. These are souvenirs. So Edward never saw Julian Ducasse torture assassins, but his subconscious could put 2 and 2 together and surmise that the way in which he actually got the hidden blades off of these assassins wasn't simply just looting them off them and then running off, but conceivably he could have tortured them for it as well. And that's what we're actually seeing here in this dream sequence. We're seeing Julian Ducasse torturing an assassin.
Is beyond our meager means. Dire straits indeed. My husband's not seen the sun in weeks. One would think the broken arm was enough for them, but still they prowl our shop front.
And over this way, we're going to have another Bartholomew Roberts to assassinate. This time we've got Torres and Woodes Rogers.
No! Never knew what hit me, but I still got up.
Beaten before the masses, and they whipped to a bloodthirsty mob beforehand.
There we go. So they're in the background. They're not really doing anything significant. They're just basically standing around. And Woodes Rogers is the one who is talking in this sequence about the jackdaw versus the eagle.
Orchestrated by whom? Is a devious sin.
And now we have the final Bartholomew Roberts that we need to kill. So if we have a look here, we have two assassins. So Edward is subconsciously being presented here with the consequences of his actions, and when he was pretending to be Duncan Walpole, he actually killed assassins. And these assassins hanging here are representative of that aspect of Edward having killed those assassins in Havana at that point in the story. And there's another couple of assassins on the side here as well. However, there's some characters that are in the center here who are hanging. So, of the three that are hanging there in the center, on the left is Mary Read, in the middle is Caroline Scott, and on the right is Blackbeard. What's interesting about this is, at this point in the story, Edward doesn't know that his wife is actually dead. His wife being Caroline Scott. Mary is of course dead by this point. Blackbeard is of course dead by this point. Caroline, presumably, is dead by this point. Earlier in the story, there was a letter that Edward was writing to Caroline, but then he stopped and scrunched it up and threw it away, because he felt that she's probably beyond caring anyway. I said then, and I'll just repeat it as well, I believe that if he had actually finished that letter and sent it away, he would have found out earlier that she had actually died and that they actually had a daughter. So at this point, for Edward to be seeing Caroline dead, even though he hasn't actually discovered that yet, if you look at it from a subconscious kind of viewpoint, on some level, subconsciously, Edward is aware that the longer he is away from Caroline, the more chances that by the time he actually does go and see her again, that she might die, because who knows what can happen, right? But also the guilt that Edward feels about leaving Caroline and going off on this pursuit of riches and things like that. Then you have Mary, of course, and Blackbeard as well on either side. Now, Blackbeard is someone that Edward admired, looked up to, was one of his best friends. And when he lost Blackbeard, there was a piece of Edward that was lost as well. And it's the first time in this game's story we see Edward react to seeing someone that's important to him actually die. He gets to see it happen right in front of his eyes, and there's nothing that he can do to actually stop it from happening. He couldn't get to Blackbeard in time. And so there's a guilt part about Edward where he probably feels guilty that he didn't get to Blackbeard in time to save him. If he was able to, then maybe Blackbeard would still be alive. With Mary, the fact that she's dead and is hanging there, she is another person who was important in Edward's life. And being an assassin was the one who saw in Edward the potential for him to be one too, but also saw in him qualities that maybe he himself didn't actually see. And in many ways, Mary was like a bit of a mentor to Edward, trying to impart wisdom about the assassins and the creed to Edward. Now, Edward wasn't receptive to a lot of that throughout the journey. And there's a scene where Mary says to Edward, wake up to reality. And then Edward's like, oi, I've lived longer than most to have trod this path, kind of thing. So he's very sort of like arrogant and not sort of like heeding the things, the wisdom that Mary's actually giving him as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if he has some guilt too about certain things. Later there's a bit where, he basically says, Mary called me a friend, but was I one in return, kind of thing. So that's another symbolic death of a character that's happened in Edward's life. But Caroline, his wife, he wanted to be rich, he wanted to be powerful, and he wanted to come back with those riches and that power and be able to show Caroline that he was actually someone of quality and to prove to her parents that he was worth, because they wanted her to marry someone else. But she fell in love with Edward and actually wanted to marry him, and they got married. And so Edward wants to do all this for that. But somewhere along the way, he loses sight of that, and it becomes more of a selfish thing. And so he would be feeling guilt about that kind of thing as well. And later on, he's going to find out that she's actually dead. So yeah, it's interesting that subconsciously he would have a vision of Caroline dead when he doesn't even know that she's dead at this point. Whereas he obviously knows that Blackbeard and Mary are dead by this point. But all three of these characters have a lot of importance to Edward. And one of the reasons why Edward wants to become an assassin is because he can see that the path of the assassin is what he should be going with. Just like Adewale earlier had suggested that he work with the assassins instead of working with Bartholomew Roberts to protect the observatory and all that kind of stuff. But Adewale, when we see him next, he's not going to be the quartermaster of the Jackdaw anymore, because he's actually joined or on the path to becoming an assassin himself.
Now, no need to get your...
No more than 2 years! You promised me!
You left! When I needed you the most!
But you had me! What keeps you wondering? Do I not make you happy?
I'm so close, Caroline! Please! Just let me do this!
Okay, so he's having a vision there on the deck of his ship with Caroline. And there was a flashback earlier in the story with Caroline where Edward was asked by Caroline, why can't you be satisfied with, the job that you had? Why can't you be satisfied with me? Which out of the two things is the more important out of the questions that she asks. But Edward completely ignores the second question and only focuses on the first question, which is, sod working for the King's Navy and all that kind of stuff. But Caroline really took that to heart and understandably would be like, okay, so, I've literally asked him if, why can't he be satisfied with me? And he's completely glossed over it and hasn't even, paid heed to it. So why should I be, bothering with him, kind of thing. So that line of dialogue there always makes me think back to that flashback earlier with that conversation between Caroline and Edward, and how he's wanting to get all these riches and stuff like that. And Caroline is kind of like, well, what about me as well? But Edward completely ignores that. And that's one of the aspects of guilt, I guess, is what Edward would have towards Caroline about that kind of thing as well. And now it's going to switch to Mary on the deck of this ship as well.
Is everything you do out of spite, Edward?
It's not spite that's driving me, Mary! It's courage!
Courage for what, man? There's no one left in your life to care.
God damn you all. I can handle this.
You lout.
So Edward, saying, God damn you all, I can handle this. Going back to that story about the jackdaw, in this context, Edward is the jackdaw thinking that he is capable of all these sorts of things and that he has the ability to control all of this chaos that's happening around him. And in this sequence, of course, he's on the high seas and there's a storm, and so there's like cyclones and all that kind of stuff that are on here, and he's definitely on a crash course, but he's got that overconfidence, I guess, as well. You could chalk it up to that too, as well. And he's expressing his frustration at others believing that he's not capable of things. And so in this little sequence here, he's getting angry at the hallucination of Mary in this dream sequence that he's having, and it's basically like, and same with Caroline in that in this context is like, damn you all, I can control of this. And it's interesting too because the assassins are wrongfully attributed with being all about chaos, which is something that the writers of Odyssey put into that game with Layla in present day, saying that I used to fight for, now I fight for chaos or something like that. But the thing is, the Templars view the assassins as being the ones who want chaos, whereas the Templars are the ones who want control. So this idea of control versus, lack of control, and this idea of order and this lack of order, this disorder, the assassins versus the Templars, pirates versus the government, pirates versus society, and all this kind of stuff. And you also have in this sequence Edward versus the elements, where he's like, I can handle this, I'm in control of this, when clearly everything going around him symbolically in this sequence is going against him. But in his life and what we've experienced as Edward in this story up until this point are things that, have shown that he is, on the wrong path and needs a course correction. And that's something that Mary's about to say here. Now, I know that I've sort of like stopped these on moments when there's a bit of dialogue. So what I want to do is actually just reload the checkpoint, but then not talk over this next part and just leave it be. But one thing I will say before I reload the checkpoint is when he when Mary talks about, change course, Edward, before it's too bloody late, in the sequence, he's just about to crash, before she says that, like after she says that, he crashes the ship, and basically this is the turning point in Edward's life where he decides to actually change course, and part of that changing of course is becoming an assassin, but it's also wanting to actually fix the things that he's messed up as well.
No more than 2 years! You promised me!
You left! When I needed you the most!
But you had me! What keeps you wondering? Do I not make you happy?
I'm so close, Caroline! Please! Just let me do this!
Is everything you do out of spite, Edward?
It's not spite that's driving me, Mary! It's courage!
Courage for what, man? There's no one left in your life to care.
God damn you all! I can handle this!
You lout! Always tearing down when you could be building things up, or building yourself up if nothing else.
Just leave me be!
Change course, Edward! Change your bloody course before it's too late!
This is one of my favorite sequences in this game. So Mary in that sequence, talking to Edward about those kinds of things, and there's no one left in your life to care, is very poignant as well. And later on, when Edward is talking to Adewale, he's going to talk about, he's got riches and reputation, yet when he looks around, there's no one left that he loves standing beside him, kind of thing. Hey there, Fodder. Hope it's going well.
Captain Kenway! You look like a bowl of plum duff.
Christ! Oh, I've got a head for 10.
On your feet.
You put me on the spot, Addy. After leaving me with Robert, I shall have hard feelings about seeing you here. But mostly I'm bloody glad.
Me too, brother. And you'll be chuffed to know your jackdaw is still in one piece.
There we go. So Adewale reunites with Edward, and Edward basically is saying that, I should have hard feelings about seeing you after you left me with Roberts, but most of all, I'm just glad to see you, and I like how he's like, me too, brother, as well. And I was saying in the other stream I did of this, when he leaves Edward, it's understandable why he does so, because he and the crew have basically had it with Edward's shit, and he's gotten them into this, dangerous predicament as well. So it was felt that the best thing to do was to actually just, leave with the jackdaw and the crew. And so Adewale took that initiative as well. But it's also great because it means that the crew had a lot of respect for Adewale. And this is something that, if we go to the earlier points of the story, with Edward and Adewale, when they took over the ship at the start of the story, Edward was the one who named himself captain, and basically said to Adewale, most of these, it was sort of suggested that most of these crew wouldn't accept you as captain. So what could be something that could complement this unfairness? What's something that could be done, for you to give you something that is, something of value and worth? And Adewale, rightfully so, hey, if they put it to the vote, who knows? Maybe Adewale would have been voted captain. But in any case, Adewale is like, I'll be your quartermaster, nothing less, And so Edward agreed, of course. And so Adewale being the quartermaster for all this time. And because Edward early on had said, it's true, most of the crew wouldn't accept you as a captain, because obviously he's talking about the color of his skin and being like, hey, they wouldn't accept you as captain because of the color of your skin and that. And the fact that the crew were working with Adewale, because Adewale being the quartermaster, he would be the next in line. And so he was like, I'm gonna get the jackdaw out of this situation. And so the crew working with Adewale suggests the opposite of what Edward was suggesting at the start of the story. And who knows, maybe the crew would have been accepting of Adewale as captain. We just don't know. That's not how the story was written. So we just don't know. But it's cool how that sort of gets, or you can sort of see that being referenced back in this sort of thing, with Adewale taking control of the ship and the crew being fine with that and all that, to show that, hey, they do respect him and all that kind of stuff. And, him being captain is not something that he should feel is going to be denied him. And in the Freedom Cry DLC, we play as Adewale, and by that point he's an assassin, well and truly, and also the captain of a ship too, as well. Exceptional. You go deep into it. Yeah, for this playthrough especially, like the story-focused one, but it's been good to do multiple phases to celebrate this game's 10th anniversary, doing different aspects and stuff like that. So Edward is reunited with Adewale, and his ship is still in one piece. Of course, Edward momentarily thinks that things have just gone back to what they were, and is going to, ask Adewale what course should they set. But at this point, Adewale has well and truly made his mind up about what path he's going to follow, and he's decided to follow the path of the assassins.
So we set sail. You're leaving?
Aye, Edward. For I have another calling elsewhere.
Ade, listen.
When your heart and your head are ready, visit the assassins. I think you'll understand then.
When your heart and head are ready. Okay, so just want to check something for a moment. I don't know if there's anything new that has popped up to interact with in present day. We're currently in the bunker of present day. And I just want to go to the room with the surveillance camera just to see if we can access the archive for the videos yet. Because previously we were in a forced present day scenario. There is. Okay, so I'm glad I actually checked now. Alright, so there's a bunker camera access archive now.
Body's been moved? Yes, sir, and preserved. We'll do what we can. Good. Let's keep security units on standby. I know Miss LeMay said the situation was under control, but I have a feeling we may be needing them again soon.
Okay. The dead body. Remove the body. That actually... Okay, so the game lets you access that now, but what they're talking about is an event that hasn't happened yet in the story, which is John Standish being killed. Well, I can't reload checkpoints and do that later on again, so that's good to know for future reference, though, that if I want to check the archive. But yeah, that conversation between those two Abstergo employees there is supposed to take place after John Standish is killed. We haven't reached that point yet. Once we finish Edward's side of things, the game will take us out of the Animus, and the main character has been taken out of the bunker, and you can access all the other areas of Abstergo Entertainment again. Okay, so we have a new computer that we can interact with here. Cool. Cover some of this stuff now. There's also some database entries I need to look over once I go back inside the Animus as well. Alright, so we have this here. Alright, so this will go under the Divine Science presentation entry. Which is the Abstergo pack. Sensitive materials relating to Agent Otto Berg, harvested from hacktivist websites for analysis. Agent evaluation report for Juhani Otto Berg, dated 12/11/08. This would have to have been leaked from within. This is a classified document viewed on our own network. Someone should hang for this. Strengths: experienced. Agent's military, special forces background is a definitive asset. Obedient, follows orders without question. Leadership qualities: agent lacks finesse but inspires loyalty in others. Dedicated, agent is wholly committed to our cause. Definite potential, could be IS material. Weaknesses: agent has a young 3-year-old daughter and could be a liability. Other notes: agent is ready to take on greater challenges. Recommend giving agent leadership responsibilities. Recommend sending agent on level 5 mission. Submitted by Tibor Hasek. Alright, so Otto Berg is a Templar agent, and he has a daughter who is actually sick, and Abstergo are the only ones who can provide the medicine for that, and so they have manipulated Otto Berg to become a Templar by basically saying, you will do what we want you to do, you will become a Templar, you will do what we say, because if you don't, your daughter's going to die from the disease that we are the only people who can actually save her from. You know, so it's another case of someone being manipulated to be a Templars. Templars don't like to have people just make up their own mind about whether to join them or not. If they think there's something that you could provide for them, and it's not something that you aspire for, but they want you on their side, they will do whatever they can to manipulate you, to brainwash you, to coerce you to be on their side. Versus the assassins who are like, hey, you know, you can join us if you want. If you don't want to join us, that's fine. It's up to you, but this is what we're offering. This is on the table. Make your own mind up. The Templars are like, no, you are going to do this. If you don't, we'll hurt your family. We'll make sure this happens, etc., etc. They did it with Hatham from when he was 10 years old. They did it with Lucy. They did it with Otto Berg as well. The only way the Templars can convince people to come to their side is by manipulating them and coercing them and brainwashing them to their side. And that's what they have done with Otto Berg here. I'm in a bear suit. Weaknesses, Layla. Weaknesses. Yeah, it's interesting in Odyssey. A dashing photo of Otto Berg labelled Helsinki, Finland, 2012, 11/25. Unclear who took this or why. And we see him there with his daughter as well, who they use as a bargaining thing against him. You will do what we want for us, otherwise your daughter will die. This photo, labelled Florence, Italy, 2012, 11/30, makes it clear we have a leak. Who survived to transmit this photo? Photo labelled Cairo, Egypt, 2012, 12/09. This one's labelled Cairo, Egypt, 2012, 12/12, 3/21. Sigma team strikes again. The poster claims Abstergo agents kidnap William Miles, but Miles is not pictured. Could be anything. This is referencing an event that happens in Assassin's Creed 3. When they're looking for power sources, they find one in Egypt, and William Miles decides to go himself to get it, and that's when Abstergo captures him and then takes them to their offices in Italy, and then Desmond goes there to save his father. This updated agent evaluation of Otzoberg dated 12/12/03 confirms that leak persisted and perhaps still exists. Updated strengths. Demonstrated a great deal of courage, initiative, resourcefulness, and dedication. Updated weaknesses. Distinguishing mark. Facial scar, a burn. Reparative surgery should be considered. Other notes. Following assassin attack of 2012-11/28, see attached security report. Agent tracked down the enemy and located their Florence hideout. Agent led Sigma strike team against the Florence assassins, responsible for the termination of 3 assassins. Survived assassin ambush. Agent should not be held accountable for the loss of his team. Okay, so there's nothing else that we can access at this point in the present day story, because the character's locked into the bunker area. Oh, this popped up. These sticky notes, I will be reading them, but once I've got them all. Someone using their animus. Where's my animus? I want to use one. Hang on, I just thought of something. No new messages for the character. Aha, new diary entry for the character. The bunker. Work diary week 4. When I logged out of my Animus session, I discovered that I was no longer in my cubicle. Someone had transported me while I was in the Animus and vulnerable to a different location. Melanie's face appeared on a nearby screen, and she told me I was in some sort of containment facility with some of my other colleagues. They were conducting an internal investigation and had moved us here to keep an eye on, and for our own safety, supposedly. She seemed sympathetic and advised me to keep up hope and try to get some work done. Almost immediately after she logged off, John called. He was unperturbed by my predicament, but at least promised to help me clear my name. He unlocked the doors to my cell and sent me to sneak into the server room for the entire building. Melanie was in there for some reason, but John managed to get her out of the way. The moment I hacked the server, an apparition appeared in front of me. She kept talking about it being too early, while at the same time John kept losing his cool over the communicator. When she left, John left little doubt about what he had expected to happen here. He wanted this apparition to possess my body and was audibly enraged when that didn't happen. In the end, I tried to seek refuge in my work. Perhaps Edward's memories and the secrets within could bring clarity to my present predicament. Alright, now that I've checked that, that was the bunker diary entry from the present day character. Alright, now to check some database entries. First, I want to get the exclamation marks off other categories before looking at the character ones. Although, the observatory is one that I could actually read about. The observatory seems to have been a surveillance device built by the precursor First Civilization about 80 millennia ago. Its cavernous antechamber was built as a security measure, while its long corridors were used to store thousands of crystal blood vials containing the DNA of those whom the First Civ wished to spy on. At the heart of the observatory was a large theatre lined with seats. At the fore was a massive device like an armillary sphere with a crystal skull housed at its center. When loaded with a crystal vial containing a subject's blood, the observatory device would come to life, illuminating the room with a holographic projection of a real-time feed from the subject's own eyes and ears. In this way, the First Civ could spy for an indefinite period on the subject and those with whom he or she was associated, without fear of detection. Note too that the crystal skull can also be removed from its perch, turning it into a portable device, but also rendering the observatory itself inoperable. Fantastic work, guys. We found it. I'll send this data to Letitia and see what she comes up with. I have no doubt she'll want to send a team down there as soon as possible, likely for those blood vials, as modern-day surveillance systems are almost on par with that crystal skull device. Olivia Garneau. Okay, so Jack Rackham here we go. Alright, so I made note that I had read his bio up until the point where it says so long before someone has to clean up after them. And now there's been some new information added after that part. After marooning Charles Vane and leaving his former captain with a small, shattered vessel, Rackham knocked about the West Indies for barely 2 months before returning to Nassau and accepting the King's pardon from Governor Rogers. Was it boredom that brought him back, or the affections of a lady he sought? Quite possibly the latter, for he soon found himself involved with another man's wife, the fetching Anne Bonny, a woman 20 years his junior. When their relationship was discovered, Anne's husband was so appalled by his wife's infidelity that he tried to have her arrested and whipped. Rackham offered to pay for a divorce, but the husband would not hear of it. At their wits' end, Anne and Jack decided to elope and return to the sea as pirates. Joining their crew was Mary Reed, still passing as a man. Together the three set off in search of a fresh sip of freedom, but they did not get far. Within 4 months of their flight from Nassau, they were captured by authorities and brought to trial. Jack was kept in a prison in Jamaica, perhaps in a cell near his old rival Charles Vane. A few weeks later he was hanged, and his body gibbeted just outside Port Royal on a small islet now called Rackham's Cay. Okay, so we've read that now, and with the updated information. So I can mark that down as having read it and complete. The Sage. Abstergo's archives contain a few references to men called the Sage, or a Sage. But they are few and far between. Each sighting seems to refer to a different person living in a vastly different time and location. The earliest example was found on a Sumerian clay tablet in cuneiform script, while the latest survives only as a footnote in one of Laureano Torres's own journals, dated January 1704. In all, according to Abstergo's existing research, 7 different sages seem to have graced the world stage in the past 1200 years, but the real number is likely higher. Perhaps the strangest aspect connecting each of these various sightings is the fact that, in every case, visual descriptions of each sage are remarkably similar, so similar in fact that one wouldn't be faulted for assuming they were talking about a single immortal man. However, in 2 of the 7 citations, explicit mention is made of their death and burial. Are we therefore dealing with some bizarre form of reincarnation, or some simpler explanation that eludes us at present? More research is required. Update. Thanks in large part to a series of letters acquired through the efforts of our researchers, we now have some sense of what constitutes a sage. It appears that such a person, always a man, is the result of a bizarre experiment perpetrated by Juno, one of the luminaries of the so-called First Civilization, with the aid of her husband Aita. Apparently using her husband's DNA as a base, Juno manipulated this genetic material to create a program that she then inserted as junk DNA into the human genome. Though harmless by all appearances, this program could, under the right circumstances, activate suddenly during the conception of a human child and, quite literally, reconfigure itself into the genome of her husband. In this way, a near-perfect replica or clone of this man's personality and intelligence, with all its memories intact, would appear in lieu of the actual child that should have resulted from this union. It is unknown at this point why Juno should have wanted her husband's likeness to continually recur throughout the centuries and millennia, especially in light of the first civilization's swift extinction barely 100 years after Juno and her kind walked the earth. Yet it remains a sobering fact that there is a very high probability that one such replica of this Aita is alive and walking the earth at this very moment. Absolutely, Abstergo. In fact, Abstergo Entertainment has one of them employed, who is a sage. So that's, of course, is Bartholomew Roberts. Okay, Charles Vane's one has been updated. However, I didn't make note of where I'd read up to before on his. So let's see if I can remember. Alright, I can't remember where I read up to last time, but let us just read. Okay, yeah, I can't remember where I read up to originally, but I'll read from here. When Governor Woodes Rogers arrived in Nassau in the summer of 1918 to issue the king's pardon to all wayward pirates living there, Vane was among those who absolutely refused to submit. After sending a snarky letter of complaint to Rogers, Vane and his mates sent a fire ship at the governor's blockade and slipped out of Nassau's harbour. For the next few months, these homeless buccaneers sailed about the Bahamas making homes of coves and inlets, trying to find a place to settle down. In November of 1718, Vane even sailed north to the Carolinas to meet with Ed Thatch, hoping to convince his old friend to rejoin the old gang and take Nassau back from the British hands. When Thatch refused, Vane was out of ideas. Weeks later, Vane was sailing back to the West Indies when a French brigantine crossed his path. Having ideas of his own, Vane declined to attack. This didn't sit well with some of his crew, most notably Calico Jack Rackham, who had come to loathe Vane's dictatorial captaining style. Shortly after Vane's refusal, Rackham and a number of those loyal to him mutinied, deposing Vane and setting him adrift in a small sloop. Some weeks later, Vane found himself marooned on a small island somewhere south of Cuba. He spent many weeks in isolation there, though it is suspected he must have come in contact with fishermen who were known to frequent the area. But for whatever reason, Charles Vane kept to himself until he was able to hail a passing British ship. Unfortunately for him, the captain of the ship recognized him as Vane, the notorious pirate, and refused to bring him aboard. More weeks passed, and Vane was at his wits' end. At last, another British ship sailed past, and Vane clambered aboard. He did his best to keep to himself, but in a cruel twist of fate, the captain of the first ship happened to be aboard this second. Damn. He spotted Vane after only a few days at sea, and pointed him out to the captain. Vane was arrested and on the spot, and sailed to Kingston for trial. There he languished for almost a year in prison before his execution in early 1721, a sad whimper of a fate for a man once so full of explosive and angry energy. Okay, so Mary Reed's entry. I read up to the part where it said this union was not fated to remain intact. Alright, so I'd already read up until the end of this paragraph, starting with, but this union was not fated to remain intact, and then up until that one. Okay, so I'll read from here now, with the new information. Official records of her activities do not appear until around 1720. A ship she had been sailing on was taken by pirates, who were subsequently arrested. In order to avoid a swift execution by Governor Rogers in Nassau, Mary took the king's pardon, and there she settled. Whether or not this was a front for more secretive activity, it is hard to say. It was at this time, however, that Mary met and befriended the much younger Anne Bonny. The two became close friends, as Anne reportedly saw through Mary's disguise rather quickly. Unfortunately, Anne's beau, Jack Rackham, did not, and Mary was compelled to reveal herself as a woman to avoid a pointless altercation. According to recently unearthed documents, we know that some of Governor Rogers' administrators were eventually made aware of Mary's status as a woman, likely on account of Rackham's big mouth. In any event, Mary, Anne, and Jack did not hang around Nassau for much longer after their meeting. At some point in the late summer of 1720, the trio raised a small crew and stole a schooner docked in Nassau's harbour. For 3 months they pirated and pillaged, with Anne and Mary taking the lead whenever their self-appointed Captain Rackham was indisposed from drink. Unfortunately for all, Rackham's incompetence also landed them in more trouble than they could handle, and in October 1720 their ship was set upon by the British. According to reports, only Anne, Mary, and one unnamed young man were fit enough to resist, and resist they did. Miraculously, only the young man died in the ensuing fight. Anne and Mary were arrested, as were Jack Rackham and the rest of his crew, after they awoke from their drunken stupors below deck. Taken to Kingston for trial, their executions were stayed after the women announced that they were many months pregnant. Mary languished in jail until her term was up. Unfortunately, just days after giving birth, she died of a severe illness or infection, likely caused by the terribly unsanitary conditions of her captivity. It is not known what happened to Mary's child. The young man that is mentioned that dies is the one that Mary conceived their child with. But yeah, as it says there, their child, they don't know what happened to Mary's child after giving birth. Just want to do some things in my document for a moment. Let's back up a second. Benjamin Hornigold. Alright, so that entry I've already read in full. Okay, so Stede Bonnet. I can't remember what I actually read up to with his entry previously. I should have started taking notes down earlier than I did of that kind of stuff. Okay, so I don't know if I've already read this part, but I'll read from here on out. At some point around Stede's 29th birthday, his restlessness got the better of him, owing to some discomforts he found in a married state, which brought on a disorder of the mind. Stede decided it was time to take his first bold steps into the life he had always dreamed about. Using his considerable fortune, he either purchased a boat or had one built for him, a small schooner he christened the Revenge. To maintain some semblance of the comforts he had come to enjoy as a man of means, he installed a full library in the captain's quarters and packed his wardrobe with all manner of finery, silk pyjamas, smoking jackets, and frocks. Near the end of 1717 his ship was ready. He bid adieu to his wife and remaining children and weighed anchor, sailing north from Barbados, hoping to reach the British colonies within a few months. He would never see his family again. Now sailing under the moniker Captain Edwards, Bonnet sailed about the West Indies looking for his first prize. Spotting a large Spanish warship, his crew foolishly encouraged an attack. After a brief engagement, almost half of Bonnet's crew was dead or injured. Miraculously, the Revenge was able to escape capture herself, and Bonnet ordered the crew to sail her to the only place he knew he could find refuge, Nassau. It was here, in the pirates' infamous Republic, that Stede met and befriended Captain Thatch, the infamous and capable captain who had recently taken to calling himself Blackbeard. Thatch managed to convince Bonnet to hand over the Revenge's reins, leaving Stede happily confined to his cabin. The two sailed about as unlikely partners for some months until Blackbeard took a far greater prize for himself, the Queen Anne's Revenge. After keeping Bonnet's Revenge in his own fleet for a short time, Blackbeard suddenly abandoned her along with most of its crew. Bonnet was free again to seek his own path. Perhaps believing he had been properly mentored under Blackbeard's tutelage, Bonnet struck out for the Danish island of St. Thomas, hoping to earn a privateering commission. But his crew had other ideas. Plunging headlong into piracy once more, Steed's crew lashed out recklessly at every prize they could find, resulting in their capture some months later near Cape Fear, North Carolina. While Steed awaited trial, numerous people came forward as witnesses to attest to the good quality of his character. But this came to nothing, and after one botched escape attempt, Steed was finally walked to the gallows in December 1718. As the hangman slipped the noose around his neck, he broke down in tears, begging for mercy. The sight of this abject shame moved many to tears, but it was not enough to save him. The gentleman pirate was no more. Rest in peace, Bonnet. Okay, so I want to read this because they were characters at the observatory location. The Guardians, an obscure group of warrior natives likely related to the Taino people, yet quite secretive in their dealings with other tribes and groups. Calling themselves the Guardians, they protect lands they deem sacred, and brook no unauthorized passage over their lands. Over many generations, the Guardians have developed an incredible talent for stealth and secret attacks, and can be quite deadly when attacking from unseen vantages. Alright, so I've gone through and read the database entries I wanted to cover, but also updated my notepad with the list of ones that I've actually read and all that kind of stuff. But there's some other ones that I want to check later on for updates.
Something I can assist with? Done. All the best.
He's like, done. All the best. Alright, what I would actually like to do is take a break, because there's more reading to do, and I want to give my voice a break for reading, because I don't want to be like, and this is the next database entry. I don't want to be talking like that for the rest of the stream. So I'll take a break now, and then when I come back, I'm going to read the journal of a previous sage. Okay, let's take a 15-minute break. That'll be a good long one. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Okay, so I'm back from my break. Now going to go and read the journal entries of one of the sages. There's about 20 pages. You get these from finding the messages in a bottle. The 20th one is only available when you get to the point in the story where Bartholomew Roberts takes Edward to where the observatory is located. On my name and origin, to any and all who may read this missive, know first that I am Tom Kavanagh, born in 1652, formerly of Boston, now of the world, living in the year 1706, taken to isolation long ago in the place of my ancestors in pursuit of peace and steadiness of spirit. My story is a singular one, though I make no claim to greatness or nobility, yet there is such an amount of strangeness in my blood it bears mention, with the wish that a better understanding may come from my situation, and with the hope that, if there be any others in the world who suffer the same perturbations of the mind as I have since birth, they might find in me a kindred soul, and a friendly voice to guide them to the calmer shores of sanity. In plain words, I was born a creature of two souls, one being my own, newly minted and fresh upon the world stage, yet the other being an old and wise thing, a soul as old as the universe itself may be. Two souls, therefore, in a single body, competing for supremacy. For as long as I have been a thinking being, I have felt these two tides stirring within me. How this mysterious incorporation should have occurred shall be the subject of future letters. Hey there, Lucinda, good morning. Black Flag's going well, just got back from a break. How's things going with you? Early opinions of my condition. From birth I was known to my parents and neighbours as a boy of strange habits and impulses. My eyes, being of unequal colour and dimension, always invited odd comment and query, being so easy to discern. But my behaviour was also noticeably queer. I was given to gesticulations of a mysterious sort, signs and symbols that appeared to my parents to portend a meaning they could not decipher. It was also said that I never did cry or protest, strange for a babe, but likely a comfort to my dear mother. I gained the gift of speech in my 12th month, my first words being, "my love" and "beloved." My parents seized upon this as a good sign of robust intelligence, but could not have been much pleased with what such words implied, and right they were, to be anxious, for at such a time that I should have called these kind shepherds mother and father, by the age of 2 years, I had already taken to refer to them Elizabeth and Thomas. A queer sort of quirk for an infant, it needn't be said, but this was my impulse, and until I passed through adolescence was the practice I stuck to. Listen, it's going well, could have used more sleep this morning, but it's okay, gearing up for errand running on Christmas Eve, hoping getting out and about early enough will get you ahead of last-minute shoppers. Hopefully so, because, yeah, I think a lot of people would have the same idea to run around and get that done as well. But that's a shame that you didn't get more sleep. Maybe you'll get a sleep in at some point. On the place of my birth. Of the city I called home for nigh 2 decades, I have nothing but fond memories. Boston was a place of great beauty and peace. My father was a cobbler by trade, and my mother kept a modest house, as she raised me as best she could. And together we lived along the southern shores near the wharfs that saw the tall ships in their comings and goings, shuttling all manner of good to and from this young colony. I remember being always fascinated by those ships and the promise of adventure they presaged, and it was not for want of distraction or imagination that I spent many a morning sitting upon the docks to watch them enter the harbour from locations afar, or disappear from it, sinking into the horizon as silently as a dream. I wondered then what lay beyond that thin line of azure, and in wondering set the course of my desire. I wished to travel, to discover. So it was that I knew from those early days I would not live out my life in Boston, but would range far and wide in search of the source of the strange secrets within me. Of that more shall be writ at another time, but let it be known that I was content for a time, and that I loved my parents very much. My first reverie. I recall with great clarity the day of my first reverie. Heretofore I had only the sense of my bicameral mind, but on this day I was offered a glimpse, as if through a window, into that second buried soul, into the second life within me. I was 4 years of age, and it was a fresh autumn day. I was out with my parents upon an excursion, strolling about the place called Beacon Hill. We, having only concluded our picnicking, now ranged about the peak to take view of the city below. It was then a coolness fell upon me. The world seemed to darken and glow all at once. I fell back, landing, it seemed, into a pair of coddling arms. A voice said to me, "Go, beloved, go to your rest." As eerie as this was, a deep love suffused me. The voice went on, "Your sacrifice will not have been in vain. And though you must pass from this life, I will see you renewed, reborn to remain at my side forever." Never before, and rarely since, had I felt such a depth of adoration. Then the skies cleared and the world lighted, and I woke supine with my parents looming over me, calling my name. I can't do Juno's accent, but I try and do her tone and inflection sometimes with the dialogue that's from her. My deepening predicament. It is with deep sadness I should now relate the genesis of my feeling of great isolation from my parents, even at so young an age, and my powerful sense that I was too much different from them, meaning that though they had borne me and raised me, I seemed not of their issue, nor of their kind, and the reverie described previously cast this feeling in a firmer mould. I seemed not to be of this world at all. Indeed, there were days when I felt not remotely human at all, but of an other kind of creature entire. Between the time of my 4th year and my 14th, I was given to such a profusion of reveries, and ideas and dreams, that I should sound mad to describe them, yet by outward appearance I was as normal as any lad, and further was never particularly troubled by what crossed my mind. Visions of great cities made of glass, portraits of beautiful men and women in great flowing robes, machines that generated lightning as easily as thunderclouds, vehicles that flew in the skies as birds. As I say, ideas and visions too fanciful to be entertained by any sane minds, yet all too real in my head to be ignored. My apprenticeship. When I was aged 14 years, my father, feeling I should discover some better skill or trade sensible to my habits of mind, apprenticed me to a master carpenter, joiner, called Jonathan Davenport, of Boston. Master Davenport had then many slaves and 2 other white boys in his employ, one a bricklayer by the trade and another a carpenter, both not terrible clever, but seeing in me a certain spark of intelligence and wit, Master Davenport was all too keen to place me as a joiner, and I was happy to oblige, the position earning me some £2 a year and great satisfaction of spirit. A joiner's work requires a nice and steady hand, and a great taste in ornament, both qualities Master Davenport told me I had in large measure, and so it was with great pride that, well, prior to the customary 7 years, I took leave of my master after only 5, and set out on my own at 19 years of age to seek my success, now a man and master in my own right. My master was not sad to see me go, but bade me good fortune, for he knew in his heart that I was the greatest talent he had yet apprenticed. For there is something of a natural genius in you, lad, a wisdom beyond your years. And so, packing a kit of all my worldly possessions, I bid my mother and father much love and farewell, then took passage on a merchant brig bound for Jamaica in the West Indies, where need for carpenters of skill were greatly needed. On leaving home, it pains me now to think on my feelings on my departure from Boston, and from my dear parents who raised me so well, for in hindsight I think perhaps I should have been melancholy, or anxious at the least. Yet leaving home at so spry an age ranks as one of the great joys of my life. Never before or since did I ever feel such an embrace of freedom. Yet not all concerning my leaving was joyous, as it was around this time that the voices came upon me strong. Much like a man whispering in my ears, these voices were neither sinister in nature, nor did they prevent mature dealings with my fellow man, but, unlike my reveries, which came to me in my sleep or in daydreams, these voices came upon me at times inconvenient to my present purpose. Day and night they intruded without provocation, and though they were not constant, they were certainly frequent in nature, and strangest of all, had the qualities of memories. There were times, too, that I seemed to hear my own voice among them. Was it possible that I heard conversations from a previous life, memories of those I knew, memories of engagements long past? In the next letter I shall relate what were perhaps the most confounding snatches of conversation. What the voices said. Here I relate one such memory, repeated ad nauseam through the whole of my life. Myself, a man, and 2 women. A woman. As biological traits are passed from one generation to another, why should we not engineer the humans to pass learned information to their offspring as well? It is well within our scope. And here another woman interrupts. Never. Already we have made them sturdy and strong. Why should we gift them with new advantages over us? We are dying. The war is tilting against us. We should discover a means to our own salvation, not theirs. And here the man disagreed. Our time is done. The instruments of our will shall soon be our masters, and we shall fade away. Perhaps not in 10 or 20 years, but certainly this century is our last. Why not, therefore, gift the humans with added faculties for wisdom and growth? Why not let them pass on the accumulations of their learnings from one generation to the next? By ever-ascending degrees, the humans shall be as wise as we are. And here I seem to speak. It can be done. By simple manipulation of the code within their blood, we could improve their lot. And here the second woman screams, absolutely not. And then the memory is ended. So Juno is the one who's yelling absolutely not. Aita is her husband, and this sage is the reincarnation of Aita, who has written this journal. And he's relaying to us what he actually had heard being said in one of the experiences that he was having. 9. A curious incident at sea. Upon my route to the West Indies, a curious incident aroused in me a revelation. It was a wanton act of violence that I witnessed, one that proved fatal only to its instigator, a pardoned pirate named Savory, who had come aboard to work off his debts as an honest Christian, yet died a devil full of drink after mistaking the reasonable abjurations of his fellow men for insults. He was taken by a self-inflicted pistol shot, sustained as he attempted to load his piece in preparation for the first of 6 duels which he had arranged as challenges against our group. All of us were sad for his misfortune, but none were sorry that our crew grew quieter in his absence, and yet at seeing the poor chap wound himself so, and witnessing the blood freely flowing from his body, a notion sprung upon me like an idea long dormant, already within me yet awaiting a chance to reappear. Thence came the phrase I had heard before, springing to my mind. The code in their blood. Suddenly it was sensible to me. The code of life, like a shipbuilder's drafts in miniature, yet responsible for building each and every man and woman on earth. How was it that such an idea made perfect sense to me? How was it I understood already that which had no precedent in the most modern philosophies? The code of life. In our blood. Imagine. These ideas swirled within me for many weeks upon that voyage, spinning in such a maelstrom of thought I could not articulate them. Hello, Schiller. Welcome on in, dude. It's going really well, thank you. How about yourself? Hey, Foxy, Merry Christmas to you as well. Merry Christmas Eve as well. Hope you and your family have a good Xmas and stay awesome. Thank you for the great year and more to come. Same to you as well, Foxy. Thank you so much for popping in. Muchly appreciated. I hope that you and your family and your friends have a great Christmas. Have a great time. Hope it goes slowly as well, so you can savor it and enjoy it. And no worries at all for the year. Thank you so much for your support as well. Muchly appreciated. Sheila, you're good. You're getting ready for some family to arrive in about 2 hours, are you? Oh, nice. Oh, that's cool, Sheila. That's good. And I'm glad to hear that you're going good as well. That's excellent that you've got that coming up. Finding steady work. Reaching Jamaica, I pushed all idle thoughts and fantasies from my mind and set about finding myself employment. A letter of endorsement from my mentor, Mr. Davenport, hastened my success, and within a fortnight I was able to secure an interview with an agent working for the estimable Mr. Peter Beckford, a man known wide across the West Indies as a one of honour and good intelligence, as, I must say, was his agent, for the man hired me on the spot, and within a 2 days' time was I set to work upon the slaves' quarters, fitting them with sturdier doors and tighter roofs. For my own accommodations I am well pleased to tell that they were fine. 3 windows had I, 2 of which looked upon the cane fields. When opened, a light breeze filled my room, one scented with the raw perfume of the nearby sea, and the distant sound of a hushing ocean surf. Often, too, the spiritual songs of the negroes hard at work entered, and gave me a deep calm. It was pleasant there, only this comfort catching the yellow fever, or another of the innumerable ailments that often stuck these newly arrived to these parts. For my part, I saw well over 17 men and women perish from the disease within 6 months of my arrival. It seemed then that for every success I had, another 2 or 3 potential hazards lay in wait. And as time would tell, this proved most unfortunately true. Peter Beckford the Elder. Of my employer I must say something, for it was owing to his connections that I came to find such troubled dealings. Peter Beckford was a man of great charisma and pride. In 1662 he had come to Jamaica, and in just 10 years had fast procured himself a sizable portion of land, which he sowed with cane as early as he was able. Upon my coming into his orbit, he claimed all about him, one of the largest private holdings of land in the world, rivaling only kings and emperors for his largesse. This same surplus applied to the number of slaves in his employ. Whereas he had arrived in Jamaica with a complement of 3, he now owned the better part of 300. A shrewd and relentless man of business, Mr. Beckford was known also to be subservient to a temper of cyclonic power. Wrath and fury and enmity were his primary means of settling arguments that could not be concluded in Mr. Beckford's immediate favour. He was, however, always kind to me, and as gracious a man as one could hope an employer to be. But this I put down to my status in his eyes. He was a traditional man with a respect for rank and breeding. In earlier times he had been the governor de facto of the island, and though a statesman no longer upon my arrival, he still bore all the signs of a man who felt it his natural duty to lead. Further, his political connections he valued as deeply as his sugar and the money it brought him, and it was in this capacity, following the arrival of a Spanish soldier, that I met the man who would change my life for the worse, forever, a young man named Laureano Torres, who of course ends up becoming the Grand Templar Master. I think there was a database entry of him that talked about how he came into contact with a sage earlier in his life, and this is that sage. The Templar arrives. It was in April of 1673 when I espied the galleon in Kingston's harbour, flying the colours of the men of Holland, which I thought queer but not unlikely. This was a ruse, however, for the ship's cargo was most assuredly Spanish. A gentleman called Torres, once a soldier in the Spanish army, now an emissary on behalf of his king, or so said he to Peter Beckford. I learned later that he called himself a Templar, and had made his visit to Beckford's plantation to look upon Master Beckford's strange collection of collected manuscripts. Torres was 2 days with Mr. Beckford when another object took his full attention, namely me. The sight of my face stirred in him a strange sort of excitement, which I found altogether untoward at first, until he plied me with questions that shocked me to the core of my being. Said he to me one evening after supper, "Hear you voices, Mr. Kavanagh?" "How is that?" I answered, feigning ignorance, though shaken in truth. "Voices, from the dark of your mind, or memories, to be clearer, as if from another life entire." And here I was terrified. How was it that this man knew the odd riddle of my life as if it were a banal fact of history? "I don't know what you mean, Master Torres," said I, and I took my leave of him, so anxious as I was. "Good night to you, sir," said he as I departed. "We shall speak again when you are rested and ready to talk." Still shaken, I bade him good night and made for my bedchamber, feeling another reverie coming strong upon me. When I reached my bed, I fell into both. Another frightful reverie. Here I relate another reverie. Myself and a woman. "Beloved," said she, a voice so intimate and familiar, "our colleagues conspire against us. They dither and sigh, resigned to their fates, content to champion the humans. But there is hope for us. There is a chance we might inure our bodies to the chilling world, the poisoned atmosphere, and the war itself. Will you aid me? Will you submit?" And here I hear my own voice in answer, "Yes, beloved, what must I do?" "Transference," said she, "the shuttling of our minds from these old bodies into new forms, mechanical bodies perhaps, or into those of our instruments, our humans. In short, I believe there may be a way to transfer all we know and all we are into other forms. In this way we may survive the coming cataclysm and live to see our people repopulate the earth and recover her from those we foolishly set loose upon it." "Transference," I said aloud, "our minds into alternate vessels? A dangerous prospect, but reasonable." "Yes," said she, "and who better to make this leap than you, my beloved husband, with a mind unparalleled, a constitution unrivalled, architect of the observatory, overseer of Eden's tools, the brightest light in our civilization. If you are not capable of making this leap, perhaps no one is. And here replied I will do this for you, beloved, for us and our people. The assassin. Lost as I was in my reverie, I failed to see the envelope slip beneath the door to my bedchamber. It read thus: Dear Sir, forgive the alarm I must have raised with my queries, but you have the exact likeness of a man my colleagues and I have longed to meet. Allow me an audience and I will explain all. Your friend, Laureano Torres. I pondered this letter for some time that evening, wondering what it could mean that I had the exact likeness of a man he knew, and why it should raise so much intrigue. I wondered at this for hours, pacing about the room with a mind to slip from my chamber, when of a sudden I heard a rapid succession of reports from pistols and rifles outside in the garden. To my ear it sounded as if a war had begun, with me, a bystander, at its centre. I dropped to my knees and hid on the far side of my bed, away from the window, and shut my eyes. But as I did this, a voice called out to me from my chamber door. Mr. Cavanaugh, it said. I raised my head and opened my eyes, and there saw a figure cutting a terrible outline. Hooded and robed in dusky sienna, the man lifted a small pipe to his lips and blew. I felt a sting upon my neck, as if from a mosquito. I opened my mouth to protest, but thereupon a wave of fatigue took me, and I fell asleep. Rest and repaste. I awoke some days hence in a bustling native village, in the presence of that same man, many leagues from where I had called my home. A native himself, with a strong and serious but gentle face, he named himself Barlam, and bade me not be frightened. Strangely, I was not, for his demeanour was calm and his words were kind. I asked him why he had brought me to this place. His surprise seemed genuine, and he told me, You are a sage. Your face tells it plain, your eyes most of all. I did not know what to make of this suggestion. He went on. You are but one of a long lineage of identical men, men born outside their original time. Your likeness and your soul are a pattern, repeated through the ages. Oftentimes a century or more passes without the appearance of a sage, other times two are born in the same decade. We know not why. And dash my brains, but all he spoke was known to me in some intrinsic way, and yet it frightened me all the same. How could it be that I was a man reborn? How could it be that I had already lived one life, and had plodded through a second, still pondering the first? I spent many a day with this man Barlam, and in that time he told me all he knew, then asked questions of his own he hoped I might answer. The observatory. For several days I stayed with my captor Barlam, asking him all manner of questions, and he asking the same of me, and all the while I wondered what fate he intended for me. At last, on the 7th day, I revealed what lay heavy on my heart. What do you want of me, sir, that you keep me prisoner so? And at this Barlam laughed, and answered, You are no prisoner, sage. You may take your leave at any point. Only tell us where you wish to be dropped, and if it be in our power, we shall transport you thence. This answer surprised and angered me. Why then did you spirit me away with such a diabolical method? Kidnap, no less. And he said in answer, Your master hosted a Templar, and may now be one himself. Such men are not to be trusted with a prize so valuable as you. Steer clear of them, for they seek the knowledge that hides in your mind, your dreams, your memories, and the location of a place once dear to you, the observatory. This word rang in my ears, for I had heard it before. Another memory from a time long ago? And what do you desire of me, sir? I asked him. Would you steal the secrets buried within me too? Barlam smiled. I would not shun them, but to share them is a point for you to decide. Your secrets are your own, and yours alone to lend. Taking my leave, after my difficult counsel with Barlam, I took a day to ruminate on what should be done. Notions strange and uncertain battled in my head for supremacy, and I was never on one idea long before its opposite seemed a better option. It at last made my decision. Sir, you have been gracious with me, I told him, and my trust in you is complete. Yet I cannot share my visions and memories without first understanding them myself. I must therefore take my leave and travel in secret to a place that has occupied my thoughts for many years. Barlam smiled and said, I understand well, and I believe in your cause. To find the source of your reveries will do you a great good. Go, therefore, and answer these riddles. We will provide you with supplies to see you safely embarked. To which I replied, Thank you, sir, and if what I find satisfies me, I will return hither and provide you with answers that may satisfy you as well. In the days following, Barlam was true to his word. With his young son, Artabai, in tow, he transported me first unto a fishing village near his own compound, and supplied me with maps and coin before issuing a warning. The Templars are lately come to the West Indies, and this Torres is their Grand Master, and though few now in number, there must soon be others. Take heed of them, and trust not their entreaties, for what they cannot earn by conversation, they will take by force. And with this, and a hearty goodbye, I took my leave of this assassin, and set out for parts unknown, a vague sense of purpose pulling me forward. So Barlaam is the father of Artabai, and when Edward comes into contact with Artabai, Artabai has become the head of the assassins in the West Indies. My search. After leaving Barlaam, I set out in a sloop of my own and travelled for nigh on 1 year about the West Indies, sailing with a small crew to all manner of jungles and plays and beaches, looking for a sign or a landform that might spark in me a memory. Along my way I met many of fine peoples who did me great kindnesses, and offered work in exchange for more provisions. In this way I came to know the people of the New World and of the Old, and found in all of them the same hopes and desires. To travel is truly the finest education. Then after my 13th month of roving, I found my object well inland on a known island. Here it was, the place Barlaam had called the Observatory. Oh, what memories the location aroused! Well, prior to clapping eyes upon its structure, I knew I had come to the correct spot. Leaving my men on shore, I passed alone through jungles and deep ravines, coming at last upon the spot, and there marvelled at its strange and foreboding presence. Without prompt, I knew what to do. I pressed my finger into what I knew to be a portal, and upon its opening, I passed inside. What I saw there, however, shall remain a mystery, for the world is not yet ready to hear my tales, which should sound like sorcery to all but my friend Barlaam, and perhaps the Templars, who likely chase me still. On being a sage, I remained alone at the observatory's location, plumbing its secrets, all the while besieged by such an influx of reveries, it would require a tome twice the size of a Bible to relate them all. Let it suffice to say that I came to understand the nature of the two souls within me, and I am now content. After near on a week there, I was visited by a group of natives from the island, people of the Taino tribe, I believe. They spotted me first, and might have killed me straight away, had my utter surprise not widened my eyes to such a degree that their unusual qualities were seen by all. At seeing me thus, the natives stopped and dropped to their knees with slow gesticulations. I understood at once that these men were sworn to protect this place, and in my further conversations with them since, I have made out that it was a previous sage who had employed them so. Or more precisely, I should say employed their ancestors. Thus, for nearly 150 years had passed since the last sage had come this way. I am told his grave lies nearby, but is unmarked and inaccessible. It has now been over 4 decades since my arrival at this sacred place, and only one question yet lingers in my mind. How many more of my sort have been here in total? Near 80 millennia have passed since our inception, and I am apt to believe the number quite high, but I cannot know for certain. But let that not trouble you, reader, for if you have followed my story entire, look you for my final missive in the place where I will soon surely lay, hidden near the observatory, where I have instructed the guardians of this place to bury me when my passage across this mortal coil is at its end. Therefore, fare thee well, until then. A secret incomprehensible. As I write, the year is now near upon 1706, and I am sickly and in poor condition, and so must tell what little else I can of my condition. All I tell here I have dredged from the dark void of my memory. I cannot confirm or prove what I argue, but perhaps if some others like me were to see this, they too would understand, and feel not alone as I so often have. In my original life, I died in the midst of my beloved's experiment. This method of which he spoke, of the transference of mind into machine, and from thence into a human body, was a failure. Yet an instructive one, I believe, for in my last moments I recollect her comforts to me, and a clear promise that my death would not be an end, but a beginning. There is another way, beloved, said she to me, imperfect, yet possible. Firstly, I will agree to carry out Minerva's experiments, her terrible gift to the humans. Yet my purpose will be contrary. My purpose will be your immortality. In collecting samples of the code in the human's blood, I will add my own augmentations, samples of your code, transfigured in such a way that when the proper pieces come together, it may further transfigure the zygote of a newly conceived child. In this way, you shall be reborn again and again throughout the ages. With luck, this recessive recurrence shall never die out, but travel on like a raft downstream along the tide of inheritance. I was dying as she spoke, there in my beloved's arms, but I understood her meaning well. Look for me, beloved. Your death will not be in vain, for I will be with you again, entombed, lying in wait, ready to emerge again when the time is right. She then pierced me through the heart, thus ending my life. How truly bizarre it is that I can claim to have memory of my own death is a ludicrous idea, and yet I know that it happened, and that I now live again, many centuries from that time, waiting for the final piece of this riddle to reveal itself. Yet how this will be, I cannot say. Thus, to any and all who have read this and understood little, be not upset, for there is more mystery than sense in the world, and our only purpose is to endure it. Thomas Kavanagh, 1706. So it's cool. There's a lot of connections here with not only the different sages, of course, but also you have the characters of Laureano Torres, who is pretty much the main villain of this game. And then you have Artabai's father, and Artabai is the assassin that is the head of the assassins in Edward's time period. Foxy, hydrate. Lucinda, clap. Yeah, thank you both. Yeah, so that's all 20 pages of that. That moment when Aita gets stabbed, we actually see that in Assassin's Creed 3. In one of the parts where Juno is talking to Desmond, we actually see her stabbing Aita. Alrighty then. Let's have a look at the map. Okay, that's where we need to go. Cool, I'm going to fast travel there, of course. Last sequence recap, Sequence 10, Dead Reckoning, in which the mysterious Bartholomew Roberts requested of Edward Kenway a favour, in exchange for a glimpse of the observatory, to which our hero agreed, at which time this pair of captains did raid and loot a chest of blood-filled crystal vials from a Portuguese Templar ship, much to Roberts' satisfaction, whereupon Roberts was pleased and agreed to show our hero the prize he had so long sought, yet only after Edward agreed to dispatch the pirate hunter Ben Hornigold. Then tailing them, and past doing the sad deed, Edward did get his glimpse at the observatory, a strange device capable of seeing through another man's eyes, after which Bartholomew Roberts betrayed and imprisoned Edward Kenway, and threatening to deliver our hero unto British hands for safekeeping, as Adewale and the rest of the Jackdaw's crew sailed off in solidarity and safety. Sequence 11, Memory 1. To suffer without dying. After escaping from almost a year of imprisonment, Edward breaks back into a British military prison with the assassin Artabai to free Anne and Mary. That's the most recent memory that we did. Well, this one is actually Memory 2, Delirium. Edward drinks himself into a stupor, dreaming of acquiring his prize. Now we're up to Sequence 11, Memory 3. Everything is permitted. Edward returns to the assassins to make amends for the damage he did years ago, and finds a ripe opportunity to help. Earlier in the game, there's a mission that is called Nothing is True, and it's the mission where Mary is taking Edward to the face of the sage, and that's when she first actually starts to talk to Edward about what the Assassin's Creed is all about, and the maxim, or the motto, whatever you want to call it. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. And so now we get to the memory called Everything is Permitted. And ironically, at this point in the story, Edward has been living the Everything is Permitted part of the creed, but he's been taking it literally, which is not how it's supposed to be taken. But he's been going around doing whatever he pleases, not caring about what happens as a result, as long as he gets out of what he's doing what he actually wants.
Jesus, Addy, what the hell happened here?
You happened here, Edward. The damage you caused 6 years ago has not been undone.
I'm not an easy man to call a friend, am I? Is that why you're here?
To fight beside a man so driven by personal gain and glory is a hard thing, Edward. And I have come to feel the assassins and their creed a more honorable course. Have I been unfair?
No. For years I've been rushing around taking whatever I fancied, not giving a tinker's curse for those I hurt. And yet here I am, with riches and a reputation, feeling no wiser than when I left home. Yet when I turn around and look at the course I've run, there's not a man or woman that I love left standing beside me.
So Edward returns here, and all that time ago, which was about 6 years before this event that we were doing at the start of the game, the actions that led to this happening. So Edward was on a ship. The ship was attacked by another ship during a storm. The assassin Duncan Walpole was on this other ship, and both he and Edward got shipwrecked on an island. Edward knew nothing about the assassins, knew nothing about the Templars, didn't know they existed, anything like that. On the island, he tries to be, joking and friendly with Duncan Walpole, but Duncan has enough of it and shoots at Edward, almost hitting him, and Edward's like, fine then, fuck you. And so runs after him. They get into a fight. Edward, wearing rags, needs better clothes, so he sees that Duncan Walpole is wearing better clothes. So he takes the clothes because he just wants better clothes, not because he knows anything about assassins. He doesn't even know that Duncan's an assassin. So in taking the clothes, he finds the letter that was on Duncan's body, finds the glass vial, finds the maps. He reads the letter and he finds out that this Duncan Walpole has some things that this person named Torres wants to actually have. And so Edward, in pursuit of riches, decides to pretend to be Duncan. And so he takes the map, which is actually a map showing where all the assassin hideouts are in the West Indies. But he doesn't know anything about the assassins of the Templars. He doesn't know what the map is about. He doesn't know any of that. All he sees is dollar signs and potential money that he can make from doing it. So he takes all that gear with him. He finds a hidden blade, but the hidden blade is damaged. So he throws it away. He throws it away because it's not usable anymore. Not because he knows it's an assassin's weapon. He has no idea about assassins at this point. So he throws the hidden blade, which is damaged, away, but takes everything else that Duncan Walpole had. Turns up in Havana, pretends to be Duncan, gives them the stuff that they want, thereby giving the Templars the edge over the assassins. The assassins had the edge over them. But when Edward, pretending to be Duncan, delivers to them, the Templars, what Duncan Walpole, the assassin who was betraying the assassins, was going to take to them, Edward essentially carries out his plan, not because he likes the Templars and hates the assassins, but simply because these were items that were needed. The person who needs them is probably going to pay him money, so he's like, I'm just going to get the money. So Edward's pursuit and dreams of money is what led him to give things to the Templars. One of those things was that map. So knowing where all the assassins actually were, they were able to send Templars to actually go and attack these encampments, different assassin bureaus, and all that kind of stuff. And so all of that, all those actions that happened all those years ago, and everything that's transpired that Edward helped put in motion or allowed to happen, have all come to a head now. And so now Edward, at this point in his life, realizing that all the stuff that has happened with the assassins is because of him, wants to atone for that. And also, he wants to live up to what Mary had instilled in him. When Mary was dying and she said, "I've done my part, Kenway, will you do yours?" Where she was essentially asking him, will you become an assassin like I was? And will you continue to do for the assassins what I have been doing for the assassins? And Edward was like, if you came with me, I could try. So he was willing and open to that. And now, coming back to the assassin headquarters here in the West Indies, Edward is now seeing that there are still repercussions happening for his choices earlier and all that kind of stuff. And so here we have the point at which Edward is expressing these feelings that he has and the realization that these things have happened because of his influence. And he might be rich and he might have influence, but he doesn't have anyone left that he loves standing beside him. His wife isn't with him. He doesn't know that she's dead at this point. Blackbeard is dead, one of his best friends. Benjamin Hornigold is dead, even though he was a Templar and all that. He was still at one time a friend of Edward's. And Mary is dead, and he doesn't have Mary there anymore as well. And so he doesn't have anything to show for all his selfishness and everything that he's done in pursuit of money and power and all that kind of stuff. So this is the major turning point where Edward is wanting to do good by Mary and also fix what he's actually messed up. Not only what he's messed up here in the Caribbean with the assassins, but also what he's messed up back home with his wife. But unfortunately, it's too late. He won't ever be able to do that because his wife, by this point, is unfortunately dead. But he doesn't know yet, because he hasn't yet written the letter that he'll write that then gets delivered to where his wife lives, to then get a letter back telling him that she is dead and that they actually had a daughter. Grace, okay, time for you to crawl back into bed and see if you can get a couple more hours worth of brain cells. Hopefully so, Grace. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you, Grace. I definitely will. I hope that you have a good rest. Lucinda, okay, Rod, it's time for you to go run your errands. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you, Lucinda. I definitely will. I hope it all goes well. I hope it's not overly busy and too hectic for you. Sheila, phone on the side. You're bad. It just sent stuff because you've got water gone. Oh, you got water on it, Sheila? Oh, no. I hope it's okay. Yeah, I hate when that kind of stuff happens. It's so damn annoying. Would like to highly recommend people check out Grace and Lucinda. Grace is doing a playthrough of, and I've even forgotten how it's supposed to be pronounced, or something similar. Let's see. But yeah, Labyrinthatory. Labyrinthatory is playing through that game. Grace is a great streamer with a great channel. You'll definitely have a fun and great time watching her content. Also highly recommend checking out Lucinda as well. Lucinda is going to be doing a Christmas Day stream of Cult of the Lamb, doing a playthrough of that game. Also a fan of Resident Evil, as well as The Last of Us and The Evil Within, and is also playing through the Assassin's Creed series as well at the moment, currently on Assassin's Creed Odyssey. No worries for the shout out, Lucinda. Absolutely no worries at all. Catch you again soon. Hope you have a good one.
There is time to make amends, Captain Kenway.
Mary. Before she died, she asked me to do good by her, to sort out the mess I made. Can you help me?
Mary was fond of you, Edward. She saw something in your bearing that gave her hope you might one day fight with us.
Aye. She told me.
And what do you think of our creed?
It's hard to say. For if nothing is true, then why believe anything? And if everything is permitted, why not chase every desire?
Why, indeed.
It might be that this idea is only the beginning of wisdom, and not its final form.
That's quite a step up from the Edward I met here many years ago.
So I was talking earlier about how Mary wanted or saw in Edward something that she knew was within him, that she saw potential in, and all that kind of stuff. And that's something that Artabai is reiterating there as well, and Edward acknowledging that Mary had said something like that as well. And the way that Edward is now, he's definitely receptive and open to the teachings of the assassins and the creed as well. And it's a big change from earlier, where he was being, mocking of the assassins and their creed, basically, rejecting any wise advice that Mary was giving and things like that, and mocking the whole, everything is true kind of thing, where it's like everything is permitted kind of thing, where it's like, hey, if your motto is everything is permitted, then I should be able to do what I want, right? So, I'm just doing things that you yourself would do, right? Because everything's permitted, Not actually understanding what the everything is permitted is supposed to mean, but that's the whole point of Edward's character saying things like that earlier in the story. But now, given what he's seen, and it's not just things from the assassin side either that he's actually seen. He's seen how the Templars operate. He knows how they operate. He knows how they think. He knows what their goals are. So he now knows a hell of a lot more about the assassins and the Templars than he actually did all those years ago in the story. And this turning point in his character arc, in where he's actually being open and receptive to the teachings of the assassins, is definitely a sign that he's well on his way to actually becoming an assassin. He still has things that he wants to resolve, but he's no longer thinking from the perspective of, I want to go around and do what I can to get as much money as possible. Now he's realized the errors of his ways, and he genuinely actually wants to make up for them. And so this is him on the journey to actually make up for those mistakes and those kinds of things. But as I said, some of the things that he wants to remedy, he unfortunately can't, because his wife dying obviously means that he can't remedy things with her and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, his understanding of the idea of the creed, nothing is true, everything is permitted, where he's saying, maybe this is just the beginning of wisdom, maybe it's not its final form. It's a very different kind of thought process that Edward is actually displaying here, which Artabai, of course, actually comments on as well. But I just love the story of this game, because Edward's character arc is just done so well. It's masterfully crafted and performed as well by Matt Ryan. I mean, everyone in this game who plays their characters performs excellent work, does great jobs and stuff like that. One of the reasons why this is one of my favorite games in the series as well. There's just so much to actually sink your teeth into and that kind of stuff. So yeah, Edward has definitely learnt a lot, has had some hard lessons that he's learned from, and moving forward, he's wanting to do what he can to actually fix the problems that he's made. And he's made a lot of problems with the assassins, of course, and things for them that have gone wrong because of his actions, and he wants to atone for that. And this mission here, we have the attack happening against the assassins, and we're going to get the rope dart, which is one of my favorite kind of like tools that can be used as a weapon that you get in the series. Unfortunately, you don't get it until this point in the story, and so whenever I do a playthrough and I want to make a lot of use of the rope dart, I tried to use the rope dart on the assassination contracts as much as possible, because I just love that weapon so much. But yeah, Edward's going to get that weapon, but it's really close to the end of the story overall, so you get it quite late in this game.
Kenway?
So what do you think?
It'll take some getting used to.
The second attack this month, I should have moved this village long ago.
I brought all this upon you years ago, but I will stand by you now.
It will take more than a few favors to call yourself a true assassin, Edward.
One thing at a time, mate.
I like that exchange as well. One thing at a time, which is, you know, a good way to take it as well. But yeah, Edward saying that he wants to, you know, he caused all this years ago, but he wants to stand by the assassins now. And Artabai has no malice in his response to that, you know. But there's definitely something that has been repaired between these two characters based on, you know, the events that had happened before. And Artabai recognizes in Edward that he has changed, and so is very, very much wanting to take on another, you know, recruit. And Edward is sort of like, you know, definitely wanting to be an assassin. He actually does become an assassin. We don't see it happen in the story, but that doesn't make him any less of an assassin when he does become one. Just because we don't see it in the game. But by the time of the epilogue that we see, he actually well and truly is an assassin for quite some time at that point.
Under attack once more. Come.
To the beach!
Bishanikech.
Stay close, Edward. Follow my lead.
Caccianti la patch, tutte leve.
¡Venceremos a esos gusanos! ¡Reculad!
Tengo en mi línea de tiro.
¡Lo tengo a tiro! ¿Creías que no íbamos a cogerte? ¡Ja!
Kashantushna Yaluyol, Mapatica Loshi Kerakaste. ¡Quitaos del medio!
So many dead. So many injured.
Good to see you here, brother. Swift and clean, Edward. Merciful kills are all they deserve. You'll feed the rat.
¡Lo veo! ¡Allí!
Numbers mean nothing without coordination.
¡Desde aquí puedo darle!
¡No lo perdáis ahora! ¡Coged al cerdo! ¡Leche, tío! Si veis un hueco, disparad. Lolo Stupach! ¡Granada va! Uja y le pirata. Kumba atel. Asa padlo. Ket. ¡No corras, es peor!
Come, just die, would you?
¡Granada va!
¡Esa rata está a tiro!
¡Los mosquetes y las pistolas! ¡Deprisa! ¡No lo perdáis!
¡Blanco claro!
¡Tras él! ¡No irá a ninguna parte! ¡Lo tengo justo en la mira!
¡Dale la retirada! Enemigo a tiro, señor. ¡Más rápido! ¡Perdemos terreno! El pichón está a tiro. ¡Listo para disparar! ¡Venga! ¡No bajéis el ritmo! Enemigo a tiro, señor.
I wasn't expecting that to work. I thought something different might happen. What a nice shot to end on.
Ya Numuk Awol Yetel Apishan. And once more you have our thanks, Edward. You are welcome here.
Thank you, sir. I'll rest here for a time before setting out, if I may. How's her child?
She is a strong woman, but not invincible.
Edward.
I'm sorry for your loss.
If I'd stayed in prison, they'd have taken him from me. He'd now be alive. Maybe this is God's way of saying I'm not fit to be a mother yet. Carrying on like I do. Cursing and drinking and fighting.
You are a fighter, aye. In prison, I heard stories of the infamous Anne Bonny and Mary Read taking on the King's Navy together. Just the pair of you.
It's all true. Anne would have won that day if Jack and his lads weren't passed out in the hold from drink. Edward. Everyone's gone, aren't they? Mary, Rackham, Touch, all the rest. I'm miss them so. Rough as they were. Do you feel that too? All empty inside,
I do. Devil curse me. I do.
Anchor away!
I know my targets by sight well enough. But how will I find them?
We have spies and informants in every city. Visit our bureaus and the assassins there will guide you.
That fixes Torres and Rogers. But Bartholomew Roberts won't be near any city. Might take months to find him.
Or years. But you're a man of talent and quality, Captain Kenway. I believe you will find him.
And if you're at a loss, do not be afraid to call on your quartermaster for aid.
Quartermaster! What's our present course?
Due west, Captain, if it's still Kingston we're sailing for.
It is indeed, Miss Bonny. Call it out.
Weigh anchor and let fall the courses, lads! We're sailing for Jamaica!
How does it feel to bark so loud?
I've barked louder, and to men twice as rough.
Tending bar at the Old Avery, you mean?
Among other places. And I sailed with Mary and Rackham for a time, remember?
Of course.
Mary did most of the captaining, Jack did most of the drinking.
Did Mary... Did she ever tell you who it was that fathered her child?
It was a young fella. Sailed with us on that last voyage. Poor lad was killed fighting beside us. The only man not too drunk to stand up for himself.
There was so much about her I didn't know. I called her a friend. But was I one in return?
She thought the world of you, Edward. I've no worries about that.
Well, that's good to hear.
Foxy, thank you so very much for the 3 months in a row of subscribing. Thank you so very much for that. It's muchly appreciated. And thank you for the Merry Christmas wishes as well. That's awesome of you to do. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you so much for that. It's muchly appreciated. Thank you so very much. I like that exchange there with Edward and Bonnie talking about the things that you know, like Edward saying that he called Mary a friend, but like she called him a friend, but was he one in return, kind of thing. And it's a nice little moment, nice little character moment there. Let's have a look at database entries. There's a new entry for people. Okay, cool. So Adewale. I can't remember what I read up to before with his database entry. Oh, well, thank you, Foxy. Yeah, we've still got a little bit to go. But overall, the reading of things, I think there's nothing else. There's only one more thing that I need to read all the aspects to, and that's in present day. But the majority of the rest of the reading is just database entry stuff and also recapping sequences and things like that. But yeah, we're getting closer to finishing the main game. I think... Yeah, so I think I read up until when the hurricane passed, Addy was free once more. Although I might have read this next part as well, you know. Oh yeah, absolutely, Foxy, that's for sure. Always make sure I've got a drink nearby as well. And, you know, take some voice breaks when I can, that's for sure. Because this playthrough has been a lot of reading and talking as well. And no worries at all. See you when you get back. Hope you enjoy your coffee. From that point forward, Addy sailed as the quartermaster aboard Captain Edward's ship, the Jackdaw. Operating out of Nassau for a time, they grew wealthy off their spoils and lived the lives they had always dreamed. But Addy was a man who valued the democratic ideals of his pirate community far above the spoils they acquired while living it, and as he saw Edward Kenway fall deeper and deeper into a spiral of selfish greed and pointless glory, he wondered if there wasn't a better alternative, a more noble cause he might adopt to suit his ideals. In 1720, these very ideals were put to the test when Captain Kenway sailed to a meeting with the notorious Bartholomew Roberts. Adewale had never trusted Roberts and had hoped Edward might come to the same conclusion before it was too late. Unfortunately, Addy's instincts were correct. In Edward's absence, Roberts' enormous crew attacked the Jackdaw, hoping to subdue her. Addy took command of the brig and sailed her and her crew to safety, regretting the loss of his captain but confident he had made the right decision. Some months later, Addy resolved to meet with Arthur Bai at the assassin's village in Tulum. There he spoke at length with the old mentor and asked him many questions about their order. After hearing answers that pleased him greatly, Addy joined the order, then set about devising a scheme to locate his old captain. Months later, Adewale and the assassins got word that Edward Kenway had been languishing for many months in a prison in Port Royal. They learned too that Mary Read and Anne Bonny had also been taken there. Addy and Arthur Bai put a plan in motion to rescue them. After the escape, a tragic success, Addy returned the Jackdaw intact to Captain Kenway and bade him visit the assassins as soon as he was able. And in due time, Edward Kenway did just that. That is the legendary Adewale's database entry read in full. As part of this story focus phase, I will also be doing the same with Freedom Cry DLC as well.
Gracias. Vuelva cuando quiera.
And to actually finish out the story, what I'll do is have Edward wear the default assassin outfit.
En otro momento, no hay prisa.
His robes. Beavis, Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you so much for that. I hope you have a great one. Hope it all goes well. How's things going? Can't complain, Beavis. Excellent. That's good to hear. Last sequence recap, sequence 11, To the Lees, in which Edward Kenway languished for many months in a Port Royal prison before bearing witness to the trial of his old friends Mary Read and Anne Bonny, who pled their bellies to stay their executions, during which time Edward was visited by Torres and Rogers, who promised safety in exchange for the observatory's location, which Edward refused despite vague threats against his wife, after which Edward languished 4 months additional in prison and in a gibbet, tortured and deprived, until the assassin mentor Arthur Bye came to his aid, whereupon they entered the prisons to rescue Anne and Mary, resulting in Anne's escape and Mary's untimely death, whereupon Edward departed in solitude to drink away his sadness and got right pissed, after which he was wakened by his former mate Adewale, who returned his ship, then departed again for the assassins, after which Edward followed and spoke humble with Arthur Bye, and asked for the opportunity to make right what he had broken years earlier. Sequence 12, Memory 1, A Governor No Longer. Edward pursues his first of 3 primary targets, Governor Woodes Rogers.
Oi, Kenway. Need to disappear?
As part of this phase, there were 2 Templar hunt missions that I actually did. The only ones that I did are the ones in which the assassins you meet actually come into the main story later. And here is Anto, who is the first of the 2. So you can do a Templar hunt mission with Anto, and I've already done that for this playthrough, and I wanted to do it because he's an assassin that is in the main story as well. So even if you don't do the Templar hunt missions, Anto will still actually appear at this point in the story.
Captain Kenway.
You have something for me?
The present whereabouts of the Templar Woodes Rogers. He is attending a small political function, so do it clean.
The word is King George is calling Rogers back to London.
Aye, not happy with his progress in Nassau.
Still too many pirates roaming about, from what I hear.
You'll need a disguise to fool the powderheads at this party. I suggest the visiting diplomat, Ruggiero Ferraro. He's been on our list for some time.
Understood. Will you send this to England for me?
Aye. The ship leaves tomorrow.
Caroline Scott Kenway, Hawkins Lane, Bristol.
Okay, so this letter that Edward sends. Earlier, there was a letter that Edward was writing that he ultimately scrunched up and threw away. He's now writing a letter so many months and months, probably a year or more after that point. So now he's going to be sending a letter back to Caroline. However, it's going to be too late because by the time the letter reaches the address, Caroline has already been dead for a little while now, and Edward didn't know. So he's sending the letter with the hopes that his wife is going to read it, not knowing that she's already dead, and also not knowing that they actually have a child together. And the letter that he sends now when it arrives there, the letter that he gets back in response is telling him that Caroline has died and that they have a daughter. And so that letter that he scrunched up earlier in the story, if he had actually written that letter and sent it away, he might have actually found out that early that his wife had actually died. I mean, I don't know what the time frame is between when he started writing that other letter and when she actually died versus him writing this letter now and finding out that she died or anything like that. But I like to think that if he had written that letter earlier and had actually sent it away, that he would have found out earlier that his wife had died and that they actually had a daughter. And maybe he would have decided to stop his pursuit of what he was going after and actually, go back to England to look after Jennifer. But as it turns out, of course, he doesn't find that out until he writes this letter and then gets a response back, which we will see him get later on in this sequence.
Stop pestering me, English dogs. Are you my escorts or my captors?
What happened to the free enterprise that built this city? The golden promise that
We'll go. When I'm damn good and ready.
Half the local businessmen simply stood up and retired.
This town stinks of desperation. How could any man live here? Stop pestering me, English dogs. Are you my escorts or my captors?
That's what Pearson was to a man. The Watch turn a blind eye to all that occurs. Shameful.
We'll go. When I'm damn good and ready.
This finds its way to watchmen's purses. They defiled the house of God and walked out with the collection plate.
This town stinks of desperation. How could any man live here? Stop pestering me, English dogs. Are you my escorts or my captors?
Shameful. I'll wager a tidy share of their ill gains finds its way to watchmen's purses.
We'll go. When I'm damn good and ready.
All right, so Roger Craig Smith plays this Rogério Ferraro afro. As soon as Edward's hood goes, the amount of highlighted facial hair is crazy. That is true. Yeah, sometimes the lighting and everything like that. Oh my God, it's Ezio. It's a sage. It well and truly is. He also voices the narrator of some of the present-day content that you unlock, especially the videos that are analysing the different assassins and whether or not they would be good candidates for future entertainment products by Abstergo.
Not so. This town stinks of desperation. How could any man live here? Stop pestering me, English dogs. Va bene. I am ready. We go.
The last man thought he could play with me is in 3 pieces.
Oh, but I haven't that much.
My slaves do the work of 2.
I think...
When you buy with me...
What should deal with him?
There is no beauty to this city. No expression of joy. No aesthetic plan. You walk your streets like animals. Like cattle with no sense of decorum.
Like of him's never done a day's work.
Idiots. You are all idiots. How you English believe you can subdue the world is beyond me.
Where's it, lad?
Ah, praise God for imported wines.
I want to wait for dialogue, actually, and not assassinate him here.
Who can drink rum more than once a month? Mio Dio, it is revolting. Bastardo, now I am lost. How preposterous this city is. All straight lines and rigid blocks and still no sense of order. Oh, how I miss the warm and winding streets of Firenze. How I miss culture. Damn this sweltering heat. Another quaff, I think. Ah, that hits the right note. Sangiovese, the finest grape in the world.
Afro, surely Abstergo made an Ezio game. Yeah, they did. Called Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, and Assassin's Creed Revelations.
Oh.
Afro, surely Abstergo. Sorry, brother, it's a Kingston. It's Kingston. What's he expecting? Woodwork by Michelangelo? Yeah. I mean, that's reasonable to expect, isn't it? Doesn't everywhere have woodwork by Michelangelo?
Almost out of wine. I pray this party is well stocked. For if they have only rum and molasses cakes, I will assassinate the host. Hey, hide your liquor and lock away your women. Ruggiero Ferraro is here, and he means to make a damned fool of himself. Someone follow me.
Welcome back, Foxy. Stan, why is Ezio so angry? He hasn't had his cafe, especially without milk. Foxy, not enough vodka. Could you imagine? Okay, so that's what happens. That's what you hear from Ruggiero if you don't kill him straight away. Cool. This man talks a lot about alcohol, ain't he? He does.
I am ready. We go.
He well and truly does. You're not wrong there.
It's but a pittance I ask, for treasures beyond imagining.
This one does the work of 3 men, I tell you.
Like how he's like, you know, if this food and drink isn't up to par, I'm going to assassinate the host.
There is no
beauty to the city. No expression of joy. Aesthetic plan. Ugh.
You walk your streets like animals. Like cattle with no sense of decorum.
He must have taken that supper. Lost his wits.
Oh yeah, Foxy. I think you got to wait a bit when he's got his hosts
You are all idiots.
or his bodyguards. If you kill him, I think you get desynchronized.
I think not. Get back here now.
Yeah, it's a great outfit, Foxy. Yeah, there's also some really cool outfits as well that you can get. You can get a couple of these that are actually variations of this outfit, but different colors and stuff. Yeah, finally.
Surely not.
It's good to get that dialogue, because I don't normally wait until... Well, I don't normally let him keep going till he gets to his destination. Always like to point out this glitch, that ever since I discovered it. Not that I'm the first person to discover it, but I mean, since I discovered it, the first time that I had discovered it for myself.
But then what?
Just west of Spanish Town.
Well, now I feel undertaken. Busy trying.
My wife's inheritance was not inconsiderable, nor unkind in its attribution.
Oh, really?
Oh, I see. That's bold.
No.
Well, no, that's double.
I've got to lay off.
That's enough out of you, or I'll have the watch on you.
Surely not. Finley estate.
Aye, man. Oh, go on.
Oh, goodness.
Hey, stop this now, you damn gomino.
Foxy, let the men play their music. They've got plenty of instruments to choose from now.
A modicum of prudence might be in order, no?
How did you save enough in armies to pick?
My wife's inheritance was not inconsiderable, nor unkind in its attribution.
You've a bloody nerve. Be careful.
In these people's lives.
Damned imp...
Have you lost your wit, Shaver? Have you lost your wit?
A modicum of...
Have you lost...
Salve. Forgive the lateness of my arrival. I am Rogerio Ferraro.
Aye, Mr. Ferraro. Not a problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, a toast to my brief tenure as Governor of the Bahamas. For under my watch, no less than 300 avowed pirates took the King's pardon and swore fealty to the crown. And yet, for all my successes, His Majesty has seen fit to sack me and call me home to England. Brilliant! God bless the fucker! Therefore, hooray! Hooray for the ignoble and ignorant prigs who rule the world with sticks up their asses! Hooray!
Problem, chum? I've seen some rough lads in my day, and these are rough lads. Mind you, the gen that was with them was different. Colder. Want no part of that sort. Thought we was to sail out last week.
How is Mrs. Rogers these days?
I haven't the faintest idea, and I don't intend to
I think some dialogue was missed because I was standing next to an NPC who was talking. Foxy, oh my god, you can't lol. If you're one of them and you spank you with a violin. Imagine if one of them did
Any
that to
regret,
Edward.
Captain Rogers? Any... left...
Damn shame about your dismissal, Rogers. You had my confidence. Still do.
Well, it's not a done deal by any means. When the king hears my complaints, I'm sure he'll come to a more sensible conclusion.
I say, that's a smart-looking outfit, but it can't be comfortable in this heat.
But for a man of a good taste,
Alright, we've got a difficult situation because we've got multiple dialogues happening over the top of each other.
Thank you for hosting my little send-off, Simpkins. I haven't been too rambunctious.
A little free with your speech today, but nothing to be hanged for.
Why then, how's this? Soon, all the monarchies of the world will be obsolete, and when that day comes, men like Torres and myself will reveal ourselves as the architects of their undoing.
Oh, Christ, Rogers, you're a bold one.
And how is Mrs. Rogers these days?
I haven't the faintest idea, and I don't intend to inquire any further. We separated almost 5 years ago, and both our lives have been the better for it.
Forgive my curiosity, Governor.
Perhaps I'll be more candid later, when the remainder of my reason has left me.
Bloody hellbacks.
I brought those brutes in Nassau to heal, by God, and this is the thanks I get? Unbelievable.
Damn right you did, Rogers. And if it's a character witness you need back home, I'd gladly tender a letter in support.
Am I treated?
Well what in the name of our good king is he doing?
Word going round, Rogers, is that you're comfortable friends with the Spaniard, Laureano Torres. Is that true?
It is, I am proud to say. Torres was a governor too, and like me, had a firm commitment to seeing justice done.
Hey there, Rosie. Men like him, who wants to undo the monarchies? That's the Templars.
Damn shame about your dismissal, Rogers. You had my confidence. Still do.
Well, it's not a done deal by any means. When the king hears my complaints, I'm sure he'll come to a more sensible conclusion.
What a queer fellow.
Straight from the... Has he...
Rattlebait. Well
He'll
done.
kill
What a queer fellow.
They should ship him to Bedlam.
Bother with you. I need some of whatever he's drinking. Is this the only wine available? Nothing from France?
Sheila, your family is here, so you got to go. Have a great rest of your stream and see you next time. Absolutely, Sheila. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great time with your family. Merry Christmas to you. Hope it all goes well. Hope you enjoy yourself and have a great time. Would like to highly recommend people check out Sheila Locke's channel. He's a fan of Dead by Daylight, so streams a lot of that game. He's also a fan of the Supermassive's Dark Pictures series. Whenever a new one comes out, he plays the game with the goal of saving everyone, and then on his next playthrough, he likes to kill everyone in those games. And he's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed as well. He's doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood at the moment with a no-death challenge involved. Thank you again, Sheila, for being here. And thank you. Yeah, I definitely will have a great rest of the stream. Rosie, wait, the Assassins are pro-establishment, moralists. Well, I don't think it's so, sort of like, simple, to be honest. In Syndicate, there's kind of like, there's that, if you do the Queen Victoria missions after the main story is finished, the final mission has Evie saying something like, you know, we can no longer, you know, work under you or something, you know, with you know, we can't support you continuing to expand the empire or something like that. So they kind of do talk about that sometimes as well with the series, but I don't know about the ins and outs of every single instance. Hey, Coaster Passion, I hope things are going well. I'm doing good. Things are going well. Things are going really good. How about yourself? So there's quite a bit difference of dialogue here. I was noticing that there was different dialogue from Woodes Rogers when reloading checkpoints. So I'm going to continue just to wait and see what he says, a different thing. And then there's also some dialogue where Edward, as Rogerio, will have someone comment about his outfit. So I want to get that dialogue too, but it was happening at the same time as other dialogue, so I wanted to get them separate.
Common men of genius and wit so rarely see their efforts rewarded. I hope to change this one day. Wonderful weather we're having here. I almost prefer it to New Providence. I'm confident I can sway the king back to my position when he sees the efforts I have made on his behalf.
Rosie, our imperialism was but a phase, Your Majesty. Who knows? Coaster Passion, thank you so very much for the 2 years, 5 months, and 4 hours of followage. Thank you very much for that, Coaster Passion. That's muchly appreciated. Time definitely flies.
Give my thanks to the host, will you? This is as fitting a send-off as any man could hope. Wonderful weather we're having here. I almost prefer it to New Providence.
Okay, so we've already heard that dialogue from Woodes Rogers, so we might be starting to get dialogue we've already heard happening a lot.
Common men of genius and wit, so
Alright,
rarely
so that's another
see
bit
their
of dialogue
efforts
we've already heard.
rewarded.
Hey Godfather
I
Al,
hope
welcome
to
on in.
change this one day.
Nothing too exciting, just spend time with family. How about yourself? Now, to get any dialogue that we can get from NPCs in regards to Edward,
Entertainment these days.
have to time it so it doesn't happen when Woodes Rogers is talking.
Give my thanks to the host, will you? This is as fitting a send-off as any man could hope.
You are Mr. Ferraro, I take it. I do adore your frippery. Such elegance and colour.
Grazie, grazie. I should say the same about you. So
Is this
beautiful.
the only wine available? Nothing from France?
Pardon. Another engagement commands my attention. Good day, friends. Carry on.
They threaten us with fire and beatings and all manner of infamy. Yet the price they ask is beyond our meager means. Dire straits indeed.
Pardon. Another engagement commands my attention.
Have the mental wherewithal to organize their company for one.
Give my thanks to the host, will you? This is
Good
as
day,
fitting a
friends.
send-off
Carry
as
on.
any man could hope. I'm confident I can sway the king back to my position when he sees the efforts I have made on his behalf. Common men of genius and wit so rarely see their efforts rewarded. I hope to change this one day.
I would never pay that much. Whatever happened to value?
Is this the only wine available? Nothing from France?
Good day, friends. Carry on.
To run roughshod over us all like this. No watchman ever patrols where they're at their business. Perhaps not for long. Seems they've taken it.
There was some dialogue where they were commenting on the outfit that Edward's wearing. Might have to reload the checkpoint to trigger it. Other dialogue was happening over the top of it at the time. I wanted to isolate it on its own.
Any regrets, Captain Rogers? Any business left unfinished?
Yes. That I paid for Nassau's restoration with my own money. Fully 3/4 of the improvements made to that bloody island, I funded by my private fortune. And if that doesn't spell out my commitment, then the king is a fool.
Alright, so that's good. We got that dialogue. We didn't get it before in full because the dialogue from the lady happened first, but then the rest didn't. So we just got the rest now.
And how is Mrs. Rogers these days?
I haven't the faintest idea, and I don't intend to inquire any further. We separated almost 5 years ago, and both our lives have been the better for it.
Forgive my curiosity, Governor.
Perhaps I'll be more candid later, when the remainder of my reason has left me.
No, she left. A good thing, too, with the Ryland they were giving her, Kenny. He's not the type to take it long.
I say, that's a smart-looking outfit, but it can't be comfortable in this heat.
See. But for a man of a good taste as ourselves, form must always take precedence over function.
You just bloody run.
There we go. That's the dialogue that I wanted to get on its own, not being overlapped with Woods Rogers' dialogue at the same time.
Don't be saying it too loud.
Thank you for hosting my little send.
Pardon. Another engagement commands my attention.
A little free with your speech today, but nothing to be hanged for.
Well then, how's this? Soon, all the monarchies of the world will be obsolete, and when that day comes, men like Torres and myself will reveal ourselves as the architects of their undoing.
Oh, Christ, Rogers, you're a bold one.
Good day, friends. Carry on. Pardon. Another engagement commands my attention. Let us continue this at another time. Pardon. Another engagement commands my attention.
Our dismission on that flimsy evidence simply inflamed them to greater infamy.
Excuse me.
Service to our endeavor.
Word going round, Rogers, is that you're comfortable friends with the Spaniard, Laureano Torres. Is that true?
I've already heard this dialogue before. Laureano Torres. Laureano.
Wonderful weather we're having.
Laureano
I
Torres.
almost prefer it to New Providence.
Okay, so I think that's covered all the dialogue that we can get.
Am I missing something?
Hey, to a man, for what?
Now I'll wait for him to come to this bench so we can finish out the memory.
wonderful weather we're having here. I almost prefer it to New Providence. Give my thanks to the host, will you? This is as fitting a send-off as any man could hope for.
What we have here is
Common
a failure
men
to
of
communicate.
genius and wit so rarely see their efforts rewarded. I hope to change this one day. Is this the only wine available? Nothing from France?
Is it, neighbor?
Are you the Vermilion? He was a privateer once. How is it you lack so much respect for sailors only trying to make their way in this world?
You couldn't possibly understand my motives, cretin! You have spent a whole lifetime dismantling everything that makes our civilization shine.
But I do understand. I've seen the observatory, and I know its power. You'd use that device to spy and blackmail and sabotage.
Yes. And yet all for a greater purpose. To ensure justice. To snuff out lies and to seek truth.
There's no man on Earth who needs that power.
Yet you suffer the outlaw Roberts to use it.
No. I'm taking it back. And if you tell me where he is, I'll stop the man.
Here at the edge of a blade, I find a friend in you at last.
Principe, you mad bastard. Our best sources say Principe.
I'm no part of it. Don't mind me. I'm no part of it. Don't mind me. I'm no part of it. Don't mind me.
What's he got in his
It's interesting, that conversation with Edward and Woodes Rogers, because Woodes Rogers thought that Edward was okay with someone like Bartholomew Roberts using it. He's kind of like, well, you don't want us to use it, so why would you want him to use it? But Edward's like, no, no one should have that power. No one should have the power of the observatory. And that kind of power. And I was saying earlier how some people use their power for good, some use it for bad. The actual having of power is not a bad or a good thing. What makes it a bad or a good thing is what you decide to do with it. And so having the power to see through the eyes of everyone on the planet and to hear through their ears, you could use it to solve murder mysteries. You could use it to locate suspects. You could use it for that kind of stuff. However, it would also be used for other things. And it's those other things that the Templars are also wanting to do. But they use the excuse that it's in the aid of positive things. And the best way to get something negative to be accepted is to wrap it up inside of something positive.
You've a bloody nerve.
And so Edward has a mature understanding of what it is that the observatory means to not only the assassins, of course, but the Templars. And the assassins want to make sure that no one has the ability to use it. Just leave it be. But protect it so that people who have desires to use it for their own ill gains don't get to.
Godly rogues make mockery of all this.
It's done.
Where now?
Grab your kit and pack well. We're sailing for Africa.
What I like about this part of the story too is that even though Edward hasn't officially become an assassin yet, he is now starting to act like an assassin. And he's starting to be a part of the assassins and what they stand for and what they're fighting for and all that kind of stuff as well. Where before he was only, pretending to be an assassin because of what he was doing as Duncan Walpole, and only using the assassin outfit because he liked the look of it and liked how it felt to wear it and all that kind of stuff, and used the hidden blade because it was a handy weapon to have and all that kind of stuff, the trappings of it. Taking the everything is permitted literally, not believing in it at all in the first place, but also taking it literally just through actions that he does, and then mocking the assassins with the everything is permitted thing when Artabai says to him at a certain point about what he has been doing, prancing around in the uniform that he doesn't, it's not him, doesn't earn it, that kind of stuff. And Edward's like, but everything is permitted, mocking and all that kind of stuff. And now that he's actually been through what he's been through, and he's seen both sides of the conflict, and he understands what both sides are fighting for, he now has chosen to go on the path of becoming an assassin. And now that he's made that decision, he still has a long way to go, but he's on the path to becoming an assassin. And now that he's actually wanting to make amends for what he's done, that is lining up with what the assassins want, which is they want to stop the Templars from using the observatory. They want to make sure that the Templars can't use it. And so Edward also wants to stop the Templars from using the observatory, but he also wants to get rid of the Templars because of the things that he had done that actually helped them, even though he wasn't an assassin or a Templar and all that kind of stuff. And so here we have Edward acting like an assassin and going on his way to proving that he is worth wearing the outfit. And the outfit is a very important part of being an assassin. Same with the hidden blade, but it's not the only important things. There's so many other things that are important as well, and that is what Edward is actually learning as he goes through. And so acting as an assassin, and he's not acting as in pretending, he's now acting like an assassin would be expected to act. He's doing missions under Artabai. He's, being given a mission to do. So what he's doing is he's following, what the mentor is saying and all that kind of stuff. And it's all something that relates to the assassins and their creed, which, as I said, and I've said multiple times before, there is a lot of assassins and the Assassin's Creed in this game. It's not a pirate game that just so happens to have assassins and Templars in it. It's an Assassin's Creed game that just so happens to have you play as a pirate for the majority of the game. And it's through that perspective of that character that we see the assassin and Templar conflicts. And Edward, being that character for people who were new to the series, allows them to learn that information. But from a character perspective and a formula perspective, it just changes up how the game is seen in terms of like the character's perspective. In Assassin's Creed 1, we play as an assassin from their perspective. In Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood and Revelations, we play as Ezio, who becomes an assassin, and we see things from his perspective. In Assassin's Creed 3, we play as Haytham, so we see from his perspective. That's a change in the formula. We see from his perspective, and when we find out that he's actually a Templar, it means that we have been seeing his perspective as a Templar on the things that he's experiencing. when we play as Connor, the perspective shifts, so we're now seeing the Templars and what they're doing for what they are, which is Templars, because we're playing as a character that becomes an assassin. So it's just about changing perspectives. And so for this game, they decided, how about we change up the formula a bit more and have us play as a character who isn't an assassin, isn't a Templar, doesn't know about them to start with, but actually learns about both sides, is their own agent. So being a pirate makes sense, having someone that just wants to do what they want and not have rules and all that kind of stuff. The irony, of course, you've got the creed and the tenets and all that kind of stuff. But you have a character who's a pirate who's going through and doing these things. But the Assassins and the Templar conflict is still very much a part of the story. And not just a small part, it's a major part of the story. And so these memories that we experience of Edward, we're experiencing them from someone who is learning this stuff. And once he learns what the Assassins and the Templars are after, once he's gone through the difficulties that he's gone through, once he's realized the mistakes that he's made, that's when he knows that the Assassins are the side that he wants to go with. And so, yeah, this memory is the first quote-unquote official assassin mission that Edward goes on. Like, he hasn't become an assassin officially yet, but he is like a recruit in training, basically, as well. So that's one of the things I love about this memory, is Edward is, really now truly acting like an assassin in this memory, and not just a pirate who is out for their own and only wearing the outfit of the assassin and using their weapon, but someone who really believes in what they're fighting for and actually wants to side with them as well. And the other thing is, having all the naval stuff and all that, that's just part of the era, that's part of the expected aspect of a character who's a pirate. And the thing about the Assassins and the Templars, both, that they have in common is they exist in all different eras, with all different kinds of people, and all that kind of stuff. So to have Assassins and Templars existing in a time period where pirates exist is not far-fetched. It's not illogical. It's not something that couldn't be done, Give
me some.
But you couldn't do a game where you play as a pirate without having the trappings of what you would expect a pirate to be able to go and do. So having a ship of your own, being able to sail on it, having combat, naval combat, and all that kind of stuff. Having these things in the game does not negate any Assassin's Creed about the game. There's a whole lot of stuff in it that is, of course, about pirates and stuff. But it's an Assassin's Creed game that has pirates in it. It's not a pirate game that has assassins in it. I still hope that there'll be a game in the series in the future where your main character doesn't just become an assassin early on, in the sense of, hey, they are one thing first, and then they become an assassin, in the second sequence, or something like that. But actually have a game where you start off as someone who is born into the assassin order, whose parents are assassins themselves. And you don't just show the character's birth and his parents saying something like, oh, they're going to make a great assassin one day, and then cut to them as an adult already an assassin. But I mean, do a story where that's the setup, where you have someone who's born into the assassin order, and as they grow up, there's different stages of the assassins and the creed that they actually learn, and it's those actual lessons that they learn that we experience as the player and have a long focus on it. So you would be learning about the creed and its tenets, and the character would be learning about the creed and its tenets. And then that would also work for people who haven't played the games before. So they could play that game and be able to just jump into it and be able to learn about the Assassins and the Templars. And so your character would learn the philosophy side of stuff first. What it actually means to be an assassin, about the tenets, what they mean, what nothing is true and everything is permitted means, all that kind of stuff. So you would probably structure it in a way where it's kind of like you would still have some moments where you play with gameplay, have you be able to walk around, talk to other assassins, talk to all these other people who are able to give your character extra insights into things and all that kind of stuff. And then as that character gets older, we then get to the next level of being an assassin, which is the physical side of stuff. Like probably some physical stuff early on, like running, jumping, climbing, basics of that kind of stuff. But then it moves into the actual acrobatic stuff, the free running, the different stuff. And that's where in gameplay you would start to do a tutorial for the different kinds of parkour stuff that you could do. And also have it be that if you wanted to move on from that, you could, but there would be a character that could give you extra training in your parkour. So then you as the player can decide how much of the parkour system you actually want to learn. If you just want to learn the basics, then the basics gets covered and then you can go on your way. But if you want to learn more, then you can choose to actually learn more. And that's when the game would show you more advanced kinds of parkour moves that you could do. And then when the story moves on to the next stage, that's when the character is much older and now they're actually in the stage where they have to learn the basics of what you can do as an assassin. Now, I know people don't like tailing in Assassin's Creed games, but tailing would be one of the lessons that you learn as the assassin in a mission that you're given. But it's not the only way to do things. I would still want it to be a case of when you're actually tailing a target, you can tail them from where you start tailing them to the end of where they're going. Or you could pickpocket them. Or you could kill them stealthily and then take what they have off them. You would still get the information so that the character knows where they were heading to without you actually having to follow them all the way. So if you're a player who doesn't like tailing, in this mission example, you would just basically do the other methods to get the information from the target. That the information is going to be the same no matter what you choose. It's just that you can choose how you do it. And if you want to tail the subject all the way to the location to then know where the location is, you can also do it that way as well. So in this idea I'm talking about, when you get to the point in the story where your assassin is on their first mission and they're starting to utilize the techniques that they have at their disposal, one of them is tailing a target. Another one would be pickpocketing. Another one would be eavesdropping. Another one would be creating distractions. Another one would be, any number of things. Just showing you what you can do. And then once you've been shown the different possibilities of what you can do, then that's when you, as the player, can decide, moving forward in the story, what approaches you actually take. So instead of just having one approach only per mission, you would have multiple approaches in every mission. Do you want to tail your target? Maybe you might eavesdrop on a conversation and those people might be going to the location. So you might not have to follow the person who is the main target to the location. You might follow someone else to the location, or you might just loot them or something like that. So the end goal would be the same, but the method that you use to get there would be different. And then eventually you'd get to the point in the story where the character has been in training for so many years, and then that's when they actually have the initiation, and that's when they get their ring finger cut off. If you were to set this game idea I'm talking about in a time where the assassin still did that. If not, you would just have the branding ceremony that happens with Ezio and with Claudia and all the other assassins in Ezio's time period and that, who actually just get their ring finger branded. They don't get it cut off anymore. Or they don't have to. There's some that still do. The Spanish assassins in Ezio's time period, they still do the removal of the ring finger as part of the process. So they've done that kind of stuff with Mirage, like the removal of the finger and all that kind of stuff. But I want a game that really goes in depth on what the assassins have to learn before they even start using the hidden blade, or the philosophical stuff, and have that actually be lessons that your character is learning in the game as well. And that would be a good time to put Easter eggs in for players who already know about the Assassins and the Templars, whereas players new would be able to find out information about what it means to be an assassin and all that kind of stuff. And hell, you could even do a game where you could play as an assassin, or you could play as a Templar. You see one side of the story as the assassin, and then you see the same side of you see the same story but from the Templar side, and you'd have a different origin of the character in the Templar side of things. So you would have a whole different kind of approach and all that kind of stuff. And to be even more different, you could make it that your character can't do parkour. Now, some people might be like, well, what would be the point? It wouldn't be an Assassin's Creed game then if you didn't do it. Well, as a compromise, maybe your Templar could go on some missions where they actually infiltrate the assassins and they learn some of the tricks. You know, maybe that could be a compromise, that if you were playing as the Templar in this idea I'm just coming up with random, maybe if you chose the Templar side, you could learn parkour, but maybe you want to have a challenge, and so you'd be like, maybe if I play as the Templar and don't learn the parkour, maybe that will make things a bit more difficult when I'm dealing with the assassins, you know. But anyway, let's get back to this game. Sequence 12, Royal Misfortune. Actually, I want to read the memory info if I can. No, I can't. Oh well.
Brief!
Captain! Here's one still kicking!
Who did this? It were a large vessel, the Royal Fortune. Roberts. Offered no quarter, didn't say nothing.
Welcome back, Edward.
Hang on, before I do that. Royal Misfortune. Hoping to recover the observatory device, Edward pursues his second of three primary targets, Bartholomew Roberts. Something just didn't feel right. Interesting. Could have sworn there was some... Maybe I'm just thinking of some other moment. I'm sure there should be dialogue of Edward.
Go, Saul!
Captain! Here's one still kicking!
Who did this? It were a large vessel. The Royal Fortune. Roberts. Offered no quarter. Didn't say nothing.
Alright. I don't know why I thought there was dialogue there before we get off the ship. Although it is 1:09 AM in the morning. My concentration level isn't exactly at 100% anymore.
Hey, stop there!
Je t'ai pris! Why, who chases me now, eh? Is it a spectre come to spook me? Huh? Or the gaunt remains of a man I sent to hell?
The swamp can't run forever!
Together, me toes! Can't cover his back alone! Die! I can shoot him from here!
Hold there!
After him!
I have a shot!
Push him back! I have a shot! You cannot outrun us! Give up!
Come on now! Captains aboard! Man on canvas! Let's move! The way is blocked, Captain. We'll have to find another path.
The bowels of hell!
Douse all but mains! Every last scrap of...
He's lobbing mortar shot at us!
I forgot to actually pin that back up on the message after my break.
You'll fall to the ship, Kenway!
Got us that time!
Careful!
Reloading! Awaiting orders! Cannon ready! Fire! 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 Nice, that's my foot, you nubbin! Fire! Quick as we can, sir! Fire! Ready to fire, sir! We've been hit! Dead ahead!
Distance, Captain! Try them!
Fire!
Yay! Mine's in a drink, sir!
Fire! 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 Working on it harder, sir!
Cannon, get out of range!
Fire! On your mark,
Dark trees on the horizon!
Flying British colours!
The Spanish ship's there, Captain! This will be a mess if we don't hurry!
They've landed a hit, sir! Fire! Almost ready!
Take some damage here!
Ready to fire, sir!
They're full exposed! Take the shot, sir!
Shall we sink his ship, Captain? We've a better than even chance.
No. There's a device with him that needs taking. I'll have to board her myself.
Man the guns! There's more fodder for you coming!
Pull them down to hell, lads!
By Jove, Edward Kenway, how can I not be impressed by the attention you've paid me? May the best of we two sing praises of the second!
I have a shot! I have a shot!
Take the fight to them!
Trying to get some dialogue and shit.
Paul! Reel the lubbers in!
By Jove, Edward Kenway, how can I not be impressed by the attention you've paid me? May the best of we two sing praises of the second!
Put his backside, keep him with it! Let's have your token! That done for! They just about made sure of me! That done for!
Don't make sure of me! I've got a shot!
Hit him off our deck!
This got me! Can't hold out! I need help! Bleeding out here!
There. Alright, enough mucking around.
Grappling hooks away! Let's to the prize!
Doesn't seem to be any more dialogue from Bartholomew Roberts. Than what we've already heard.
By Jove, Edward Kenway, how can I not be impressed by the attention you paid me? May the best of we two sing praises of the second.
I'm on my way out!
Hit him off our deck, Jack!
A merry life and a short one, as promised. How well I know myself. And what of you, Edward? Have you found the peace you seek?
I'm not aiming so high as that. For what's peace but a confusion between two wars?
Oh, you're a stoic then. But perhaps I was wrong about you. She might have had some use for you after all.
She? Of whom do you speak?
Oh, she who lies in wait, entombed. I had hoped to find her, to see her again, to open the door of the temple and hear her speak my name once more.
Talk sense, man.
Oh, I was born too soon. Like so many others before.
Where's the device, Robert?
Destroy this body, Edward. The Templars. If they take me...
That's okay, Foxy. Absolutely no worries at all. Thank you so much for being here and for chatting. And I really hope that you have a great Xmas as well. Thank you so very much for the Merry Christmas wishes. You take care of yourself as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Catch you another time, and hope you enjoy yourself. I was saying earlier how the body of the sage here, Bartholomew Roberts, how he says that he says to Edward to destroy his body. The Templars in this time period can't really do anything with his body. They can't, glean any sort of thing from it. They can't use it. However, the Templars in present day, if they found his body, they would be able to take his DNA and use it to create technology that the Isu created, all that kind of stuff. So the Templars in present day could have used his body and be able to experience his memories. However, there's another sage in present day who isn't as wise as this sage was in telling Edward to destroy his body, and the present day sage ends up getting shot and killed, but they take the body and they're able to actually use that sage's body for their own purposes. So ironically, a later version of the sage ends up doing or ends up allowing something to happen that this sage didn't want to happen with the Templars. So yeah, it's a good idea that Edward destroys the body of the sage here. But Abstergo in present day still end up getting a sage's body that they can use. Hey there, Code. Good evening to you as well, and Christmas Eve as well. Couple of dinners and coffees that parents done. Oh, nice, Code. That's cool. I hope you really enjoyed it. Hope you had a great time. Memory 3, Tainted Blood. Edward pursues his third of 3 primary targets, Laureano Torres. Here we have Assassin Rona Dinsmore. In this playthrough, I also did some of the Templar hunt missions, but only the ones in which the assassins that you work with end up being part of the main story. And the first one that we came across in the main story was Anto, so I had done his Templar hunt missions. And now the second of the 2 that you can actually do Templar hunt missions with that actually end up in the main story is now Rona Dinsmore here.
Ah, Captain Kenway. I'm assuming this is the friendliest face you've seen since dropping anchor?
Is Havana under curfew on my account?
Aye. Torres seems to think someone's coming after him.
He's not wrong.
A monkey-looking thing? Is that what I think it is?
Aye. Watch. Through the blood of the governor, we can see through his eyes.
That's by the church.
Keep this safe. Just in case.
I'll be at the bureau. Good luck.
Be right back. Code, you tried to use Twitch on the laptop, but without your own setup. Holy Jesus Christ, it's a nightmare. The scaling is off, various sidebars take space, the list just continues. Damn, it might look like it's, in close-up zoom.
No recuerdo bien. Aquel año iba a comprar un infernal. El coche se movía en la misma. ¡Es mi última advertencia!
Tenemos un asunto pendiente con el tiburón en el castillo. El señor Torres querrá hablar con nosotros personalmente.
¿El propio Torres? Menudo honor.
No te alteres, amigo. Esto no es una reunión de sociedad. Seguidnos.
Señor, disculpe, pero ¿por qué tenemos que entrar ahí? Ya han enviado a la mayoría de la flota.
¿Estás cuestionando una orden directa, soldado?
No, señor, pero es que...
Bien. ¡Atención!
No volveré a repetirlo. No volveré a repetirlo.
La ciudad entera en alerta por esos asesinos.
Calla. Un rumor acaba con la confianza más rápido que una bala. Ni menciones a los asesinos.
He oído historias sobre ellos. Espero que te equivoques.
Ahí, vosotros dos. Cerrad esas bocas antes de que os las tenga que cerrar yo.
Señor, sí, señor.
Baja el arma. No tienes escapatoria. Yeah, right. So you can shoot us like you did the rest of our crew. Hissa!
¡Oh, Dios! ¿Ahora qué?
Marcus! Oh, Jesus! You bleeding animal!
Gracias,
señor. Esos prisioneros.
¡Cállate! Bien, continuemos. Vosotros, seguidnos. Y esta vez no vayáis a meter la pata.
¡Ya lo has oído!
¡Venga! ¡No bajéis el ritmo! ¡Abrid paso! ¡Estás sordo!
¡A vuestras posiciones! ¡Vuelve aquí ahora mismo, majadero! Bueno, tanto da.
What?
¡No irás a ninguna parte!
You're done, Torres. Christ. This again, eh?
¡Lo cogeré!
I can't score a hit like this. How about a little gunplay? If you could speak, mate, it would gladden me to hear your side. You humbled me once, and I took that hard lesson, and I bettered myself. Die, knowing that for all of our conflict, you helped make a soldier out of a scoundrel.
Okay, so there was actually something cut from the game. Earlier on in the story, there was going to be an encounter with El Tiburon, and what actually happened was it was one of those situations where the game wouldn't let you win, you had to fail. But Edward would be fighting El Tiburon, and he got his ass handed to him by El Tiburon. And even though they took that out, they still left in the dialogue and everything in this scene where Edward basically is referencing an earlier event that we don't actually play in the final game, but it was actually something that was in the game at one point but was taken out. The audio commentary that Darby McDevitt, the lead writer, had done on this game for its 10th anniversary, he actually spoke about how that was actually the case. There was an earlier mission where you were supposed to fight him, but they had that cut out of the game. But it must have been at a point where they couldn't change the dialogue and the cutscene for this moment. That was probably already done by the point at which they took out the previous encounter. So that's what Edward's actually referring to. So there's no actual mission in the final game where we actually fight him earlier than this point, but it still gets referenced back, even though we don't actually experience it. Crooked, recently you saw a video of someone killing El Tiburon with the lift. Never thought of trying that? Really, with the lift? Because I've killed him by knocking him off, by managing to get him to fall to his death. But I didn't even think about that. Because, yeah, when you do that to enemies, they get killed by it. If they're, you've got to get the timing and the positioning right, but that's an interesting way to take care of him.
Leave this life for a lasting peace. Down among the dead.
¡Eres inútil! ¡No escaparás!
No trabaja.
¿Creías que no íbamos a cogerte? ¡Ja! Saludos, bienvenido. ¡Es por mi paciencia! ¡Muere!
Corey, do you think with how many gunshots he takes, it takes multiple lifts to take him down? Well, that's true, you know. You would think that it would take a lot of those if you're going to do it that way. I know he's a pain in the ass when you're doing a challenge playthrough if you have any restrictions on use of pistols and stuff, trying to get him to go up on the top part, but then again also trying after that to actually manage to knock him off can be quite difficult too. But yeah, using the lift, if I ever do a challenge again with this game that restricts me in certain ways that I can't just shoot the dude, then I should try to do that next time.
¡Intenta escapar!
¡Alto ahí! Pronto estarás criando malvas. ¡Ja! ¡Ahí, a por él! Tengo línea de tiro. ¡Puedo darle! ¡Ah! ¡No podrás despistarnos!
We got word Torres left the city. Who were you chasing?
That vial was labeled Torres, but held the blood of his second. Where's he gone?
Left port this morning, heading west along the coast.
The observatory.
Will we follow?
Send word to Atabai. We've cornered our man.
It's been so weird playing this game without the music turned on. But there's also been some moments where it's been interesting, because it's created a different feel than when it does have music.
What's this doing looking for the observatory? When you're holding the treasure yourself.
Torres doesn't know I have it.
So why bring it to him and risk its capture?
I'd like him to know I have it, just before he dies.
I think it's cracked the spot. Let out some sail! Get that yadam batin!
Oh yeah, we can't read it yet. Alright, so there's still a lot to cover. In this playthrough, but we're getting closer to the end.
There's a fleet blocking the cove we want.
Aye, the Armada. That's Torres and his men.
And you're going to do what, exactly?
Find our way past them.
shoulder of...
Toast the gun!
Sequence 12, Memory 4. Ever a Splinter. Edward pursues his third of 3 primary targets, Laureano Torres. The real Laureano Torres this time.
Who's this Taurus? And what's your man done to earn a death sentence?
He's a Templar, like Rogers and Hornigold. Men cooking up schemes to use the observatory for ill purposes. For power and control. The violence he'd cause with this thing would be subtle but heavy. Deadly, yet leaving no mark. Does that make sense?
Like, if there was a drought and people was thirsty, and one man had a large cask of water but gave a sip to none, he'd be a killer with no blood in his hands.
Aye, like that.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. It's interesting, that analogy. This is only nitpicking, but I think the analogy that Edward uses is fine, but I think the clarification that Anne Bonny uses feels a bit confusing to me, because if you had all the water, say, and someone was going to die unless you gave them water, if they came to you and asked for water and you said no, aren't you thereby sentencing them to death? So you would be the reason why they're dying, because you're not giving them any water. So blood would be on your hands because you're causing the death of someone through your actions. Or maybe I'm just not understanding it correctly. But that's just something that's always popped out at me. But in any case, when you think about the observatory device, the fact that it allows people to see through the eyes of others and to actually hear what they're saying, someone could find out information that could potentially be harmful to someone else, and without the person knowing that it's them doing it, they could cause something to happen. And so, from the perspective of the generalized, population or whatever, they wouldn't recognize that, hey, this person did that. So therefore, in that context, they wouldn't have any blood on their hands necessarily, because they weren't the ones that actually finally did the person in. Like, if they had information on the person and they gave that information to another party, and then the other party came along and killed them for it, the blood's on the hands of the person who killed it in that case, not the person who gave the information. That's how I sort of understand it as well. But yeah, the analogy of if you had all the water and someone came to you and asked for water and you said no, and you don't have blood on your hands, but it's still you deciding their fate by not giving them any water, because the only way that they would have survived is if you gave them water. So if you're not giving them water, you're essentially killing them yourself. You may as well just, bludgeon them over their head and put them out of their misery before they die of thirst, or something like that. But again, it's just something that the way that it's worded with the response to what Edward says is just a bit confusing to me. But I understand the gist of what Edward's saying, how it would be subtle but heavy, and all that kind of stuff. That part of things makes sense with using the observatory device. But the whole analogy of having all the water and giving a sip to none, making you not responsible for the other people's deaths, I don't know if that quite fits or matches. Hey, Running in Harren, welcome on in. Yeah, it's just one of those things. Like, it's not a bad thing. It's just one of those things that it's always stuck out to me in this game. That analogy of the water. No, running. It's now morning here, really, because it's 1:51 a.m. in the morning.
Captain, fancy to swim?
Lord, there's a bit of a chill, isn't there?
There's actually some dialogue if you don't move straight away. Oh, is it really running? It's almost 10 a.m. for you. That's definitely late from my perspective. Not having gone to sleep yet.
So will you go ashore, or will I swim you there myself?
Captain overboard!
Lord, there's a bit of a chill, isn't there? Thought we might see some soldiers and the like. Maybe they've gone?
No, they're here. Deep in the jungle.
Running, you'd say about 90% of people are mad dashing to stores and malls doing their last minute Christmas shopping. Most likely, yeah, doing the big rush and trying to get what they need, and then everyone else has the same idea too.
Soldiers, just there. What should we do? Jesus, look at all this. Corpses for miles.
They brought every ounce of menace they had.
Running in Heron, the other 10% are sitting at home, relaxing and laughing. Yeah, being able to just chill out and know that they've already got everything done. But then again, there's also people who, you know, might not have been able to get it done for other reasons, aside from just, you know, waiting until the last minute. Hey Lucinda, welcome back. Hope it all went well. You're back from your errands. I didn't expect to see you still be alive. Oh yeah, I still got to get the game. I want to get the main game done in this stream. There's Anne. I was wondering where Anne Bonny went.
Voy a disfrutar. ¡Granada va!
Running, your ex would do her Christmas shopping in the summer when summer sales were hitting the stores, wrap them up, and by Thanksgiving she was done. Yeah, that's definitely a good way to approach it.
Do you see
Wait.
them, Edward?
Wait until there's sales on.
Shh. There's Spaniards up ahead.
Scratch, take you then!
All so strange. What is it?
Later, Anne. I'll tell you all when this is finished.
Yeah, that's a really good idea, running in Harren. That way it's all sorted. The only trick then would be to make sure that no one finds out what their Christmas gift is earlier than Christmas.
Holy Mother of God. Is this the place we've come to see?
Aye. Stand watch here, and let none follow.
Fit for another dozen fights, aye. I'll be all right here. Go!
¡Mis piernas! ¡Mis piernas! ¡Venga, muévete! ¡No puedo! ¡Mis piernas no responden!
¡Déjalo! ¡Déjalo! ¡Moriremos todos!
¿Has oído? ¡Levántate! ¡No quiero dejarte aquí!
¡Será vuestro funeral!
¡Por favor! ¡Por favor, no me abandonéis! ¡Está aquí! ¡El pirata está aquí!
Hemos activado algo.
¡Registrarlo todo! ¡Hay que parar esta locura!
Nuestro deber es quedarnos con Torres. ¿Dónde vais?
¡Ese viejo conseguirá que nos maten a todos!
¡Te castigarán por esto, cobarde!
¿Quién me va a castigar? ¿Un hombre muerto?
¡Alto! ¡Quiero hablar
That's got a
contigo!
good point.
¡Parad a ese!
That's reminded by someone who's dead. That's if they survive.
¡No te acerques a eso! ¡Atentos! ¡Es rápido! ¡Disparad!
¡Está aquí! ¡Matadlo!
We could have worked together, Edward. We could have taken power for ourselves and brought these miserable empires to their knees. There is so much potential in you. So much you have not yet accomplished. I could show you things. Mysteries beyond anything that you could imagine. Captain Kenway, ever a splinter in my side. Does this murder fulfill you?
I'm only seeing a job done, Torres. As you'd have done with me.
As we have done, I think. You have no family anymore, no friends, no future. Your losses are far greater than ours.
That may be. But killing you rights a far greater wrong than ever I did.
You honestly believe that?
You would see all of mankind corralled into a neatly furnished prison, safe and sober, yet dulled beyond reason and sapped of all spirit. So with everything I've seen and learned in these last years, I do believe it.
You wear your convictions well. They suit you.
That dialogue there that Edward says about how he does, believe in what he's saying, that he's seen what the Templars want, and he knows what the Assassins want, and he knows that he would rather want what the Assassins want, and so that's why he's sided with them ultimately, because he knows what the Templars actually want to do as well. And when he says that killing Torres rights a far greater wrong than ever he did, he's meaning in the grand scale of the Templars, and especially the Templars in this region, and the things that they have already done, but also things that they could have done if Edward hadn't actually been able to kill Torres and the other Templars and all that kind of stuff as well. And it's interesting, there's like a bit of a respect there from Torres towards Edward as well. And if things had gone differently, Edward might have actually joined the Templars, but I'm glad that he didn't, unlike a certain Kenway. Although that's not completely his fault, initially, anyway. When he was 10 years old, he was taken in by Abstergo, but not Abstergo, by the Templars, and brainwashed and manipulated into becoming one.
Torres awakened something fierce. Are we safe?
With the device returned, I believe so.
What do you call this place?
Captain Kenway's Folly!
Hetzawol Tesu Tukilan. Kat Wenen. We will seal this place and discard the key. Until another sage appears, this door will remain locked.
There were vials when I came here last. Filled with the blood of ancient men, Robert said, but they're gone now.
Then it's up to us to recover them, before the Templars catch wind of this. You could join us in that cause.
I will, but only after I fix what I mangled back home.
It arrived last week.
Hey there, Cody. Welcome on in. How's things going? So now Edward learns that his wife is actually dead and that he has a daughter with her, Jennifer. I was saying before that there was a letter that Edward was writing earlier in the story, and he ends up stopping writing it and then scrunches it up and then throws it away. My theory is that if he had actually written that letter and sent it away, he would have found out about Caroline's death earlier than now. But as it happens, he ends up finding out now, because he ended up writing a letter and getting it sent. Anto, the assassin, was able to send it to the address that he had given, which was where his wife was living with her parents, and now has the response letter where her parents have obviously told Edward that Caroline is dead and that he actually has a daughter, Jennifer, as well. You going great, Cody? That's excellent. Glad to hear that, dude. Want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays from the great UK. Thank you so much, Cody. Merry Christmas to you as well. I really appreciate it. As for me, things are going good. Getting towards the end of this game now. And the playthrough, the main game, is almost, I've almost done everything with the main game I want to do. Hey, Edimetra. You played this game 101 more times, but only now the story becomes so interesting. Thanks for this. Oh, that's no trouble at all, Edimetra. I wanted to save doing this type of playthrough for the final phase, as celebrating this game's 10th anniversary, to do like a real deep dive with the story and stuff as well. I like how Adewale calls this place Captain Kenway's Folly as well. But yeah, Edward's pursuit of the observatory and all that definitely had its repercussions as well. So this is where Edward learns that he has a daughter and that his wife is dead. And this expression on his face, like, it's always struck me, every single time I've played through this game. Another great example of how the facial expressions in cutscenes can say so much. The instinct would probably be to have the character of Edward in this moment actually say something, which you could, but I think it's more effective if he doesn't say anything, because his face and his expression is all you need to see to know that this letter is not delivering any kind of like happy or good news for him. Cody, that's awesome, Rod. Thank you, dude. It's a real expression of horror and distraught. It really, really is. That's a good way to put it as well. There's so many great like facial expressions that are done in this game with the cutscenes, and I was saying earlier how they're very curated. Like the early games in the series, there was a real crafting and curation of the cutscenes, whereas now it seems more factory assembly line, robotic, processed, template based. You know what I mean? Especially when characters are doing gestures that don't really fit what the dialogue is. You know, like if someone shrugs, then that's something that could mean so many different things, you know. But there's some gestures where it doesn't make sense why they would be doing that for that dialogue, because it almost seems like they just had the animations put in place and then they just let it run and then just let the dialogue run over the top of it, not necessarily worrying too much about that kind of thing. Whereas the earlier games in the series and leading up until Odyssey always had more of a curated sort of feel. But there's some cutscenes in Odyssey that are done really, really well because they're cinematics. But there's also a lot of robotic sort of stuff that is done as well. But there's so many great moments in this game, so many different aspects that you can look at, and so many different expressions on the characters' faces. Like Origins has a lot of them too, you know, like Bayek rolling his eyes sometimes at certain things, or pretending to be one kind of way, but then when the person turns their back, his expression changes to what he's really feeling. You know, if he's using social stealth to blend in with, you know, some sort of like social aspect and all that kind of stuff. But there's plenty of examples in many of the other games too as well. So yeah, definitely a distraught expression of horror and being distraught as well. That's for sure, Cody.
Wakey, wakey. I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Not in this era, anyway. I wish I could explain all the strangeness, but there isn't much time. The short of it is, you saw my beloved Juno. And for a brief moment, I thought she might occupy this tender body of yours. But something went wrong. And now, she's back out there, adrift. Oh, she was magnificent once. One of a race of beautiful, wonderful creatures. They created your kind. Did you know that? Your people were tools to them. That's all you have ever been. That's all you should ever be.
So this is, of course, the present-day Sage. And as you can see, he has the same kind of mustache and same face that Bartholomew Roberts in Edward's time period had, and of course the eyes of two different colours. I was talking about this the other day, but in universe, it doesn't necessarily mean that every single Sage has the same face 100%. So what I mean to say is, you can have a Sage who doesn't have a mustache like that, who doesn't have a face like that, but their eyes are different colors, and they're still a Sage. To make it easier for people who are playing this game for the first time to understand visually that this is another Sage, they kept the same mustache and everything, and the same face model. But if you look at games like Assassin's Creed Unity and Germain, who is actually a Sage as well, and he's the head of the Templars, he doesn't have the exact same face. He doesn't have a mustache or anything like that, but his eyes are two different colors, you know. So you can have sages with different faces, but for the purposes of making a connectivity between the two time periods and the two sages, they wanted to make the present-day sage look 100% face-wise, mustache and everything, like Bartholomew Roberts. Of course, Bartholomew Roberts probably had different hairstyle than what John Standish has here. But this is him revealing to the player and also to the character that we've been playing as that he's actually a sage as well. And he talks about how the humans were made as tools and that that's what humans should just remain as. And he's right, because that's what we were created to be. The ones who came before, the Isu, the first civilization, the reason they created humanity was to have a slave race that they could control, which is why when they created humans, they put in the human brain something that is receptive to the pieces of Eden that they created, so that's why when they use a piece of Eden, it connects with the part of the human brain that allows them to control that person and tell them what to do and all that kind of stuff. Some it doesn't work with because their minds are stronger, but a lot of people's brains are, you know, weaker, so they're more able to be manipulated and all that kind of stuff. So humans were made just for slave labor, basically. But there were some Isu who started to see the humans as more than just that and wanted to actually give them all the gifts that they actually had. But ultimately, they still just gave the majority of humans 5 senses, whereas the Isu had 6. However, the eagle vision and eagle sense that people have in the AC series, that's essentially a 6th sense that those special people have, because they've got a trace of the DNA of the Isu inside of them. In Edward's time period, the sage told him to destroy his body, because he knew that either the Templars of his own time period or Templars of a future time period might be able to actually use his body. And so he made Edward destroy his body. However, this sage is not going to be as smart, and he's going to essentially give Abstergo the ability to analyze his body, because they don't know that he's a sage. Like, they don't know that he's actually Aita reborn. But they will know, and they'll discover that, and they'll be able to use his DNA and look into his DNA and all that kind of stuff. So it's ironic that the sage of this time period completely is dumb enough to allow the Templars to actually have access to his body, when his earlier version and earlier time period had the foresense to think, maybe in a future time period they might have the ability to use my body and, you know, maybe have some technology that they could use, you know, and use my body with. So tell Edward to, you know, destroy the body. Whereas this sage is just like, I'm going to, you know, shoot and get killed, and here's my body, Abstergo, you know, you can study it and all that kind of stuff. If we have a look around his neck as well, there's actually a pendant, and that's of Juno. You can actually unlock it, I think, in one of the things in the main, like in Edward's time period. But yeah, that's what that pendant is on his necklace, is an image of Juno.
One day soon, I hope. For the world is nearly ready for her return, wired. Prepared for a second coming. Uh-oh. Here they come. Those Templars. Or maybe assassins this time. Idiots. All of them. I envy you. It was her wish that I be here to greet her. It was her experiment that made it possible for my rebirth as one of these things. Ah!
Stay down! Get down on your back! Now! He's got a gun!
Guide me into the grave, beloved! I am your instrument!
Put the gun down! Drop it! Drop your weapon! Clear! Clear! Check his vitals. He's bleeding fast. Check the victim.
Are you okay? Can you hear me? Hello? Talk to me. You alright?
Yeah, fine. Nothing wrong at all. Everything's hunky-dory, Melanie.
Well, there you are. Thank God. I hope you feel well. You look good. Can you stand? Good. Try walking around. A doctor came by, said there wasn't anything to worry about. That the liquid in the syringe was far, far below a lethal dose. I feel terrible about all this. About everything. All our evidence pointed to you, but it was John all along. God, the things we found on his computer. Whatever you need, we'll provide. You've done an amazing job. Speaking of which, our trailer is finished. Would you like to see it? I owe you that much. There we go. I uploaded it to your database. You can watch it here or at your Animus. I think you'll love it. It really captures the essence of the era. So, take care. And again, thank you.
World where pirates rule the waves. These men will discover that nothing is sacred and everyone is committed to rum, plunder, and women.
Hola, ladies.
This summer, Abstergo Entertainment invites you aboard for the adventure of a lifetime. So sharpen your cutlasses, shine your hooks, and sail with the Devils of the Caribbean. This virtual experience has not been rated.
Without the music on, there's nuances to the actual voice work there for the narration that kind of gets covered up a bit. Lucinda, oh, here it comes. In a world where there's a world, there was a world. And in this world, there was another world. Cody, it's a short visit, unfortunately, as you got a family meet and greet, but got about 40 minutes or so. Oh, that's totally fine, Cody. That's understandable, dude. No worries at all for a short visit. That's no trouble. That was the Devils of the Caribbean teaser. Just want to... Okay, so Age of Cutthroats from the Journal of Edward Kenway. So that goes above that. So there'll be some dialogue from Sean and Rebecca. The way I'm going to do this last part is I'm not going to do all the present day stuff that's left and then jump back into the Animus so we can see the end part of Edward's time. What I'm going to do is, when we can, I'm going to go back into the Animus, finish all that stuff out, and then that way, for people who aren't interested in the present day stuff, I'll be leaving the rest of the present day coverage as after Edward's story is finished. But it'll also be a good way to lump it all together as well. So we're going to exit out of this, listen to the dialogue from Sean and Rebecca, and then go back in the Animus, and then watch the rest of Edward's story, and then I'll cover the present day stuff. There's also some database stuff that I need to do.
What now? Talk, you idiot. Look at the light. Isn't that the battery? I think that's the battery. Hello? Hello? Look, sorry about this. My name is Sean, and back there is Rebecca, my partner in crime. Hello. Bloody good work earlier. Honestly, I mean it. Delivering us all that data. It's really just too bad that our man on the inside was such a, how to put it? Fanatic. Fanatic is the best word, I suppose.
We take who we can get.
Exactly. Well put. We saw in John an opportunity to burrow deeper into Abstergo's cloud servers, and I'm not ashamed to say we took it. Not realizing, of course, that he was enlisting you to help him. And to blame, should anything go wrong. I suppose it all worked out very nicely in the end. Most of it, anyway.
What Sean really wants to say is, if you're up for more hacking, we are too. John gave you level 3 security clearance before he died. You should use it. The assassins don't have the resources to pay you like the Templars do, but we'll make it worth your while.
Look, we should really cut it short, Bex. 20 seconds.
All right. Good luck.
Cheers, mate. And top-notch work. Really top. Give yourself a pat on the back. And happy hacking.
Crooked, still the best AC trailer. Hola, ladies. Yeah. Never gets old.
Gentlemen, how do you find it here?
It will work for us. But our goal must be to scatter our operations, to live and work among the people we protect, just as Altair ibn La'ahad once counseled.
Well, until that time, it's yours as you see fit.
Edward, Captain Woods Rogers survived his wounds. He has since returned to England, shamed and in great debt, but no less a threat.
I will finish that job when I return. You have my word.
So Woods Rogers did not die from the wounds inflicted by Edward, so he's still alive, which matches real life because Woods Rogers didn't die in the year that Edward, quote unquote, assassinated him. He lived on and went to England, and the Greater Nagua hideout is now going to be the home temporarily of the assassins, which is very fitting because it used to be a Templar stronghold. And then Edward took it over and made it his own, and now he's giving back to the assassins by allowing them to use the Greater Nagua hideout as their own hideout for as long as they actually want to do. Artabai mentions Altair, and essentially the assassins kind of go up and down with creating like a big, not flashy, but a big prominent structure that is like a beacon for their enemies, and then sometimes they're like, no, we need to make sure that we're very discreet and all that kind of stuff. So Altair ultimately decided that Masyaf had become a beacon for their enemies to go directly towards, so he wanted the assassins to abandon Masyaf. That's why when Ezio gets there, the assassins have not been there for a very long time, and the Templars have taken over Masyaf. But Artabai here is talking about a similar kind of thing, that they need to go and create bureaus in, locations that are nondescript, that are locations where you could put a bureau in there and no one would be any wiser, and all that kind of stuff. And Adewale is going to be in Freedom Cry, of course, so we're going to play as him in that, which will be next weekend. But he's well and truly on the path to being an assassin now. I don't know, actually he's already an assassin at this point, I should say. And Edward is still planning to finish off what he needs to do as an assassin, but he's also wanting to try and fix things with his family. And so Jennifer is his daughter, and he's going to meet her, and she's going to meet him for the very first time. And there's a song that gets sung here. Because I've got the music turned off, I don't know whether or not the music was tied to the dialogue audio, because I remember that I did a music-only playthrough, and the actual lyrics for the song didn't come through and the music did. Or maybe the lyrics and the music didn't come through, so I can't remember. But I'll just play it by ear. If it turns out that the song doesn't actually play, then what I'll do is reload the checkpoint and then hopefully catch it with the music and then without the music. We'll just have to see how we go. Crooked, very fitting they chose young Vidic voice actor to narrate it. Very, very true. Yeah, it's so funny, Hola, ladies. Yeah. Like, and then when you hear him talk in the other modern, like present day unlockable stuff.
What's in it for me, I says? bloody tossball Sally coming.
Evening, Anne.
Edward?
I'll be sailing for London in the next few months. I'd be a hopeful man if you were beside me.
England's the wrong way around the globe for an Irish woman.
Will you stay with the assassins?
No, I haven't got that kind of conviction in my heart. You?
In time, aye. When my mind is settled and my blood is cooled.
Sail ho! Coming into the cove!
You're a good man, Edward. And if you learn to keep settled in one place for more than a week, you'll make a fine father too. Of all the money that e'er I had, I spent it in good company, and all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit to memory now I can't recall. So fell to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. Oh, all the comrades that e'er I had, they're sorry for my going away. And all the sweethearts that e'er I've loved, they'd wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and you should, I'll gently rise and softly call. Good night and joy be with you all. Good night and joy be with you all.
Alright, so that is the song with just the lyrics, and we've reached the point where I can't reload a checkpoint. So I'll still keep it running without the music, because I've already done a music focused playthrough, and I've already done playthroughs where the song gets played in full. So I'll just keep it with the music off, and we'll have the dialogue that's going to happen with Jennifer and Edward as well, just to keep the consistency going of what I've been doing with this playthrough. But yeah, it's interesting to hear the song with just the lyrics. The singing is amazing, you know. Yeah, Crooked, this scene, yeah. Listen to all of Edward's friends, that's right, yeah. All the ones that he's lost. It always reminds me of this show called Cold Case, and the premise of the show was there were these cases that hadn't been solved for years, sometimes decades, and they were going through and trying to figure out what had happened. And the show had this kind of style of ending where, let's say someone had died in the 1970s, and then in current time they found out who the murderer was, and the family members who are still alive finally got closure. And there'd be a scene at the end where the main character would look and they'd see like a scene play out, and it would be of the person who died, but it would be them back then, and the person that was still alive in present day would also be in the same scene, but you would see them when they were younger, you know, that sort of thing, and there'd be music that would play. So that ending there in this always reminds me of that show, Cold Case, and how they would usually end a lot of the episodes of that show. Grog, it's interesting there's no instruments here either. That's true, yeah. Yeah. It definitely gives it a different feel. Hey there, Ronnie. Hola, everybody. What did you miss? Oh, not too much. Just 5 minutes worth of story. That's all. How's it going, dude? Thank you for the GGs, Cody. Thank you so much. Ronnie, you fell asleep during the Athenian Empire and woke up to the age of piracy. That is a solid nap. That is a long nap, too. Like, holy shit. I hope you're feeling well rested. Cody, a cappella still sound epic. It really does. Yeah, it's a great song, that one. Yeah, Cody, it was a show that I saw some episodes of, but I never really watched a lot of it. But yeah, it was an interesting concept. Listen, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it was a different kind of style, a different way to end a series. Like, it wasn't that the person was hallucinating anything. It was just like a stylistic sort of like ending thing. But yeah, that moment in this game always reminds me of that. Actually, I don't usually get to read the epilogue. Epilogue, Memory 1. After many months of sailing about the West Indies with his new quartermaster, Edward stops by his Great Inagua hideout to receive a special guest. Memory 2. How grand, Master Kenway. Grieving the loss of his wife Caroline, Edward has united with a daughter he never knew he had. Together they set sail for England to begin their lives anew. Until, a certain time later, some, asshole named Reginald Bitch decides to interfere with the Kenway family and fuck things up for them.
Father, did you always know how to sail a boat?
The Jackdaw is a ship, Jenny, not a boat.
But did you always know?
No. No, I learned after leaving Bristol.
After you left Mother?
Well, I didn't leave without saying goodbye, that is. It was an arrangement, you see, between your mother and me.
She said you left her. She said you always talked about sailing a boat and making money in the New World.
Interesting, the credits are still rolling during this. So, I better...
I did always want to sail a ship. That's true. But not for a lark. To support us. And take care of her. And you.
I'll just stop it there because I don't know if doing the pause thing will eventually bypass all the dialogue, so I better just go to this screen instead when I'm talking about stuff for this credits. Cody, you're going to drop out now as family time IRL. You guys are still your online family and always will be. Well, thank you so much for that, Cody. Appreciate you being here and watching and chatting and all the lurking that you do as well. I hope that you have a great time. Hope you enjoy yourself, and Merry Christmas. And definitely catch you another time. And take care. Have a good one. The dialogue that's here between Jennifer and Edward. So I'll try and explain it as best as I can. From Edward's point of view, what he's saying is true. But he's also, when he's talking about how things were, he's also trying to incorporate the new information that he has now. And in that sense, when he says that he didn't leave Caroline without saying goodbye, he's telling the truth. They did actually have some kind of farewell, but wasn't like, a very joyous sort of farewell. But they did have a farewell. And he's basically talking about how he wanted to obtain these things for him and for Caroline and for Jennifer too. But Jennifer is like, not me, you know, you didn't know about me. But that part's true. But Edward is trying to incorporate new events into his life in explaining stuff. So from Edward's perspective, if he had known that he actually had a daughter earlier, he probably would have decided to stop his pursuit and go back to England to be with Caroline and their daughter. So when he's saying from his point of view that that's what he was doing it all for, now that he knows that he has a daughter, he knows that that's what he would have been doing that for, not just himself and Caroline and his daughter, but also Edward's changed from when he was doing that whole thing too. So he's more sort of like mature, he's more sober in thought and that kind of stuff. And so knowing what he knows now and having experienced what he has experienced, if he had already known that and was able to know what he was going to experience, then he probably earlier would have decided to do things differently. But he didn't. He was, you know, blinded by the pursuit of getting all these riches and all that kind of stuff. So now, from his new perspective, he's telling Jennifer about what had happened in the past and also including her now in that. But of course, you know, Jennifer is, she hasn't met her father before now, so she doesn't know all that stuff, and she's not at an age yet to understand the complexities and all that kind of stuff. So from her perspective, when Edward says, you know, I was doing this for your mother and for you as well, she's, you know, quite matter of fact and logically and understandably saying, not me, you didn't know about me. Not from a place of anger or anything, it's just that she's pointing out that, you know, you didn't know about me until recently. And that kind of stuff. And there's a few other bits and pieces here in this conversation where that kind of thing is sort of going on, where Edward is trying to talk about his reasoning for doing things in the past, but also trying to incorporate from his newfound perspective the new things that are in his life and retroactively analyzing what he was doing before and then taking the new information and being right, hey, if I had known this before, then looking back on what I did, I would have done things differently.
Not me. Mother said you didn't know about me. She said you worked only once a year and that she never knew where to find you.
That's all true, and I'm sorry for that. If I'd known earlier, I don't know. I might have come home. I hope that I would have.
Well, you were busy. That's what I think.
I was, but that wouldn't have mattered.
Can I steal your boat?
Boat? I see no boat here. Do you?
I mean ship, obviously. I don't see the difference anyway.
Ah, it's a very simple one, Jenny. A ship can carry a boat, but a boat cannot carry a ship.
Why then, everything is a ship. Large and small. But for my toy boat, the one I take into the bath with me.
That's a clever way of seeing it. Is it hard to talk about Caroline, Jenny? About your mother?
No. She passed some years ago. I miss her, but it's all right.
Was she in pain?
I don't know. I don't think so. She was very happy for quite some time. Then, not so happy. I didn't see her much after that. Then, she was gone.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you.
It's all right. You're here now. And we're on an adventure.
Only a little one, I hope. I can't handle too many more surprises.
Do you think we'll see a whale?
Yes, there's a very good chance.
And what about pirates? Will I see pirates?
No. There's not much chance of that, I think.
Oh, that's rather sad. I should have liked to have seen one.
Tell you what, Jenny. As soon as these winds die a little, I'll let you steer the Jackdaw. One little trick at the helm before sundown.
Yay!
So this is the exact same location that years and years later, when Haytham is a Templar and is going to assassinate a target, this is the same place. But when Haytham is 10 years old, we're going to see Haytham around 10 years of age with his father and Jennifer, now obviously a lot older, at this performance in this opera house or whatever it is, right? And at the start of Assassin's Creed 3, when Haytham is settling in next to Reginald Birch, watching the performance, he does actually remark about how he has seen this performance before, like years and years earlier. So I like how they did that with this game, created that that sort of connection. You know, so if you're going to do that scene from Assassin's Creed 3 and then cut in footage from this game, you could do it as like a flashback thing. You know, do an Odyssey style flashback of Haytham talking about it, and then flashback, and then it's this cutscene that we're about to see.
Miss Jennifer Kenway, may I introduce myself?
Jennifer Scott, if you please.
I'm sorry,
My daughter was raised by her mother, Caroline, until she passed away some years ago. Jenny prefers to use her surname to mine.
Please forgive my ignorance.
I will. She may not.
Father, help me.
This little rascal, however, is a Kenway. What's wrong, Haytham?
I can't see the stage.
Up we go. How's that?
Fine. But won't your arms tire?
Hey, I'm not so old as that. But if they do, then we shall quit this posh gig and go and meet your mother for some chocolate at White's. How's that sound?
Yes, please.
Okay, hush now.
There we go. That's a better shot to actually end on. I got the timing mismatched. And I just noticed that because I paused this cutscene at the start of it, it actually made their lips out of sync with the dialogue. But this is a good shot to stop this moment on. Now this would be the only time where we would see, or where we could see, Edward, Haytham, and Jennifer, the Kenway family. I mean, we don't see Haytham's mother, because Edward ends up marrying again and having Haytham with them, but we don't see them in this little bit here. But seeing them here as a family and knowing what happens to them, you know, it's just such a tragedy with the Kenway family. It always makes me wonder, you know, what would have happened if Edward hadn't have died and Haytham would have been able to grow up. You know, what things would have transpired. But Reginald Bitch had to kill Edward, send Jennifer away to be a slave, lie to Haytham, tell Haytham that his sister was actually missing, and Haytham was about 10 years old when all that happened. He even killed one of the people who killed his father at the age of 10 as well. And from that point, his mother sort of didn't see him the same way anymore after witnessing him kill. So there's all this stuff that happens to the Kenways, unfortunately. And, yeah. Hey there, Stan. Hello, Wrench. Indeed, Sean by Cho. Striker, Haytham would still have been a prick. He is predestined to be one. I guess that's if you believe in what's the word, destiny or fate, or our fates are decided before we're born, or something like that. That concept of no matter what you do, you're going to end up the way that you are because of the fact that that's how you're meant to end up. So yeah, there's the Kenways. Jennifer, Haytham, and Edward. There's still a lot of stuff to cover. You've got a bad feeling about, yeah. I don't blame you, Ronnie, considering what happens. Okay, so we have some updates to people to have a look at. So Anne Bonny. I don't know what I read up to last time, but let's have a look. See if I can remember. Oh yeah, here we go. Now I remember. Okay, so from this point on, it's new. After living and working in Nassau to no great purpose, Anne eventually fell for the roguish charms of Calico Jack Rackham, a man who had already fallen into and out of piracy. Rackham was just the sort of character to lure Anne away from her dull marriage. It was also around this time that Anne befriended Mary Reed, whose manly disguise she had seen right through. The two grew to be close friends, much to the consternation of Rackham, who threatened Mary with violence for flirting with his prize. Mary, to defuse the situation, revealed herself to Rackham too, much to his delight, no doubt. A few months later, for reasons not entirely clear, Anne, Mary and Rackham raised a small crew, slipped aboard a moored schooner and sailed from Nassau's port under cover of darkness. Their goal was to execute a series of swift robberies before retiring with enough gold to live on, but once again Rackham's incompetence proved disastrous. Within 3 months of setting out, Anne and Mary found themselves alone on the deck of their stolen, damaged schooner, fighting off waves of British soldiers as Jack and the rest of his crew lay below deck, passed out from a heavy night of drinking. They were outnumbered and quickly detained. The British authorities, surprised to find 2 women fighting so fiercely as pirates, deigned to make a show of their subsequent trial. But Anne and Mary had a plan of their own. Unbeknownst to the British, both were pregnant, Anne by Rackham, most likely, and Mary by an unnamed sailor, a fact which they revealed just as the judge passed a sentence of execution on them. Owing to the fact of their being quick with child, the judge stayed their executions until they came to term. Some 4 months later, Mary had her child, but died soon after in prison of a terrible infection. Until now, Anne's fate was unknown. Lacking an execution log or death certificate, it was commonly assumed that her father came to her rescue, paying the governor off and spiriting her back to the British colonies in North America. But we now know the true story. The only question remains is, what to do with it? As of this year or last year, they actually came up with some new information about the real Anne Bonny. I can't remember the details of it. It's almost 3 a.m. in the morning, but if you Google her name, you might find that information. Okay, so Bartholomew Roberts. So I read up until where it says his tactical ideas too and the like. Alright, so here we go. Robert's boldest gambit by far was the theft of a fully laden treasure ship taken from a fully armed and manned fleet of 42 docked Portuguese ships. As the story goes, Roberts flew false colours, sailed among the anchored ships until he found a skittish officer to take hostage. Threatening the man with death, he asked where the most valuable ship was moored. When the young man pointed it out, Roberts sailed there, quietly commandeered the ship for his own, and sailed away without any of the other 40 ships being aware of what had transpired. Talk about stealthy, huh? Roberts was not opposed to slavery, but he had a more open policy about African men working freely on his ship. Nevertheless, he did occasionally trade slaves too when economically necessary, and most notoriously he burned a slave ship with 80 men chained below deck simply because he was being pursued and had no room to take the slaves aboard. Should have fucking put himself on there and swapped places. Shortly after this incident, Roberts was tracked by British authorities to the west coast of Africa, not many miles from where he had begun his career as a captain. Ambushed by those who wanted him dead, Roberts was reported to have dressed in his finest clothes before stepping out onto the deck of his ship, directly into a hail of cannon fire and grape shot. In a flurry of projectiles, Roberts' throat was torn out. He slumped to the deck, coming to the rest against one of his cannons, and quietly bled to death. His crew, believing he was resting, reprimanded their captain before discovering his true fate. He's not dead, he's just resting. He's pining for the fjords. When they realized he was dead, they picked his body up and tossed it into the ocean, giving him a proper sailor's burial and denying any British ideas to cart his body home and put it on display. Thus, with a quiet splash, ended the boisterous career of brash and bold Bartholomew Black Bart Roberts. Okay, Caroline Scott. So this is one that we've read before. I can't remember what we read up to earlier, but let's have a look. Okay, so here we go. It would have been Caroline tried to dissuade her husband, but to no effect. Would have been the last thing that I read before they updated it now. At last, his drunken antics and wild dreams strained their marriage beyond repair. To further complicate matters, Caroline discovered she was pregnant and could not fathom Edward being a responsible father to their child. She resolved then to leave her husband and live again with her parents. Edward was hurt by the idea, but the shock of it did nothing to cure his fantasies. Instead, he doubled down and left for the New World, vowing to prove himself a man of quality. Caroline had her child some months after Edward's departure, calling the girl Jennifer. In the ensuing years, Caroline lived a life that alternated between great joy and crushing grief. She had a beautiful daughter and a supportive mother, yet her father, ever resentful for Caroline's defiance, never treated her as a daughter again. In early 1720, tragedy struck with a slow but deadly force. Caroline fell ill, and for many months languished at her parents' home, desperate to get well. Emmett Scott, believing his daughter's illness to be self-induced, did little to aid her. Unfortunately, the disease was all too real. Caroline Scott Kenway died in 1720 in her parents' home on Hawkins Lane in Bristol. Rest in peace, Caroline. It's a shame that things happened that way, and Edward couldn't return and, show how much he had changed. Doctor, Ronnie, as a doctor, I can tell you that a cannonball to the neck is very bad for you. Are you sure? Wouldn't it just be a flesh wound? Don't you just walk away from those? Okay, so there's nothing new about El Tiburon, so for my notes I can put that as read complete. Okay, so Laureano Torres, another person to read. I can't remember what I read up to previously. Let's have a look. Here we go. Sometimes it tells you which section's been updated in a database entry, sometimes not. Though long since retired by the 1720s, Laureano Torres still commanded great respect and admiration from the people of Cuba. In 1721, he was evidently able to muster a few regiments of Spanish troops for the purposes of a secret excursion somewhere in the West Indies. Torres and his regiment were never heard from again, and though the official record hints that Torres died peacefully at some point in this year, newly collected evidence suggests an altogether different story. Yes, very different. He died of hidden blade poisoning. Instant. Woodes Rogers, this has now been updated. Let's see where it said. It might even say updated for me, but it might not, because it doesn't always do that. It doesn't tell me what part's been updated like it did with Torres. I'll just read up from when they talk about the fire ship. This minor setback hardly mattered, for Nassau was now in the hands of the British, just as Rogers had promised his king, and a number of former pirates, Benjamin Hornigold among them, now sailed for him. Rogers set about renovating the city at once, first ridding it of its remaining rogues and rapscallions, and even going so far as to hang a number of men who refused the king's pardon, yet remained on the island. But Rogers' swift initial success suffered an early complication when a huge portion of his crew took ill and died, likely of yellow fever. Another large portion of the soldiers who had accompanied him to Nassau departed with little warning for the colonies up north. And perhaps most troubling of all, Spain and England were at war again, making Nassau a likely target for Spanish aggression. He wasn't wrong. In March of 1719, he got word that a Spanish fleet was on its way to attack his fragile town. Rogers had spent much of his own private fortune renovating the decrepit fort town, but he was still unprepared for a full Spanish assault. Much to his relief, the Spanish fleet turned away at the last minute and instead attacked a French settlement to the north. Rogers served as governor for 3 full years in Nassau, and though he did not suffer any more military threats after early 1719, his job was no less difficult. Dwindling finances and a general apathy among the population led to only modest improvement to the city. In early 1721, however, he caught wind that the king was unhappy with his performance in the fledgling community. Rogers decided to return to England to defend himself, but fell deathly ill before he could make the trip, and still later was wounded in a duel gone bad. Recuperating in Charlestown, South Carolina for some 6 weeks, he finally left for England in March of 1721. Arriving in England, he found his worst fears come true. He had been sacked, and a new governor had been appointed to run the Bahamas. Worse yet, he was imprisoned for defaulting on the debts he had accrued during his time as governor, the same debts caused by the king's refusal to fund his term as governor. Rogers was eventually released from jail and spent the next few years recovering from this slight as best he could, until the publication of Charles Johnson's General History of the Robberies and Murders of the Most Notorious Pirates, which painted Rogers in a heroic light for his single-minded quest to rid the seas of pirates. Propelled into the limelight once more, Rogers was given an excellent pension by the king and awarded a second shot at his old job. Rogers returned to Nassau in 1728, a governor once more, a post which he kept to the end of his life just 3 years later. Okay, so now his database entry, I've covered that. Striker, you hear that hidden blade poisoning is a serious thing. It really, really is. It's definitely serious. Very dangerous. Ronnie, that and high-velocity lead poisoning ended many a pirate. Well, that's a good point too, as well. They would have suffered those fates too. Just want to see if there's any updates to Edward's thing since we finished the story. I read up until note if we can remove some of the more unseemly bits. If there's anything after that, then that's new. Nope, so there's nothing new for Edward's database entry. Alright, so want to check R2Buys now, just in case there's anything new. And I read up until it was only after Edward meddling. Okay, so I'd already read all of his. There's no new updates to his. There we go. So I have completely read Caroline Scott, Duncan Walpole, Edward Kenway, Steve Bonnet, El Tiburon, Julian DeCasse, Loriano Torres, Woods Rogers, Adewale, Sage, Ben Hornigold, Blackbeard, James Kidd, Arthur Bai, Lawrence Prince, Charles Vane, Jack Rackham, Anne Bonny, John Cockram, Josiah Burgess, Peter Chamberlain, Arto, Kenneth Abrahams, and Bartholomew Roberts. I've read all their entries completely. Okay, so that is all for the database entries for this playthrough. Well, for the main game, I should say, because there'll be database entries in Freedom Cry DLC related to people that I'll be reading as well. Striker Rod just wanted to say a list of names. I had to take some breaths in there too. I was almost ending up like Ace Ventura does when he says so much stuff one after the other. Alright. Now, that is all of that done. So it is time to say farewell to Edward Kenway for the rest of this playthrough, because after this stream, I'll be doing the Freedom Cry DLC next weekend, and so we won't be seeing Edward. So, that is the last we will see of Edward in my playthrough series this year. However, next year, on the 6th of January, I'll be resuming my unique playthrough, which will be 4 months after the last stream of it, because 4 months of time in the game will have passed, and so the same in real life. But yeah, this is where I'm going to say goodbye to Edward Kenway for the 10th anniversary celebrations of Black Flag. It was great to do multiple different phases covering different things. This isn't the end of the overall phase, though. This is just, the end of Edward's section, so to speak. But yeah, until the unique playthrough, when we will see Edward Kenway again. Now, we have present day stuff to cover, and there's a lot left. But I want to get most of the stuff out of the way that's to do with reading. So we've got access to other areas of this place that we didn't before.
Effects from the Animus. Just if it happens again. And this is...
Thanks for the GGs, Lucinda. Stan, it was a most important playthrough. Yeah, doing a story focus like this, I wanted to make the final phase this kind of focus.
Research into the life of...
Alright, so I want to cover these when I have them all. But this is the video related to Connor. So that's market analysis. C. Kenway. Lucinda, Evil Within taught you how to do these puzzles. Oh, they can be fun, can't they? Puzzles with numbers. Oh, goody. I'm in a bear suit, and Resident Evil 2 kind of similar puzzles. That's true. Yeah, it's amazing the similarities sometimes you can get between, you know, different franchises and stuff that go beyond, you know, basic similarities. But similarities where you're like, holy shit, I didn't expect another game to have a similar kind of thing. I'm invested. Frogger minigame to get gamed out of. Exactly. Yeah, it's so funny. I think an Assassin's Creed themed version of that game would actually be cool. Listen, you just changed things until the wavelengths were correct. You didn't pay attention to the numbers. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing too. Like, if there's something that you can look at instead and be able to see, it makes it a lot easier sometimes to actually work something out.
That company, finally.
Fucking finally. Finally found the right warp that I needed to use to get to that. Yeah, I'm in a best suit. Some of these ones are very tricky. I'm glad that they give you the ability to move the sphere around so you can sort of like plot paths. But even then it can still be confusing. Okay, so this is Unlock the Secrets of Our Past. The Memoriam S2000 ABS log. Computing makes mind reading possible. Abstergo Industries Incorporated. Animus MS3000 ABS M log. Animus 1.09. Abstergo Industries Animus 1.45S. Animus 1.0. That's the style of Animus that Desmond was put on in Assassin's Creed 1. Got some images there of different things. Different assassins from different time periods. Powered by Abstergo Industries. So that's showing a little bit of an evolution of what the Animus began as. So there's the very early version of the Animus. Then there's the next one. Then there's the one that Desmond was put on. And this is the new one. In 2013, that is. Basically a headset. So early Animus prototypes. That goes above the Divine Science. I just want to keep them in the same order that they're listed in my own documents so I don't get confused. Alright, so this is Subject 0 audio file 1. I want to wait till I have all of them. This is the first one out of 4 I think there is in total. What I really want to do is cover all the reading stuff that I have left so that there's no more reading stuff that I have to read. This is one of the reasons why I don't always like to read everything every single time I play these games. Not that I don't like the information that's in it or anything like that, but it's just that it can be a bit tiring talking and reading stuff as a streamer at the same time. But also this playthrough, I'm analysing the story, I'm stopping the cutscene, I'm talking for longer about things that I normally would in a another playthrough as well on top. So if I can get all the reading stuff done out of the road in present day that's left, then I can just play the other stuff, which is the video files and the audio that we haven't listened to yet on or in this playthrough.
Official reports on Aveline de
Alright, so that's another market analysis video. Goes under Ezio. That is Aveline. Okay, so while I'm on this floor, what I want to check is if there's a new camera archive. Under Bear Suit reminds you of when you train people at your work, your voice gets tired pretty quickly, then you just resort to pointing.
Like the regulations say. They don't...
That's definitely a good way to do it, Under Bear Suit. I don't blame you, you know, or just say things in very direct sort of ways. Cool, so we have another camera that we can access an archive of. Let me see, I think I might have been taking note of this as well. Okay, might not have been actually. Anyway.
Yeah. He was killed. Shot in the chest multiple times. No, that shouldn't be a problem. We collected more than enough data. We'll know soon enough. All right, I can send you the results as soon as possible. Okay. Any word on Olivier? Damn it. God, I'm worried sick. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Letitia. Bye.
I'll give you a few clues, Melanie, as to what's happened to Olivier. Watch. Dogs. Fox. Vigilante. Stan, what a shame. You hope they'll find the killer. Yeah, I wonder who it is. I wonder who killed the person that tried to kill themselves but then got shot by the people in front of them that we saw. Okay, so time to go to a different floor. Let's go to the... we'll go to the CCO part again, just in case. Stan, oh, you started playing Bloodlines DLC today. Oh, you did? Nice. Be interesting to see what you think about it. It was good to play as Aiden Pierce again. And to play as Wrench. I mean, we play as Wrench in Watch Dogs 2 in one part of it. So it's good to play as him again. You like it better than the main game? Oh, nice. Yeah, the main game of Watch Dogs Legion, it's like, I like it, it's okay, but the first two games blow it out of the water for me. See if there's anything in this. Nope, nothing in that camera. Owner Bear Suit is the first Watch Dogs part of AC Universe, then, but not the AC DLC in Legion. Yeah, so it's very, very funny because in this game you have a document that is from a company named Bloom, and Bloom is a company in Watch Dogs. And in Watch Dogs, there's a convoy mission that has Olivia Garneau in it, the CEO, or the CCO, sorry, of Abstergo Entertainment in this game. And in the mission that takes place in that game, where you deal with Olivier, it wants you to just knock him out. But then, in Assassin's Creed Origins, they confirm that Aiden Pierce from Watch Dogs 1 actually shot and killed Olivier. Didn't just knock him out. Then in Watch Dogs 2, you have Easter eggs to Ubisoft and all that kind of stuff. But then you also have actual places like Ubisoft studio that you go into in Watch Dogs 2. So it's a combination of Easter eggs and references that are just, referencing one franchise to the other. But there's also things in them that are actually connective tissue that make them in the same universe. So Watch Dogs Legion, the main game and everything like that, I don't know if it takes place in the same universe as Assassin's Creed. But if you look at Watch Dogs 1 and 2, I would assume that it is. But where it gets tricky is the DLC for Watch Dogs Legion, where you play as an assassin. That assassin is not canon. Even though they mention Edward Kenway and Jacob and Evie Fry, and even have statues of them. So it's very, very complex, and a bit wishy-washy, and a bit all over the place. But they retroactively then tried to say that Watch Dogs 1 and 2 and 3, and every Watch Dogs thing is not in the same universe as Assassin's Creed. But I think that's just someone at Ubisoft with that opinion. It doesn't actually make it true. So yeah. There we go. Finally got across it. Okay, so I'm not going to cover that yet, but that's also something. Great Minds, so that's Commission 4. Haytham, Connor, as Olivier asks earlier, but this is Haytham specifically. Edward Kenway, the pirate. Arr, matey. Melanie, can I talk to you for a minute? Yeah, sure. Just give me 5 minutes. Okay. That's not the exact 100% accurate dialogue exchange of what happens in that. But yeah. Olivier's impression of a pirate. Arr, matey. Okay, so I checked that camera and we went into the thing. Hang on. Stan, Sean Bai Cho is such a phenomenal actor. He puts something special to every character he voices. Yeah, like you look at a character like Wrench, and you wouldn't think that the same person actually plays Machiavelli in the Assassin's Creed series. Hey there, Tall. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you so much for that. I hope things are going well. Stan, there's a whole lot of mess, Bear Suit, and then in the second game they put Ubisoft as a company and Assassin's Creed as a franchise in the game. There's a mission called Ubisoft, where you investigate Ubisoft's San Francisco branch. Exactly, yep. I'm an invested a complex web they weave. Very complex. It's just, yeah. I'm like, if you're going to do content that's not canon, make sure you don't include canon characters in it. You know, if it's not going to be canon anyway, just make up completely new characters across the board. So instead of all this mess, maybe teams who made these games could communicate. Maybe that's why Aiden killed him. Jackson, hey, what's with all this goat stuff? Wrench, because I'm a horny boy. Wrench. Okay, so let's go to these ones down this way. Hey there, Sean.
It's not 30 degrees at one end of the building and 5.
Handbook. What about it?
That one was good and simple. Stan, overall, you think Watch Dogs Legion was not a bad game? No, it's definitely one that I, when I'm doing my annual playthroughs of Watch Dogs, I still do myself. I still think it's got a lot of good stuff with it. I accidentally pressed the back button too many times. Let's go to my files. That was a Subject 17. His name was Desmond Abstergo, not some fucking number. Alright, so we've got some recovered media. So we now have all the recordings of Desmond. I would love to play this now, but I want to get all the reading stuff that I've got left out of the way. So it was one of these ones. But I've got all 4 of them. It was the 4th one that I didn't have yet. I want to leave all the stuff that I listened to as part of this playthrough that's left till last. Get all the reading stuff out of the road. Stan, I guess you would put it just above average, and that's because 1 and 2 were just too good. Yeah, they set a bar that is very difficult to meet. I still hold out some kind of hope that they will do another one in the future at some point. But not impossible, but probably unlikely. Alright, so here we have a chat log, chat archive. Everybody's working on the weekend. Olivier, I need your guys to get me everything on the observatory by the end of Friday at the latest. Can you do it? Mel, no, are you crazy? We don't even know where it is yet. And Friday's a holiday. Olivier, a holiday? Really? Do your people realize that working here is a privilege? If they care about their jobs, they'll come in and it will be an honor. And no, I'm not crazy. I'm getting a lot of heat from Letitia. If we don't get it done, she'll take it out on Devils and all our work will be lost. Mel, ugh. Does she even know how anything works here? Olivier, she has her own pressures. Mel, I realize that, but we're already working overtime. And when are we going to discuss how the plot of Devils has to change to accommodate this observatory business? How am I going to sell this? Olivier, you're not going to. It's too sensitive. Mel, so we're just collecting the memories for no reason? Olivier, not for no reason. Letitia will use them. Mel, this is ridiculous. You want us to devote our lives to finding information we're not allowed to develop, or understand, or use in any way. It won't help sales, and my people will never see their work rewarded in public. How am I supposed to motivate them? Olivier, I don't know. Get them breakfast, pain a chocolate, coffee, pretend to sneak in some coffee liquor, a little beer with lunch. Feed them. They'll forgive you. Mel, again? They're not going to keep falling for this. Olivier, yes, they will. Bread and circuses. Look it up. It's a thing. Mel, come on, be serious. Olivier, I am being serious. Remember, none of this comes from me. Letitia needs what she needs. If you want the project to continue, we have to keep her happy. The observatory doesn't have anything to do with pirates anyway. It would only complicate things. Take the focus off the action. Mel, but it's fascinating. I realize it's more mature and complex. I can't believe I'm the one arguing this, but we are crazy not to use it. Imagine we could be selling to pirate fans and conspiracy theorists all at the same time. The potential for market growth is huge. Olivier, we cannot use it, so please stop asking. Mel, this is insane. Olivier, as you already know, Melanie, this company is a subsidiary of Abstergo Industries, and Abstergo Industries has a different culture. They are hierarchical and rule-driven. We may not always like it, but if we want to advance in this company, we have to be careful. Mel, you're protecting her. Olivier, I'm protecting you. I know we have our arguments from time to time, but I know you care deeply about our work, and I don't want you to get yourself ejected from the conversation. We need you. Do you understand? Mel, yeah, I get it. Pick my battles. It's common sense. I don't know why this one thing is bothering me so much right now. I'm just tired. Olivier, so I don't need to find someone else to help me? Mel, no. We'll get it done. Somehow. Olivier, I'll personally bring the coffee liquor for breakfast. Mel, lol. Thanks. I'll find some way to get them excited about it in the meantime. Olivier, if it makes you feel better, I can tell you a secret. Mel, what? Olivier, if we're successful with the observatory, Abstergo may develop a Las Vegas attraction to accompany the release of Devils. Mel, what? Olivier, they're looking into a partnership with those aquatic circus people you like. Imagine celebrating them with the whole team at a live-action gladiator show, assassins versus Templars versus pirates versus sharks. Mel, whoa, I'm in awe. How do you come up with this stuff? Olivier, oh, I have all kinds of little things saved in files here and there. I always think I'll get around to doing something with them in a quiet moment. Mel, but there are never quiet moments. Oh well, you'll retire someday. Olivier, not if I'm lucky. Mel, me neither. Well, I'm sorry, Olivier, but you will be retired prematurely. Forever. Stan, you have a little hope as well deep in there. It's a fun franchise. Yeah, I still think that there's some more that they could do with it. And I would love it if it was set in Japan. Because I really, really just want to control a giant Godzilla, Mecha Godzilla, in a Watch Dogs game. Lucinda again? I wish they'd offer us liquor shots at work. Yeah, like imagine that. I mean, you know, giving your employees pizza, that's so old. You know, give them alcohol, give them, you know, all this stuff. So that's that red. That's Abstergo Entertainment. And that was confidential chat log. Hidden something. It's above that. Thanks for the GGs, Lucinda. Alright, so 3 more computers to hack.
I know.
Cesare's like, I know. I still need to read all the sticky notes as well. And I've got them all now, so that's cool. Access granted. I don't know why I did my Stan from Monkey Island Games impression there with that. Have I got a deal for you? You don't just want any ship, you want the best ship. Thank you so much, Luck, for the Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you for that. I hope it's going good. So there's actually 5 Subject 0 audio files. And we've now gotten the 5th one. I want to listen to all this stuff one after the other as well, instead of separately.
That company finally.
You need to get back into AC. Is there any one in particular that you'd like to start with, like to revisit and stuff? Whoops. So 1, 2, and 3. Oh, cool. Yeah, they're good ones. They're really good ones, those. Subject 1 interview session. Okay, so Subject 1 is actually the person who experienced the memories of Aveline, and their Anima sessions were recorded, and that's what we actually experience in the game Liberation. So I need to listen to that later. It's one thing on its own, but I still want to listen to all the listening stuff in one big chunk. So I'll most likely listen to that first because it's just one thing on its own. I need to check here as well, just in case there's any difference in camera archive footage. Well, my favorite, I do like a top 3. I don't really have like a favorite above all. So I kind of just have like a top 3 sort of like favorites. The first one is Assassin's Creed 2, and then Black Flag, and then Origins as well. But within that, there's a lot of games in the series that I also really enjoy as well. But I put them in like a top 3 favorite range.
Glad that's over. I hate it when they escalate the security. Makes me jumpy.
Did they put anyone in the bunker this time?
Just for a few days, I think. Sucks, but I suppose it's necessary. We deal with some really sensitive data.
Classified shit, yeah. I don't know how I feel about it, but it's in our contract, so...
And they pay out bonuses, too. Inconvenience pay, they call it.
Really? That's actually kind of nice.
That's true, Harry Stenjovsky, who voices that NPC.
5 gigs a second.
Of genetic memory data? That's amazing.
And this is through existing broadband networks, straight into people's homes.
That's another NPC he voices. Well, Odyssey, it's a decent RPG game. It's a terrible Assassin's Creed game, but it's a good RPG game. But there is some stuff in it that I do like as well, so it's not a complete write-off or anything. But there's just some things that they try to connect with the wider series that doesn't actually match properly. Let's see, so I've gone to Sample 17 floor, CCO lobby, and now back to the server section, which is essentially the bunker. Yeah, like, yeah, like, it really should have been like it's, like a spin-off thing. Because you can still do a spin-off of something and have it set in the same universe, but not have it be something where you put a lot of, like, things from the wider series in it. You know, just some some references here and there to stuff. There's also some screens that have actually updated in Abstergo Entertainment, so I need to cover those too. Okay, so this is Subject 0 Audio File 2. So I now have all of those. Security notice. Listed individuals are suspected in recent attacks on Abstergo Entertainment. If you have any knowledge concerning the whereabouts, please contact security immediately or speak to your direct manager. Thanks for making it go so fast, game. But yeah, that's a picture of Sean and Rebecca. The ironic thing is, Sean is still down there at the coffee stand. And they still haven't figured out that he's in there. And they still haven't figured out that Rebecca is the person delivering stuff. Nice. You could put like a picture of them up in big all over the walls at Abstergo Entertainment, and they still wouldn't realize that those assassins have actually literally been in the building, and one of them still is in there. Permanent. Doesn't move from there. Luck, yeah, it sort of reminds you of Far Cry Primal. You know, that actually reminds me too. I thought the Eagle Companion mechanic was something that Origins introduced as like an original thing. I didn't realize that Far Cry Primal actually has an Eagle Companion as well, and it came out before Origins. I was like, oh, okay, so that's where they got that from. Okay, so there's no new camera archives with those. Yeah, Lucinda. You'll love that stuff. It's like, Abstergo, what are you doing, you idiots? Stan, what does he put in that coffee? That's a good question, actually. Might be a secret recipe that Sean has come up with. Okay, so I think I've covered all the computers, and I still have some stuff to read, so I'm going to deal with that first, and then we'll get to the point where there's listening to do and watching. But I need to see one of these screens on this level, see if there's anything different from what was before. I think I've already read this. I don't think this has changed. Oh yeah, I've already read that screen. So there's a screen in the bunker. There's a screen on this level. Oh, and I think there's a different screen on the CCO level as well. Come on, elevator, where are you? Not there. That's Melanie's office.
Incredible. We were able...
Incredible. It's almost 4 AM now. But I want to get this done in one stream, so That way, next weekend I can concentrate on Freedom Cry and give it the same story analysis treatment. Okay, so this screen is some new updated stuff. Just wait until it loops to something that could be. Okay, in production. Reminder, following the discovery of sensitive information, the Edward Kenway project is to remain a matter of absolute confidentiality. Okay, that part's not new. Abstergo Entertainment, personnel files strictly confidential. Here, this is new information. Abstergo Entertainment, personnel files strictly confidential. There's John Standish. The Sage. Entertainment Market News. 20,500 Leagues Under the Sea, a surprise hit. Nice. We don't consider it a remake as much as we do a reboot of the reboot of the reboot, boasted producer Lucien Kirschner-Abel on location. Asked whether the game's Bermuda Triangle setting presented any hurdles, Kirschner-Abel replied no, but it did lead to some pretty great pranks. That would have been awesome. Not. So 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea is actually a real movie. I like how they do 20,000 Leagues and a Half Under the Sea. Reminds me of the Naked Gun movie titles. The Naked Gun, Naked Gun 2.5, Naked Gun 33 1/3. Instead of just saying Naked Gun 2 and Naked Gun 3. Stan, well then good morning to you, I suppose. Exactly, Stan, good morning. To me. I mean, I would be up this time anyway. But there's a certain difference in sitting back and doing things that don't require you to talk than doing things that do require you to talk. Alright, so I've covered all that stuff. Now, we have the sticky notes. All 20 of them. So these sticky notes talk about the instruments of the First Will, who are basically a cult that worship the Isu in present day. Yeah, listen to the laugh track. Laugh track would definitely come in handy there. Manifesto of the Instruments of the First Will, writ by a true disciple this day, 21st of October, 2013, in anticipation of the anniversary of her ascension. May she guide us into the grey. Her is referring to Juno. Being that life is both sacred and profane, priceless and worthless, fleeting and eternal, we submit. Being that life can be easily construed from primordial swamps as from a stinking petri dish, we submit. Being that those who came before imbued us with life and may remove it as readily should we defy or deny their original plan, we submit. Being that it is well understood that tools, homes, cars, cutlery, pencils, tables, books, chairs, domesticated animals, light bulbs, mobile phones, sex toys, vacation homes, sofas, lounge chairs, swimming pools, and etc., are indirect byproducts of our genotypic expressions, otherwise known as extended phenotypes, we submit. Lucinda, yeah, I saw this morning your original Go Live message for Odyssey was 10:34 p.m. your time, which is only like 30 minutes after you go to bed, so you've been streaming for over 13 hours between the two games. That's crazy to think, you know, especially when you combine the amount of hours with two different games. But yeah, I haven't even looked at this stream. Shit, almost 8 hours this stream alone. Damn. It was in the 17th and 18th centuries the world became an indecent place rent of its original purpose during the ages of industrial revolutions. Here it was the machines of industry we unleashed in such grand quantities quite without understanding them, unwound motives and purposes of their own as inert as they were. The machines we made shaped us in turn and took hold of our impulses and our minds, small as they are, and gripped us like an iron maiden, bleeding us empty. It was our poor understanding of our origins that led us to originate tools we were incapable of understanding or controlling. As if the cotton gin was not enough, and one day our sweaters and undershirts might talk to us, as if they were not enough. As if this were not enough. Take, for instance, gunpowder, which gave us great mastery over fire. Take, for instance, the daguerreotype, which warped our way of seeing true life. Take the light bulb that gave us light when none was necessary. Take the automobile that sped us along at velocities capable only of killing us in new and silly ways. Take the cinema which gave us lies, as a man once said, 24 times per second. Take the phonograph which preserved noises which ought to be ephemeral. Take the television which is obviously stupid. Take video games which are secretly stupid, and you all know you wish there was more pornography, you know you do. Take saturated fats and high fructose corn syrups which poison us, and soy which has been known to make men into women. Take computers which count so fast we cannot keep up, nor should we, for we are an imperfect race of disgusting shells of tissue and bone, incomplete in and of ourselves. We must have masters to survive. We must admit our masters. So, again, the instruments of the first will, they are worshippers of Isu. And so they basically want the Isu to come back and control humanity, because they believe that humanity needs to be controlled. Admit them and submit to them. Yes, we submit that by being ourselves the product of an advanced yet earthbound race of intelligent humanoids, we must also therefore be tools ourselves and subject to the intents and purposes of our creators, despite our limited agency. Yes, we submit that we are such tools and as such have a purpose befitting a tool. We submit we are like hammers and wrenches and shovels made for a specific purpose, not our own. We submit that our purpose is indivisible from the will of those who came before. We submit ourselves, our bodies, our minds utterly. Remember that our relentless, impertinent, hollow drive to achieve everything our forebears did has led to many embarrassments and disasters: nuclear weapons, superviruses, genetically modified poison food, toxic air, plastic sea wrack, and sea spawn, and the list goes on, and you can look it up for yourselves on the internet, but all this too had a secret purpose in the end. Today's Abstergo Templar frauds have given themselves to base practices and claim wrongly that man and woman are delicate and sensible and feeling creatures in and of themselves, and therefore deserve satiety and comfort and mindlessness in the presence of pleasure. Nothing could be sicker, falser, disgusting, lying bastards. Abstergo Templar frauds. Interesting. There we go. Our purpose is not ours to achieve, but ours to be received, given by her graces and instruction. Death to the false fabricators of pleasure and indolence. The old order must be restored, the new order destroyed. True Templars dedicated to order and stability and peace through the application of her iron will, and not through the dulling satisfactions of pleasure and indolence. So it's interesting because the Templars, for a time, believed that there was no such thing as beings who existed before, and that it was only God who existed and created everything. But then they eventually got to a point where they knew that it was the other way around, that there actually was some other beings that created humans as well. But the Templars, they're the ones that want to control the world, whereas the instruments of the first will, they don't want the Templars to control the world. They don't want the assassins to have any sort of like control over anything. They simply want the Isu to take control again of humanity itself in general as a whole. The new order is a disease, and Juno, may she guide us into the grey, will be our cure. Remember this, remember that it was in the 18th century, slipping into the next, that the sickness took hold and men began to believe they were a part and individual of the original plan. Men shunned the plan, called us slaves when we were only fulfilling our duty. Then revolutions in America and France bled into evolutions, into more revolutions, into Russia and Mexico and India, and the sickening list goes on as men and women fought and died for the right to be indolent and sick and pleasured. But she, may she guide us into the grey, has returned after a sleep of tens of thousands of millennia, and we submit to live and work at her side, we the instruments of the first will. So, America revolutions, France revolutions, of course. Assassin's Creed 3 before this had covered the American Revolution. Assassin's Creed Unity after this, the French Revolution. And there is a Chronicles Russia game, but it doesn't... actually, it does deal with a revolution, I think, of a kind. I think. Remember that our relentless, impertinent, hollow drive to achieve everything... Hang on, this was a... There's actually two that are the same. Remember that our relentless, impertinent, hollow drive... Remember that our relentless, impertinent, hollow drive... Okay, so I won't read that one. As our tools are genetic expressions of our mental cultural activity, and as we are expressions of their mental cultural activity, it must necessarily follow that this world as it is now, and as it ever will be, is an expression of the first will, an expression of their labours, and thus belongs not to us but to them. The wires, the cables, the data networks that now crisscross the globe are hers. They must become her body and her mind. What she once wrought hath wrought anew, and will resurrect her into a new form. Beautiful, 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 yes. The world and all its digital technology is now an expression of her life, and her work began over 80,000 years ago, and now she has come to reclaim them. She, beloved, beautiful Juno, may she guide us into the grey. Into the grey, the digital frontier, the singularity, the space in which she dwells being both made of light and the embodiment of darkness. This we call the grey, being that we are the instruments of her will, instruments of the first will, the original will. We submit this credo to the world. We submit ourselves to eternal servitude in service of a grander fulfillment. We submit the world to itself, it being a product that feeds life to life and death to death. May she, mother, sister, wife, lover, friend, bring life to darkened minds and humility to those who succor for its wisdom. Guide us into the grey, beloved. Guide us. Manifesto of the Instruments of the First Will. And that's their symbol. There we go. So that was all written by John Standish, who was the sage in present time, and he posted them around Abstergo's office. Which, I mean, you know, that wouldn't be weird at all, would it? Why is the IT guy going around putting post-it notes on random on random parts of the establishment? That's not suspicious, is it? So we've covered that, so I've read all that, and some other things I just want to read to cap off is the diary by the present-day character. Okay, so the bunker, I already read that. A face from the past. Work diary, week 5. John tried to kill me. I awoke with him looming over me like an old snake. He looked oddly familiar at first, and when he spoke, I knew why right away. He was the spitting image of Bartholomew Roberts. He ranted for a time about his beloved, the spectre from the server room, I assume, and about how he was a reborn figure of some sort. Before he could elaborate further, however, Abstergo's security guards were upon him. John resisted, and they shot him dead. Melanie apologized profusely for my detainment, and thanked me for my work. I think I believe her. She has always struck me as sincere. Shaken by the whole experience, I wanted only to go home, but I was soon contacted by the courier and the barista from a few weeks earlier. My instincts about them proved correct. They seemed to belong to this assassin collective, and they encouraged me to continue hacking Abstergo's servers. With the security level I have now, it is doubtful I will ever be caught again. Not anytime soon, anyway. I'm not sure what to do next, quit my job, or press forward. There is still so much to work to do, and many unknowns on the horizon. We've got all that. Much thanks for all your hard work, friend. We know it wasn't easy, hasn't been for us either. Losing Desmond was a terrible blow, and we've needed the past year just to get back on our feet. But we're standing and ready to jump. Everything you acquired here, everything you sent us, will be useful in some way. Don't wonder about that. So for now, keep your head down and your eyes on the task ahead. We may come calling soon. We hope you'll be ready. All the best. Bill. You know, I'd forgotten about this. This is great. To have something from Desmond's father referring to Desmond's death. These strange notes contain the ravings of a rather fanatical individual, and when arranged in the right sequence, they reveal a bizarre symbol of some kind. Religious, perhaps? Something else? And some new messages that the characters received. Support team, back to normal? So that's it? No explanation? We just keep going and hope nothing like that happens again? How can this even be legal? Oh well, another day, another dollar. Evan Dean, crybabies. Yo, that was seriously messed up, I agree. But come on, we get to make games. Isn't that worth a little weirdness sometimes? If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. Melanie LeMay, Mel's response. I understand, we're all a little on edge. I hope you all take the coming long weekend to relax, unwind, breathe easy, have a little fun. When we get back, we have some major butt to kick, so I want you all bright and ready. Chloe Lesney. John left? You know where John went? I got a bad feeling about this one. If you knew something, you'd tell me, right? Or have you become one of them? Melanie LeMay, employee turnover. We all know this is a great place to work, but it's natural that people move on to pursue other interests. Let's keep the gossip to a minimum and focus on what's important. Great games. No currently active mission. Okay. I think there was something else I forgot to check out that I wanted to double check. Oh, yes. NPC dialogue around the office. I want to see if there's any differences now, considering what's happened.
I've been spending too long in my...
No, already heard that dialogue. Not talking quick enough. Need to find some NPCs that will talk.
Have you tried turning it off and back on again?
Yeah, I have. Already heard that dialogue too.
Coffee was better in
Yep, already heard that dialogue too. Let's go to the lobby and see if there's any NPCs that say anything that we haven't heard yet. You'd think there'd be more talk about what happened, especially since John Standish got, shot, and the quarantine thing and everything. Hey, Abstergo employees, did you know that there's a assassin in this building, like right here?
Wow, this is going to change everything.
Already heard that dialogue. This is going to change everything. Even change the channel.
Coffee was better in the old building.
Yeah, I heard that dialogue before. Looks like there's no new dialogue from NPCs.
Super arrogant.
Have you tried turning it off and back
Have you
on?
tried turning it off in your back? Yeah, I have. Heard that already. Alright, there's no new NPC dialogue. Alright. Okay, so one final thing to do for the main game, and that is to listen to all the audio files. Oh shit, hang on, there's some things I need to read. There's one more set of things I need to read, and then the rest will just be listening, and I can give my voice a break. Well, until there's something I need to talk about related to the story and the audio that we listen to. Alright, so if we have a look, need to read The Great Minds. Here we go. Great Minds in History, Commission 1. Robert de Sable, a true hero. Okay, so Robert de Sable, he was the main Templar that you assassinate in Assassin's Creed 1. Noble of birth, noble in action, Robert de Sable rose to serve as Grand Master of the Templar Order in 1191. His tenure was short, but his impact was great. Fighting alongside Richard the Lionheart, he laid siege to Acre and broke Saladin's ranks. Dogged by assassins throughout his tenure, he was ultimately martyred by one such nameless malefactor. Nameless? I will have you know that his name was Altair ibn Lahad, and he fucking assassinated an asshole. There we go. That's what it should say. Listen, it never ends. This is so true. You're not wrong there. Great Minds in History Commission 2. Rodrigo Borgia, the family man. Yeah. Rodrigo. Roderick Lancole Pope Alexander VI, a cleric and bon vivant by any name, Rodrigo Borgia served as Templar Grand Master from 1476 until his death. For too long, this man of faith and passion suffered under a smear campaign at the hands of his enemy, Ezio Auditore. Let him now be celebrated and remembered for his progressive outlook and focus on family values. Yeah, I don't think we want to actually support the kinds of values on family that the Borgia were actually supporting. Moving on. Great Minds in History Commission 3. Madeline de Lisle, the Abolitionist. Madeline is the main Templar that we kill in Assassin's Creed Liberation, starring Aveline. I played this game first before playing Liberation, so this is how I already knew the spoiler at the end of the game, that she was actually the head of the Templars. One of history's most overlooked leaders, Madeline Delisle freed hundreds of slaves and brought them to sanctuary in a tropical haven whose construction she oversaw personally. Brutally cut down at the peak of her career by Aveline de Grandpré, the orphan she rescued from a broken home, Madeline served as Master Templar in the southern colonies from 1764 to 1717. Oh yes, you know, she was awesome, you know. Sending people to a sanctuary, yeah, it might have been like a tropical haven, but they were still working for nothing. So they were still being treated as slaves. It's like here's a forest somewhere versus a mansion. You're in the forest. You're a slave in the forest. They're like, hey, we're going to move you to this mansion. Oh, that's so great. Cool. Now you're a slave in the mansion. But because it's a mansion, they expect the slave to be like, oh, this is so cool. I'm in a mansion now. And forget the fact that they're still a slave. So in Assassin's Creed Liberation, they get sent to Chichen Itza. But they're still slaves because they're still doing work without being paid for it. It's just that there's a veneer of, you know, you're working for the greater good. You're working to, you know, for your own home and all that kind of stuff. It's like, pfft. Great Minds in History, Commission 4, Haytham Kenway, the Loyal Father. Yeah, very loyal. Yes. The Loyal Father. Yes, very loyal. Yeah, he had a vested interest in Connor's life. He really wanted to make sure that, you know, his son's mother was, you know, well cared for and, you know, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, listen to loyal. Don't make me laugh. Suave, debonair, and clever, Haytham Kenway was a hero for a generation of men desperate for a decisive and charismatic leader. Slain by the ungrateful son who could not appreciate the wisdom of his pragmatic, race-blind approach to politics and personal life, Kenway's tenure as Grand Master of the Colonial Rite ended abruptly in 1781. Indeed. Suave? Yes. Debonair? Yes. Clever? Yes. But even a serial killer can have these qualities. That doesn't make them a good person or someone that you want to be inspired by or aspire to be, you know. Stan, he was chosen Father of the Year back then. He was. Whenever I play Assassin's Creed 3, I always like to refer to him as a deadbeat dad. But, yeah, Haytham gets killed by Connor. Ungrateful son. Well, I mean, you know, he tried. He tried to have a truce with Haytham, but Haytham ultimately was too far gone and also wanted Connor to become a Templar. And so in Haytham's mind, it's either I kill you or you become a Templar, pretty much. Now, that is that all read. Let's see. So there is another thing to read, I think. Or maybe there isn't. Hang on, let's have a look. Employee passport. Okay, I definitely read that. Stoke entertainment stuff. Not all of these will be reading things. Okay, so I think I've read everything that I want to read. So now we can listen to different things. So the first thing I want to do is show the market analysis videos. So this is a market analysis, a market feasibility analysis commissioned for the purpose of determining the strengths and weaknesses of acquired historical properties. I think it says that for all of them. So this is to set it up. Abstergo, once they gained access to Desmond's DNA, they were able to explore his memories as much as they wanted without restriction. And so what they did was they went through and experienced memories that we, the player, had already experienced in the game, in the games before. And Abstergo are looking for more entertainment products to make out of the footage from those anima sessions that they get the memories from. And so they were looking at different characters that they could possibly do sort of games on and stuff like that. So this is the first one with Altair. Roger Craig Smith voices the narrator, and he says all the names incorrectly on purpose. that's just part of the whole, the whole Abstergo don't really care about assassin type stuff. Anyway, this is the one about Altair.
Our researchers looked into the life of Altair Ibn Lahad, hoping to find a biography that might serve as a positive role model for Abstergo's global outreach programs. Unfortunately, this renegade assassin proved to be no such thing. In much of his footage, we see a man gleefully flouting some of his culture's most entrenched taboos with an arrogance that borders on messianic. Many of our researchers felt that the arguments articulated by Altair's rival, a man known as Abbas, were clearer and more cogent than any we heard from Altair. I recently put in a request that more effort be dedicated to locating one of Abbas's descendants, if any exist. It's clear to us that Altair's transgressions were the primary motivation behind the ultimate dissolution of his despicable order by the middle of the 13th century. We therefore strongly recommend a pass on this property, in favor of a more agreeable and inspiring figure from this era.
There we go. So that's the mark of visibility they did for Altair. And it's like flouted. It's like, he was actually making sure that Al-Mualim was actually dead and wasn't just another apparition, which is understandable given the fact that Altair knows that the Piece of Eden can actually create illusions, and since he had fought Al-Mualim using such illusions, it makes sure, it's understandable that he would want to make sure that his body was dead, which of course, Abbas is against, understandably so as well, from that perspective too. Listen, that's how you pronounce Altair before you played the games and knew how it was pronounced, lol. You called Ezio Ezio. That's fair enough, Lucinda. Because when you're new to something, like, there's so many names and things that until you hear them, like, there's been names where I've read it. Like, I remember when I read Lord of the Rings for the first time, the character of Legolas. When I was reading for the first time Lord of the Rings, when I was like in 6th grade, I pronounced it Legolas instead of Legolas, But I didn't know that that's how you pronounced it until I actually heard it being pronounced, But maybe I might be wrong. Maybe you don't pronounce it Legolas. Maybe it is Legolas. But yeah. Legolas. And this is the one for Ezio. I love the fact that we have Roger Craig Smith, who played Ezio, playing an Abstergo employee narrating about Ezio.
Initial reports gave us hope that Enzio Auditore would serve as an ideal candidate for future Abstergo projects. His charisma, sexual magnetism, and wry humor gave him all the qualities of a leading man. However, his corruption by the Assassin Order robbed him of these qualities as he fell deeper and deeper into a spiral of revenge. Enzio was frequently known to articulate a passive acceptance of evil. He was also a man of ugly contradictions, one who preached free thought, yet traveled well beyond his home country to proselytize his corrupted creed, just as he's doing here with this impressionable Chinese girl. Notice, too, that in his gestures and bearing there is still something of the old lecher in him. Enzio's entire personality is built around pure demagoguery, claiming his philosophy is about love when violence and coercion are his primary means of tackling problems. We have therefore come to the conclusion that Enzio Auditore da Firenze would be a risky character to develop.
Yeah. Talk about taking something that has one context and completely changing it. That part where he puts his hand on Xiao Jun's shoulders. If you actually watch Assassin's Creed Embers, he's not being creepy. He's not doing anything like that. It's not supposed to be like that. And the part where he smiles is slowed down in this. So Abstergo has slowed that down to make it look creepy when it's not supposed to be, and that whole thing. But yeah, Enzio Avdenonre Ra Firenze. Yeah, it's like Enzio. Oh dear. So this is the market analysis of Aveline, and that's the character that we played as in Liberation.
Initial reports on Aveline de Grand Prix led us to believe she would be too controversial and impulsive to appeal to a wide audience. Teenaged memories show her brainwashed and trained to kill political foes of her highly unstable mentor, Agate. Additionally, Aveline spent a disappointing amount of time in the Louisiana bayou, consorting with smugglers of the lowest kind, which we felt risked her appeal to our female audience, which is now approaching 50%. However, as Aveline matured, a new side emerged. A well-mannered and considerate lady of poise and compassion, Aveline came to embrace a new mentor, her stepmother, Madeline Delisle, a tireless fighter for the rights of slaves. With some editing to prioritize this relationship, we feel Aveline's story will more than meet our needs. Our team recommends a go on this property. Get this one to market quickly.
There we go. So this was their first entertainment product, Assassin's Creed Liberation, that Abstergo Entertainment had actually done. And they took the footage that had been gotten from Enema Sessions of Aveline's memories and then edited it together to create situations that didn't 100% exactly happen the way that they wanted the wide public to actually think they happened. And so there's a whole thing in that game about finding the truth about what actually happened, the unedited versions of the footage and all that kind of stuff. Now, the final market analysis that I did was on Connor.
Research into the life of Ratana Gaydon focused on a period spanning his late teens to his early 30s. But our researchers came away unimpressed by his calm and stoic demeanor, with occasional flashes of extreme anger. This was not the sort of leading man we felt comfortable endorsing. We decided, therefore, to delve into his early childhood, with the hope that scenes of pre-colonial America might hold some appeal. As you can see here, there is a certain naive charm and innocence to this young boy. Unfortunately, our researchers found this young man's story deeply problematic as well. For one, the omnipresence of the Mohawk culture lacks the balance necessary to tell the true story of America. And secondly, the Mohawk language would certainly be an issue for most of our audience. We therefore feel that although Ratana Tankon's early life would be of some interest to our more educated viewers, it's unlikely that his story would appeal on a broader scale, being too foreign, as it were, to normal audiences. Our team recommends we pass on this property.
Jeez. Talk about, friggin', what's the words you could use? I don't know. Sort of like, very narrow thinking, to say the least, and stuff like that. Oh dear. But yeah, these market analysis videos, they're obviously done from the perspective of the Templars, so of course they're going to make the assassins look bad, on purpose as well. Kind of like what Rogue does in that game. But yeah, so they're the market feasibility videos and stuff that Abstergo Entertainment had looked at. So I've actually looked at those now. So the next thing that I'm going to do is cover the audio files. And the first audio file I'm going to cover is the one of the interview that is done with the person who experienced the memories of Aveline. And this was subject 1. A taped interview session between Dr. Warren Vidic and subject 1, name unknown, recorded at some point between late 1981 and early 1982. Now, I have a feeling that the person who voices this character is the same as the guy who voices Gerald, which is basically the love interest of Aveline and vice versa, but the game doesn't really delve too much in that, although there is that as something in it. But yeah, anyway, this is the interview that was recorded with a younger Dr. Warren Vidic between late 1981 and early 1982. Just want to give a heads up for people who are listening with headphones. You might want to just turn the volume down slightly a bit, because some of these recordings have on purpose added sort of scratching sounds and noise and all that kind of stuff. So just a heads up, I'm about to play this in 3, 2, 1.
February 12, 1981. Qualitative personal interview with Subject 1 on ancestral research regarding Avalon de Grand Prix. How are you feeling? Any side effects?
Not really. Aside from the headaches. They've been worse since I started staying in longer. But I don't want to stop. I like her. I want to know what she does next.
What's it like? Reliving her memories.
So different. The Animus, I mean. The past. At first it was confusing. Distracting. Like New Orleans, the stench. I wasn't expecting all the smells.
Smell is the sense most directly linked to memory.
When I'm in her memories, it's like I can smell more than I usually can.
In general, women have a more acute sense of smell than men do. I had wondered how that would translate. Anything else?
Yeah. She's smaller than me, but it's like her body could do more.
Did that surprise you?
At first, yeah. The ERA people might hate me for this or whatever, but I don't usually think of girls that way. Climbing things. My mom, my sisters. The animal feeling of Aveline sinking her hidden blade into the throat of...
Go on.
It doesn't feel feminine. What I think of as feminine. But then at the same time it does. Her center of gravity is way lower. That was a surprise. How easy it is to land. How steady I am on her feet. Sorry. This is hard to talk about.
No, it's fascinating. This is what we need. Pure experience, in your own words.
Okay.
Can you tell me about Gerald Blanc?
What about him?
He and Avalon were close, but we haven't been able to ascertain if he might be your missing ancestor. Do her memories suggest anything to you? Does this make you uncomfortable? Remember, these are her memories. You're just playing them back. It's not even acting. You're a researcher.
Like you say, I haven't experienced her consummating anything. That would be... Anyway, I think maybe she was confused.
Oh.
Well, first of all, I don't really know for sure, okay? I mean, guys think about sex more than girls, right? That's a fact.
As a researcher, what did you observe?
Does it mean she's more like a guy if she thinks about... Is that why she's able to assassinate... Well, okay, here's the thing. I don't know her thoughts, but from what's in her memories, physically, the fidgeting, some hesitation, what she looked at, who she looked away from, the things she didn't say when I expected her to. If I had to guess what it meant, I would think she was thinking about sex. But I'm a guy, so I would think that, right? So what does it mean for women to act that way? It has to mean something else, right?
As a subject, you're able to observe more finely than I am in review. What about unwanted attention from men?
Well, I thought that would be the hardest thing to deal with. I'm not into that, for the record. Not at all.
Yes, I know.
But the way she dealt with it, it happens so often. It's like you stop noticing everything she does to avoid it. Crossing the street, eyes in the back of her head. She knew how to handle herself. When she was charming, felt kind of similar to killing. Or the build-up to killing. Can we take a break, Mr. Vidic?
Of course. We're ready to go on?
Yes.
Avalon was black.
And white. On her father's side.
You're sensitive to that?
I guess. I mean, I'm white. Aveline looks black, so that's different. But you get used to it. Like with the girl thing. Until someone makes you not used to it.
What do you mean?
I don't think I've ever had to think so much about what I'm wearing or how I'm walking. But Aveline, it's like she goes through her whole life in these uniforms.
People expect her to behave in a certain way.
Definitely. Sometimes I worry I'll slip up and play too relaxed at the warehouse and, I don't know, blow her cover.
You can't blow her cover.
I know. I'm just replaying the memories. I can't change them, I know. But I see it, right? It's a risk. It's...
stressful?
Yes. It's best when she goes out as an assassin. On the roofs or in the bayou. I think she was more relaxed that way. Can you imagine? You're only relaxed when you're going to kill someone.
Let's stick to memories rather than imagination. What about the slaves?
They're kind of just... everywhere. I mean, that sounds bad. Slavery is bad, but no one's acting like slavery's bad. It's fun when she frees slaves. Is it supposed to be fun?
We're not looking for supposed to. Focus on what it is.
Okay, so there we have that. Listen to the idea that women might think of that. Yeah, it's so weird with this because the person that is experiencing the memories of Aveline is trying to interpret certain feelings and all that kind of stuff, while also trying to separate their own thoughts about things from what Aveline might have thought, but then also trying to figure out what she might have thought, and all that kind of stuff. And the way that he tries to articulate certain things comes off as very confused and very uncomfortable in a lot of ways as well. But the thing is, we will never know what it's like to be in someone else's shoes, 100%. We might have an idea of some elements of that, but unless we actually literally exist in their body and we see the things that they see, feel the things that they feel, hear what they hear, and think what they think, we don't know what people are going through. And so when Warren Vidic is asking him questions about, the slaves and about the fact that Aveline was black and about how she was a woman and all these things, the person experiencing the memories can't, from their own perspective, understand what it was like for Aveline being a woman and being black in that time period to face what was being faced and all that kind of stuff. Even though he's literally experiencing her memories and he's sensing things that she is, the smells, things like that. It's not really mentioned here, but Desmond touches the ring finger around where Ezio gets the burning sensation around his ring finger when he becomes an assassin. And Desmond actually feels something there too, but he doesn't feel the same pain that Ezio felt. He just feels a sensation. I guess it's kind of like in a video game when your character takes damage and your controller vibrates. You're not feeling damage, you're just feeling a sensation. And so in the Animus, when someone gets hurt in the memory, the person experiencing the memories might have a sensation in their part of the body where it actually happened to the person in the memory, but they don't literally feel 100% the same thing. So with this character who's talking about the memories of Aveline and what could be smelled and all those sorts of things, those sorts of senses can be experienced by the actual user of the Animus who's experiencing the memories and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's so much that would be really trippy as well. And the mind trying to comprehend what was experienced and trying to articulate that into different things as well. So that is the Subject 1 interview session. The next thing I want to do is listen to the Desmond voice recordings. And Nolan North came back to actually do these journals, which I thought was really cool. So we have all of them. So I'm going to play them from start to finish. Another heads up too for people wearing headphones. These audio recordings do have on purpose extra things added to the recording aside from the dialogue, like little, sounds that might be really loud and stuff like that. So just a heads up for these as well.
Okay, this is on. I don't think I've ever used this phone more than a few times to record anything. Hey, Dad. So, we're all here in New York at the motel. It's Queens, actually, in Astoria, near the NQ. Rebecca's off getting batteries for something. Sean's in his room doing whatever Sean does. And, you're out getting some food. Me? Well, I'm supposed to be getting ready to break into some offices in the financial district. Feels just like prepping for one of your old training drills, actually. 10 years go by, and then you show up, and it's like I was never gone. And we're right back to the ball busting and the conspiracies and the paranoia. Only this time, I believe you. I believe every word. I don't even think you know the half of it. I don't think you know how much I've seen. How much I've learned in just a few weeks. Everything, really. I feel like I've lived 1,000 years, or 10,000 maybe. It's impossible to explain. But when you see that much of the world through the eyes of so many, you can't help but be sad. And to see all these incredible, intelligent people fight the same battles, make the same mistakes over and over again. Because culture and knowledge and history, these things, they aren't passed on through our genes. Every kid on Earth needs to relearn the basics. How to live, how to survive, how to stand up for what's right. So much is lost in the transfer. So much is added every generation. It's a shame. Over and over, everything must be learned again. I met Clay, Dad. Clay Gesmeric, in the Animus. I knew him by his Abstergo handle, Subject 16. My predecessor. And he showed me things. He passed them to me, just before he died. Deleted or whatever. Everything he'd learned, everything he'd seen. God, how do I talk about this? So, guess you trained him. Huh? After I left, he really looked up to you, and now that I've seen through his eyes, I think I understand why. I'm glad you had him around, even if I wasn't there. The things he showed me. Unbelievable things. And I never... Shit. Alright, I'll back in a second.
Just to sort of recap with Desmond, he grew up in a compound, and it's where the assassins were, and his parents being assassins, and the other people that were there being assassins too. And he was told all about Abstergo and about how they control the world and all that kind of stuff. But he didn't fully believe it, and he decided to run away when he was a teenager. And after a few years having ran away, he kind of looked upon his years in training at the compound as like the... people were just, conspiracy theorist nuts. They were off their rocker about this kind of stuff. So Desmond was very uncaring about whoever he told the story of his upbringing to. Like, yeah, I was living on this farm with these, people who thought, this company was, and all this kind of stuff. And then in Assassin's Creed Revelations, there's some Desmond journeys you can actually go on. and they're essentially memories of Desmond and when he ran away and the experiences that he's gone through and all that kind of stuff. And by the end of those, in the final Desmond's journey, he strongly and confidently declares that he is an assassin through and through, and that he believes in the assassins and the creed, and believes in everything that his parents had actually told him and all that kind of stuff. And so Desmond gains that kind of understanding about being an assassin and all that kind of stuff. And him mentioning Clay Kaczmarek is very important too, because in the DLC for Assassin's Creed Revelations, The Lost Archives, you experience some memories of Clay Kaczmarek, and you find out what happened between him and Lucy, and the fact that Lucy left him in Abstergo when she was supposed to help him escape. And you see the meeting between her and Warren Vidic, where Warren tells her essentially that they're going to pretend to they're going to let them escape, and Lucy's job is to find out where the apple is located and use the fact that she's amongst the other assassins as some way to be a more kind of like calming place for Desmond to experience the memories of Ezio. But once she has all the information that she needs to kill all of them and then bring the apple back to Abstergo. So Clay sees that, and so he knows that, you know, he's lost, and so he makes the messages with his blood and leaves inside the Animus core the recordings that he leaves and all that kind of stuff. So Desmond really gets a big dose of what happened to Clay as well, and we the player do as well. It's a great way to flesh out his character more than what we see in Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood. It's good in Revelations that we actually see some kind of virtual representation of him that has skin and hair and, you know, all that kind of stuff, and is coherent as well. And then you have like the talk about same mistakes over and over again, and it's like with a lot of stuff in real life, you know, things go one way and then they change, but then they go back to the old way again, or they go to a similar way but slightly different, but still not 100% different, but just a little bit, you know, same things happen over and over again in a way, and all that kind of stuff. So that's the first memo. This is the second one of Desmond's. These are all supposed to have been recorded during the events depicted in Assassin's Creed 3, or rather in between what we see and experience in Assassin's Creed 3.
Okay, it's been a few weeks since the last recording. Sorry about that. Of course, I guess it's just a few seconds for you. I'll leap down the playlist. Anyway, I was talking about Clay Kaczmarek, Subject 16. So, when I fell into a coma back in Italy and woke up in the Animus Black Room, it was so calming. It felt like I had woken up into a dream, haze, a dream where none of this mess had ever happened. Felt like I should just be getting ready for another day of pouring drinks at bad weather, and another day of complaining about being between girlfriends and wondering what the hell to do with myself. But when I saw Clay just sitting there, it started to come back, you know, piece by piece. And when he told me about Lucy, fuck, you know, it hurt. You know, realizing that I killed her without thinking or feeling anything. Not at the time, anyway. Well, then, things just kept piling on. There were more memories of Ezio and Altair and the first civilization. And then, right before he vanished, Clay passed on his memories to me. He showed me everything he had seen and lived through, and it was brief, but overwhelming. Not really sure how to explain. He saw glimpses of Adam and Eve and their escape from slavery.
He saw the beginning and the end of the war between the first Civ and humans. He saw Minerva, Juno, and Tinia trying to work out their calculations. At least that's what they called them. They had these tools, these powerful machines that could predict possible futures. Not what was going to happen, but what could happen. Probabilities. And, well, they spent a lot of energy trying to figure out what was the most likely scenario for the future. Theirs and ours. And in the end, I guess they figured I was their most likely candidate. Some guy named Desmond living at the beginning of the 21st century of the Common Era. But which Desmond was the right one? Because, you see, probability is a weird thing. It can branch out in so many ways. Which version of me did they need? Was it the Desmond who got married early and had a son? One who stayed single in New York? Or was it the Desmond who moved to San Francisco to be a waiter? Maybe it was the Desmond who worked at an auto body shop in Chicago, or maybe it was the me who never ran away from his parents in the first place. First Civ had countless variations to choose from, but in the end, the lucky one was me. I'm the Desmond their best calculations spit out. I'm the Desmond they left their messages for, and I guess I have to live with that honor. What an honor. Pretty tired. There'll be more later. Ciao.
Hey there, Gallanth. Same to you as well. Happy Christmas Eve. I hope it's going to be a great one. Really appreciate it. Same to you as well. We see some of that, what Desmond is talking about. We see Adam and Eve escaping from slavery. In Assassin's Creed 2, the Truth video, when you unlock all the clips of it, and you see it in full, it's Adam and Eve running, and one of them has a piece of Eden, and they're running past the factories which are creating more pieces of Eden, and where the human slaves are working away, and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of that gets put into the Animus core by Clay, and when Lucy takes the Animus core and basically copies it, and then puts it into the Animus that Rebecca calls Baby 2.0, that information that Clay actually embedded in that is all there, and messages from him and all this kind of stuff. So the Subject 16 puzzles that you were solving and all that kind of thing. And Desmond talks about Lucy again, about what it felt to kill her, and not even thinking and feeling anything and all that kind of stuff. It kind of goes back and forth. Sometimes it implies that Desmond is sad that Lucy was killed, even though what she was going to do would have meant the death of Desmond and other people as well. So it goes from that to sometimes feeling like, yeah, he understands that it was the right thing to do as well. So it's very complex, but I guess that is a complex situation because Desmond was kind of, in two minds at the time. His own mind, but also being influenced by Juno through the apple to make him actually kill Lucy. But there's also some form of him, sensing or whatnot and seeing. And Desmond in Assassin's Creed 3 talks about how he saw visions of what Lucy was planning to do and what her goal was and what would have happened if she succeeded and all that kind of stuff. So they do touch on that too as well. Talking about like calculations and stuff, possible futures, what could happen, not what was going to happen. Like say for example you do a calculation, what would be the best path to get $5 from, like to get $5? Okay, this path, just go to the $5 note and pick it up, or someone will drop it and pick it up, or 3, you make the $5 note yourself. All right, which of these 3 is going to happen? Well, we don't know. All 3 could be possible. Let's explore the one where the person drops it and we pick it up. Okay, So from that point, what happens if we give it back to them versus what happens if we don't give it back to them? Okay, so either of those things could happen. The person could drop the $5 note and we could take it ourselves, or we could give it to them. Let's say we give it to them. Okay, what's the next step? And so on and so forth and so on and so forth, until they find out that the path where the person who dropped the $5 note gets the $5 note back means that they have enough money to support their family for the rest of the century. Just to, have a concrete, finite end result, right? That was a possible future. And so with the technology that the Isu had, they could make those kinds of calculations to the minute little tiny things. Like, did the wind blow this way or that way? If it blew this way, what happened next? And then 55,000 steps after that. Is this the end result that we want? Good. So let's make things happen so that they can happen that way, So everything that Juno wanted to have happen was one of these calculations. There's probably room for error, so something might have gone wrong, but it just so happens that they got the calculations 100% accurate, so that Desmond Miles in 2012, who had run away when he was a teenager, who was captured by Abstergo, would be the Desmond that Juno needed to access the temple, to actually allow herself to be unleashed upon the world, still in non-physical form, of course, but nonetheless she was able to escape from the temple and go into the conduits of the World Wide Web and all that kind of stuff as well. So it's very important to remember that the Isu using calculations of what could happen, not what was literally actually going to happen as well. This is something that I feel would have been good for Odyssey to do, but they don't. So Desmond talking here. Now Desmond, with his example, he's saying this from a perspective of imagining this. There might have only been one Desmond Miles in every single calculation. But he's just saying, maybe there was more. Maybe there was a version of Desmond who did this, a version of Desmond who did that. But I'm the one that ultimately the calculations pinpointed to being the one that they needed to be there at that time and for these things to happen and all that kind of stuff as well. But imagine having that technology, not only to just see what an outcome is for something, but actually see every single little step along the way that led to that outcome, and then seeing 5,000 other variations and deciding between those 5,000 which one is the one that we think is the beneficial one overall to go with, and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so here's the third voice one, and just a heads up as well for people wearing headphones that there might be some extra audio stuff added to this, like scratchings and all that kind of stuff.
Hey, Dad. It's funny. I have this memory of you, one I keep coming back to, and I always think about it when I'm working or just before going to bed, because it sort of calms me, I guess. I was 14. I think, and you were trying to teach me how to walk with a light step. Remember that? How to be mindful of how much noise I made when I moved around. Simple stuff. Stuff I understand now, but back then, I gotta tell you, I thought you were just being an asshole. You told me you were gonna go up to your room and sit with your back to the door and read a book. You wanted me to wait at least 15 minutes and then sneak up there and tap you on the shoulder without you knowing. I even remember the book you were reading at the time, the one by Captain Johnson. And you warned me that if you caught me, we'd have to start all over. Then you went upstairs. And I waited. I waited, and I waited, and I waited. I waited 4 hours before deciding to go up. And even then, it took me 20 minutes to get to the foot of the stairs. And another 30 to get up them. And then 10 to get down the hall. And there I was at the door and peeked into your room. And I was just about shit myself. But 10 minutes later, I was just 5 feet away from you. And that's when I remember setting my foot down, and you flinched. Ever so slightly. You flinched. I thought maybe I'd imagined it, but I knew you'd hurt me. You didn't say anything. You just checked your watch, you reached for your drink, you took a sip, and then you kept reading. But I knew I'd failed. You didn't say anything. I didn't understand why. Then I lunged and tapped you on the shoulder, and you turned around, and oh, fantastic, you said, and you scooped me up, and you gave me a big hug, and I didn't say anything. But Dad, I was so pissed off. I wanted to scream at you. I failed, and you knew it, but you said nothing. And I stayed mad for weeks. I thought you were patronizing me. I thought maybe you decided right there that I was never going to be the man you wanted me to be. But I realized just a few years ago that you checking your watch, that was the clue, wasn't it? You let me win because I had been so patient. And I guess that impressed you. You know, maybe at that moment you thought it might be better to be my dad instead of my mentor. I don't really know. Maybe for you they're one and the same. You know, either way, I'm happy to know that both my mentor and my dad are looking out for me that day. I didn't understand that then. I think I do now.
That one's my favorite one out of the memos. So his father, just to sum it up, wanted to test his skills at being very quiet and moving through the environment without making loud sounds and all that kind of stuff. And Desmond waited so long before he even started to go upstairs to the room where his father was patiently waiting. And then even then it took him so long. Just a few feet away, when he put his foot down, he saw his father flinch and thought he imagined it, didn't know if it really happened. And then he lunged at his dad, and his dad was like, oh, you know, so awesome, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And him staying mad at his father for weeks, thinking that his father was just, you know, being patronizing and, you know, being like, yeah, I'll just, you know, I'll just make him think that he's, you know, so good and all that kind of stuff. But then Desmond, you know, a few years prior to this recording, realizes that maybe in that moment he decided to be his father and not be his mentor. And the thing about that's interesting is that Altair, in his Codex pages, and also in Assassin's Creed Revelations, in one of the memories, he talks about his father. And essentially the relationship between Altair's father and him was strictly, you're my son, but more importantly, you are an assassin. And so that was the relationship between the father and the son, Altair and his father. And so Altair, with his own children, wanted to be different. He wanted to not just think of them as just an assassin, but also more importantly think of them as, you know, his sons, and that he was going to be a father to them that was more outwardly showing admiration and affection and being proud, you know, of his children. Something that necessarily his own father didn't do for him. And so there's a nice parallel with what Desmond's talking about here, where he's talking about how his father could have turned around and said, Desmond, you failed. I heard you. You know, start all over again. You need to get this right. This is part of your training. But instead, he treated his son as his son, not as some student that had failed and needed to start again, you know. And that whole bit there also gives you a clue as well. In Assassin's Creed 1, there's a part where you actually sneak up to Warren Vidic and Desmond lifts his pen off him. Number one, Warren Vidic is dropping his pen everywhere, his security pen. Lucy has some emails where she basically says, you know, stop leaving your pen on your jacket and all that kind of stuff. So he's oblivious, generally. But Desmond still has to be quiet and careful in sneaking up to Warren Vidic to actually lift the pen off him, right? And when I first heard this recording, I couldn't help but also think back to that moment in Assassin's Creed 1, when you sneak up behind Warren Vidic and Desmond takes the thing. Because it's a skill that, yeah, at that point Desmond has been out of training as an assassin for years. But there has been training that he received that is still stuck. And I like to think that what he displayed, his patience, his perseverance in waiting so long and all that, plus the lessons he learned about sneaking and all that kind of stuff, all helped him in that moment in Assassin's Creed 1 where he's sneaking up behind Warren Vidic and taking the pen off him. And so when you think about Sean in AC2 chastising Desmond basically for not even trying to escape, he is right to some extent, but also Desmond was playing it a bit smart too, because being recorded by Abstergo, obviously they were going to see what was going on, you know. So he was actually smart not to try and escape, because it could have disrupted stuff. But yeah, this is my favorite recording of Desmond's here. And I think in a way it also helps with Assassin's Creed 3, because in Assassin's Creed 3, Desmond's father is all business, business, business. You know, you need to get it together, kid. We need to do this. You know, this needs to be done. You know, you can waste time doing this, but later, but now we need to get this done, and all this kind of stuff. You know, so it's good that they did something like this in this, because it gives us another side of William Miles as well. And the situation that they're in, of course, is the world is going to end, so they need to find a solution quickly. So it's understandable from that perspective to be very much like, we can't waste time, Desmond, you know. But it goes to show, and even in Assassin's Creed 3, you know, when Desmond and his father embrace, when Desmond saves his father, you know. So it's not all sort of like from William Miles' perspective of, you know, just rush, we need to get it done. He's also someone who, you know, remembers and knows that, of course, he's also Desmond's father, not just the mentor to the assassins in present day, you know, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Lucinda, I thought that was kind of cool. It's good that they did this kind of thing with these recordings and stuff like that. And plus, it was awesome to get that they got Nolan North, back to do Desmond again. Indeed, Senny. Rest in peace, Desmond. Requiescat in pace. That is for sure. And this is the next recording. Again, there might be some audio stuff for people wearing headphones that could be like scratchings and all that kind of stuff.
So, this will be a short one, Dad. Something to remember me by if things go south. If I don't make it out of the temple today. I've tried to be optimistic about all this, but I just can't. I think spending all this time at Connor's memories has made me anxious. I mean, his story is so painful in so many ways. Still, he never lost hope, even when his faith in others eroded. I can only believe that what we are doing is the right thing, and that I can stop this disaster. I know this. I mean, the technology is there, waiting for us to use it. I'm the final piece of the puzzle. Something in my genes, or my memories. Some final piece of code to switch the whole thing on. That's why I'm here. That's why they brought me here. Only, I don't know what I'll have to give up in return. My sanity, my life, it's impossible to say. I do know this. Our battle with the Templars will not be over. But whatever's inside that temple is not an ending. It's just another chapter in this endless story. And it'll be your job, and Mom's, and Sean's, and Rebecca's, to keep turning the pages. You know, I keep thinking about something Orson Welles once said. Something like, if you want a happy ending, it all depends on where you stop telling your story. So maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's how people keep marching forward. If something goes wrong and they're dead, something happens to me. When you tell my story years from now, please tell them the one about how I lost my way, and then I found it again. Just in time to save the world. And just end it there. That'll keep everyone smiling. Goodbye, Dad. Say hello to Mom. Tell her I love her, okay? Tell her I love you both. I love you both.
So this was recorded, the final recording that he recorded before the part of Assassin's Creed 3 where he puts his hand on the device and basically creates a protective layer around the Earth to stop the cataclysm from happening again. But at the same time, he dies and also unleashes Juno's consciousness into the grey, into the, you know, in the World Wide Web and all that kind of stuff. To my knowledge, as far as I know, in comics and all that kind of stuff, maybe they have. But in terms of video games, we've only ever had any mention of Desmond's mother in Assassin's Creed 3 and this game, in this recording. I don't think we've had any sort of like stories about her and even things on her perspective of what happened. I mean, we don't even have much of William Miles's sort of like thoughts and stuff on everything that happened. And I feel that that's a missed narrative opportunity in some form of media to actually cover, you know, Desmond's parents, you know, cover them from when they first met each other to, you know, them being assassins and them having Desmond and losing Desmond as in when he went missing and, you know, everything that they went through for years and years and then realizing what happened to him and then after he dies and then dealing with that death and the grief and all that kind of stuff. I feel you could do a whole novel just about Desmond's parents. I don't know if anyone has, I don't know if there's any, comic books or anything that delves into Desmond's parents as like a whole focus for a story, but I think that you could do a whole book of them and their life, both before Desmond was born and after he died as well. And if they ever did that book and they did an audiobook version of it, it would be so cool if John Delancey actually returned to voice William Miles for that audiobook, for this thing that that doesn't exist, but if it did, that'd be cool. But yeah, that last part there, Desmond never saw his mother again, like from the time he ran away as a teenager to, well, his death. He never saw her ever again. So there's extra sadness added to Desmond's death, knowing these extra bits of information as well. That's all of the Subject 17 audio files and all that kind of stuff. I've already read and looked at other stuff. In terms of like what is left for the main game, there is only one set of audio files left to listen to, and that is Subject 0. So this covers a character named Eileen Bock, who was also working on a form of the Animus and recording memories and all that kind of stuff. But she didn't have as advanced stuff to work on as Warren Vidic had, and couldn't get as as much information, like it was mainly audio, whereas he could actually get visuals of memories and all that kind of stuff. So this is a set of audio recordings. Audio files recorded from a collection of reel-to-reel tapes found in the residence of the late Dr. Warren Vidic. Sound warning for these ones in particular. There's going to be parts in the audio where there's going to be loud, sort of like electronic static and other sorts of noises. That's going to be in all of them. So just a heads up for people who are listening with headphones with this recording. So I'm going to play that on the count of three. I should say on the count of three and count 1, 2, 3, not say on the count of three and then count from 3 back down to 1. Otherwise, I would have said when I count down to 0. So I'll count from 0 to 3 before playing this. Just a heads up for people with headphones. 1, 2, 3.
Timestamp August 16th, 2013. The following audio clips were selected from over 160 hours of reel-to-reel tape found in the residence of the late Dr. Warren Vidic following his murder in December 2012. According to labels on the tape's canisters, these recordings were made over a 14-month period between 1980 and 1981 without the consent of their primary subject, Mrs. Eileen Bach, a colleague of Dr. Vidic's and the originator of Abstergo's surrogate initiative. Mrs. Bach is now deceased. It should be stated unequivocally that Dr. Vidic made these recordings illegally and of his own volition using wiretaps and hidden microphones. Abstergo Industries had no knowledge of his actions and disavows any responsibility for them.
And we're live. Capacitors at full. Ease the signal in. A little more. You feel anything?
Don't be timid. Double it.
No, we're taking it easy. 20%.
30.
Eileen, go easy. We're 6 past yesterday.
And boost the inputs.
Too risky.
Not if we split the I/O signals.
25%. Ease up.
Oh, okay. There. I see something.
What is it?
Mein Gott. I hear talking.
You're okay?
Ja, ich höre Stimmen. It's German. Mein Name ist Miriam Kurz. I see a light. It's cold. Ich werde nichts sagen. There's a man with me. Mehr werde ich nicht sagen.
Keep an eye on our vitals.
Mein Name ist Miriam Kurz und ich bin eine Navajo. Des Hitlers Zwang, der macht uns klein. Noch liegen wir in Ketten. Doch einmal werden wir wieder frei. Wir werden die Ketten schon brechen.
Eileen?
Denn unsere Fäuste, die sind hart, ja. Und die Messer sitzen lose. Für die Freiheit der Jugend kämpfen Navajos.
Switch off.
Powering down.
Kämpft Navajos.
Get her out of there. Oxygen. Open the valve.
No. No, Satish, I'm fine, really.
Quit the heroics. Just breathe. Better?
Yes, thank you. Did we get something?
It'll take a while to pass. What did you see?
It wasn't just seeing. It was feeling. Being. I was scared.
You were shouting in German?
I think I was in Germany. I was in Germany, Satish.
Good morning. Well rested?
Exhausted. Yesterday was an incredible find.
Seems so. What did it feel like?
It's foggy, but I relived the memories of a young German woman. Early 20s, I think. A man was interrogating me, looming over me and asking questions. He was shouting, but I was shouting back, and then this poem just came out, like a chant.
Fascinating. I'm eager for you to hear the tape.
Is it ready?
Yes, we transliterated the data onto an audio file. Took all night to process the language.
Spool it up.
Of course. Have a seat. Judging by the subject matter and the setting, I'd say you landed somewhere in Germany in the 1940s, 1 or 2 generations back. During the war, I'd imagine.
1940s Germany? That would be Miriam Kurtz, my ex-husband's mother.
So she's not related to you in any way?
God, I hope not. I'd hate to find out my ex-husband is also my brother.
Well, if it was Miriam Kurtz, then we hit a home run. You tapped into someone else's bloodline entirely.
Should we celebrate?
We'll listen first.
Surrogate Initiative, Test Session 23, July 29th, 1980. Host, Eileen Bach. DNA sample SB1970.
It's a little garbled at first. This is you settling into the memory.
Your name, say it.
My name is Miriam Kurtz.
Louder.
My name is Miriam Kurtz, and I am Navajo.
Where did you last see the artifact? Who holds it now?
I'll say nothing. I have told you all I will.
I don't believe that is true. Who has the artifact?
Hector's dictates make us small, and we are bound in chains. But one day again, we shall walk tall. No binds with us, restrain.
Enough!
For hard our fists, yes, and knives at our wrists for you to be free. Navajos lay siege.
Lock her away.
Navajos lay siege.
And that's where we pull you out.
Whoa. What would it take to get a visual render of all that?
Months, unfortunately. It took 13 hours just to process the audio. Visual takes much longer.
But Vidic is able to record audio and visual in real time. How does he do it?
His subjects are exploring their own genetic memories. That requires much less processing power.
Hold on, sorry. Eileen here.
Hello. You have 10 o'clock in Lillian's office. It's 10:13 now.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Tell her I'll be right there. And tell her we have some good news.
No problem.
You in trouble?
The monthly progress report. I'm trying to be honest about our progress, but no matter how much I polish our facts, Warren Vidic swoops in, promising the moon for pennies, and gets 10 times the funding for his Animus project.
Well, we are using his Animus technology. He's the foundation. We are the skyscraper.
Which is why he should be a tech lead, not a project director. Good work, Satish.
It's incredible footage, really. Clear and vivid. And the subject was synced for a full 62 minutes. Came out speaking French after his last session. Passably fluent. And with full recall of everything he'd gone through.
Sorry I'm late. I was reviewing some data.
It's fine. Warren was just telling me about his first subject. Mr.
No names. Call him Subject 1. Confidentiality.
And how about you, Eileen? What's your good news?
Well, we did it. We synced with an unembedded memory outside the bloodline. That's a first.
Really?
Satish was able to process the audio today. A short clip. You can hear it for yourself.
Only audio? No real-time memory feeds like Vidic has?
Well, that's the difficulty with surrogate genetic memory data. Because I'm viewing memories not embedded in my own DNA, we can't rely on my cognitive faculties to help me process the signal. All we can do is record the raw data and transliterate it later.
Hold on. You're running this experiment on yourself?
I am. It's going well.
I don't like the sound of that.
Look, the sample I'm using, the DNA comes from my own son. It's safer this way.
Ah, good thinking.
50% of my son's DNA is also mine, which reduces the danger by a huge margin. Meaning, I can now explore the memories of people who aren't directly related to me on his father's side.
But for brief periods of time, I imagine.
Right. Just a minute or two so far, but we're getting there. Come by the lab and listen for yourself.
I will, when I have a moment. Unfortunately, work beckons. Ladies?
That man is colder than a San Francisco summer.
Stay focused, Eileen. You both have important work to do.
Obviously. But my work requires his Animus technology. I feel a little caged in.
That's collaboration, Eileen. It's how science works. I shouldn't have to remind you.
I know. I'm just tired. Stop by and see us today. We have a lot to share.
If not today, then this week sometime.
Thank you.
The rest of that audio is just scratching and scratching before it stops. There we go. So that was the first one. So the Surrogate Initiative allows someone to experience the memories of a person they're not actually related to directly. Whereas the Animus that Warren Vidic has been using and all that kind of stuff, the person who is related to the person from the past means that it's a stronger sort of like connection, and so they can get real-time footage and stuff from it. Yeah, Lucinda, it's like, hang on, dude, you should have said "hola, ladies." That's what he should. That's what. I mean, it wouldn't have worked because of what they were doing, but it would have been funny if he actually said that when he entered the room. But we didn't come into the audio when he entered the room. And now for audio 2. Same deal for headphones users. There'll be a lot of loud noises and stuff on the recording on purpose. It's not something that's, coming from my mic or anything like that. It's actually in the audio itself when they did the audio for the game, for these things.
Surrogate Initiative, Test Session 27, October 21st, 1980. Host Eileen Buck, DNA sample SB1970.
Miriam, dear girl, there is no good reason for you to be here. But your intransigence requires that I detain you until you give me information I can act upon. The location of the artifact, perhaps, or the whereabouts of your leader, Bartel Shink. Just a little something to give Minister Goebbels some encouragement that we are on the right track.
How about a nice hug? He looks so sad in all his photographs.
Yes, he does, doesn't he? Perhaps you could pay him a visit yourself. He likes beautiful women. Actresses, musicians.
Pirates?
That's right, pirates. Pirates of the Edelweiss. Isn't that what you kids call yourselves? It's very amusing. And illegal, of course.
Breaking Hitler's laws is half the fun.
Oh, I imagine so. I imagine you were having a wonderful time just before we captured you and your insurgent friends.
And that's the end of it.
Damn it. Why can't we sustain the signal for more than just a few minutes? I need to relax.
That's not the issue. This is dangerous work. These memories aren't in your bloodline. That's why it's not holding.
There's got to be a solution.
Any idea what they mean by the artifact? I've heard it a few times now.
Not sure. I don't think Miriam knew either. Not much comes into her mind when she asks about it.
But she's protecting the other members of her group, the Edelweiss Pirates or something?
Yeah. Bartel Shink. Have we looked him up?
No, we can.
We should. Put your intern on it.
Right. High priority.
Yeah. This isn't getting any easier. Jesus.
Hello?
Hi, Seamus. It's Mom.
Hey.
How are you?
Dad! It's Mom!
Hello, Eileen?
Hi, Carl. How's Seamus?
Great. We were out shopping for school clothes.
Yeah. The summer just sped by.
They all do.
I never seem to notice. No windows in the office.
Right. Trapped in the lab. So, did you need to talk?
Yes, sorry. I was curious about your mother, actually.
Oh. Okay.
How much did she talk about the war when you were growing up?
Not often. Bits and pieces. Why?
I was doing some research last week about World War II, and something came up about the Edelweiss Pirates, or the Navajos, and your mother's name popped up.
Really? That's an odd coincidence.
Does any of that ring a bell?
Yeah. Mom ran with that group while the war was on. There were a group of kids who wanted to avoid the Hitler Youth programs, but in later years they escalated their activities to bigger ideas like vandalism and sabotage.
But why Navajos and pirates?
Just some of the names they used. Navajos, Edelweiss Pirates, you know, kids. There were little pins, little white flowers. I may still have hers.
That's interesting.
And this is for work? Researching my mother?
Not exactly, but... Sorry, I can't talk about it.
Right. You never could.
Hey, don't. I didn't mean to be flippant.
No. Don't mind me. All for the greater good.
I like to think so.
Power down. You all right?
Damn it! 5 months of this bullshit! We're floundering.
Take it easy, Eileen. You're just stressed.
I am not stressed. I'm frustrated. I'd like to go again this afternoon.
No. There is no reason to rush this.
We're hardly rushing. We're running into the same wall over and over again. Why can't we push through? Why can't you keep me in the Animus longer than 2 minutes?
Because surrogate genetic memory data is fragile. The EEG is exploding and your brain is doing too much work. The longer you stay in, the more damage it does. It's even possible that...
Possible that?
It's possible the memories we're digging into could eventually overwrite your own. Like information on a tape drive. There's just not enough space in your head to do both.
Here I come to save the day! Good afternoon, all.
Did you invite him?
No.
But you did. Remember?
That was months ago, Warren. What do you need?
I wanted to stop by. Check on your progress.
Well, apparently it's still too dangerous to keep me under for more than a few minutes.
I always suspected that would be your biggest hurdle. The genetic memory sequencing is the easy part, if time-consuming. But the replay, that's something else.
Yes?
Let's think this through. My subjects are diving into their own genetic memories, so the information is already encoded in their heads.
Which means the Animus has less work to do. Less computing, less parsing.
Right. So to get your surrogate data working, to let people experience foreign memories, it'll take a hell of a lot more processing power than anyone has. Even Abstergo Industries.
Ideally, we'd like to build an external processor that mirrors as many brain functions as possible. Something to handle the calculations.
But the cost and upkeep of that would be...
astronomical. Let me see what I can do. I have some sway with Lillian. We won't build Rome in a day, but if we focus on the pretty buildings first, maybe we'll achieve something.
Thank you, Warren.
Till next, folks.
Hope you have a great one, Lucinda. Merry Christmas as well. Thank you for being here. Hope things go good. Okay, so we have another audio file. And same thing for headphone listeners. There'll be a lot of static and stuff coming through in the recording. Cheers, Lucinda. I hope that you have a great time. And hopefully work goes really quick for you too, as well. You have a good one. Catch you again soon.
Surrogate Initiative, Test Session 32, January 11th, 1981. Host Eileen Bock, DNA sample SB1970.
Miriam? Miriam, is that you? Are you in here?
Bartle!
Oh, thank God you're safe. You've been very sick.
Bartle, how did they find you? Oh, Jesus, what would they do to you?
Has they hurt you at all?
I told them nothing. All they do every day is ask about you and that artifact. But I didn't tell them anything. Nothing.
I know you didn't, Miriam. But how are you? You aren't hurt?
Not badly, no. I'm fine.
Good. We need to get the message out to Oscar. Somehow. We need to tell him where...
Very interesting footage, Eileen. This is Germany, you said. World War II?
Most of the memories I've been able to access come from a period where Miriam was imprisoned by Nazis in Cologne.
Miriam. Is she still alive?
No, she was my ex-husband's mother. She passed away about 5 years ago.
Well, she was spirited. An impressive lady.
Definitely.
And the man, Bartle. He made reference to an artifact. Any idea what that is?
My team is looking into that, but it's not our first priority. We still need...
It is now.
Really?
You must have other recordings of this woman. Are there any other mentions of this artifact I should know about?
6 or so, yes. What's this about?
You have questions, I understand that. I don't have answers for you. Not right now, but I do have money. And if you get me those recordings and bring me any other artifact references you find, then I will triple your operating budget for as long as I can.
Triple my budget? My God, what is this?
9 a.m. Monday morning, my office. We have a lot to discuss.
But Lillian, I don't...
Have a good weekend, Mrs. Bock. Fantastic work.
Hi, it's Eileen.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Busy. Cold. The winter's been terrible.
Seamus won't like that. The weather's been mild out here.
Well, he's only coming for a month. He'll live. And I'll be so busy he won't have to worry about his mother bothering him.
Still working 12-hour days.
I should move a bed into my lab.
Look, if you're too busy, Seamus can stay with me.
No, I want to see him. We'll have fun.
You're not too busy to be a mom and a genius.
Of course not.
His flight lands at 8:15 p.m. tomorrow night. You'll be there?
Of course. 8:15
p.m. Let him know you'll be there.
Thanks, Carl. I need to run. I'm sorry. Take care.
You too.
Eileen. Didn't see you come in.
I'm not interrupting?
No, it's fine. The subject is unconscious. He's traipsing around 18th century New Orleans right now, in the memories of a woman.
That must feel odd. How long has he been under?
83 minutes.
Whoa.
It's average. What can I do for you?
I just wanted to thank you for sending Lillian to see me. She came away very impressed.
There. You see? All these bureaucrats need is a little glimpse of our secrets every so often. They like to feel like they're still in charge.
Lillian is most definitely in charge. She just tripled my budget.
Tripled? Christ, Eileen. You must have discovered who killed Kennedy.
Well, she heard something on one of my tapes that interested her. Something about an artifact. Very vague, but it was enough.
An artifact? What sort of artifact? Jesus, get him out of there! Get him out!
Oh my God.
It'll kill him! He's not decoupled! He's having a fucking seizure! Power down, now!
Heart rate 170!
Power down, now! Eileen, Warren here. I was all ready to apologize for the late call, but you seem to be away. Maybe with your son. Listen, since the unfortunate incident with Subject 1, there's been a lot of dire talk around the office about my Animus project. About shutting it down. About it being unsafe. Typical top brass bullshit. And if they shut me down, then your surrogate initiative goes away too. I'm sure you're already well aware of that. Well, let me be the first to reassure you. This will not happen. I will not let them take this from me. From us. I will not let one death, of an undiagnosed epileptic, I should add. I will not let this destroy the decades of incredible research done by our predecessors, and the 5 years I've spent perfecting the Animus. There's still more work to be done, and countless rewards to be reaped. So I wanted you to be the first to know. I have decided to volunteer myself as my second subject. I am convinced that the Animus is perfectly safe, provided I stay within the boundaries of my own ancestral bloodline. Next week I plan to prove this by staying a full 4 hours in the Animus. I would be grateful if you and your team would monitor my progress. And after this necessary but ridiculous proof of concept, I give you my word that I will work closely with you to solve your outstanding problems. Your surrogate initiative is a bold idea, and I do believe it is the future of the Animus project. But while we have the Animus itself, I do not want to waste precious opportunities to prove its safety. I'll see you in the office on Monday. Goodbye.
Alright, and that's the third audio file. Subject 1 ends up dying while in the Animus. They were epileptic, but it wasn't diagnosed. And so, essentially, it was a ticking time bomb kind of thing. So the patient themselves probably didn't even know either. And so that happened, and Warren Vidic is obviously pissed at this. And he wants to work closer with Eileen, with her surrogate initiative. But when he says, I will not let them take this from me, from us, the fact that he said from me first should be a big indicator of the fact that he's always thinking first and foremost of himself, not the other people. So if he has to throw a fellow employee under the bus, he will, as long as he comes out on top and comes out the one who is quote-unquote in the right, so to speak. So it's very, very Vidic of Vidic. They did a good job at portraying this younger version of Warren Vidic, because we see the older version in the first few games in the series. Okay, so the same headphones warning for the audio in this. There might be some sounds of static and other loud noises in the recording that they've done.
I have now resumed the practice of dressing as a man, and have put off my woman's dress.
Why did you take it? Who made you take it?
I took it of my own free will, with no constraint. I prefer a man's dress to a woman's.
You made an oath, Jeanne. You swore to never again dress as a man.
I never meant to swear that I would not resume the practice.
Why have you done so?
Because it is more lawful and suitable for me to return to the practice of wearing a man's dress, being always among men, than to have a woman's dress. I have resumed it, because a promise made to me has not been kept.
How is he?
Our three, doing well.
Are we still in 18th century Hungary?
No. His connection is so stable, he's jumped between a few ancestors today. We're in 15th century France now. Turns out he's related to one of Joan of Arc's executioners.
Surprise.
Eileen, yesterday Vidic asked me to help him work out some of the bugs in his audiovisual renderer, and I told him...
No. Come on, Satish, not you.
It wouldn't be permanent. A few months at most.
Months? That will kill every ounce of momentum we have.
It won't, I promise. Honestly, I think this could help us. If I can get a look at what these people are doing, we could...
Come on. He's trying to pull you over to his side. Don't you see that? He's luring you with quick victory and prestige.
That's not what this is about, honestly.
I need to get back to work.
Eileen, I'm sorry.
Do what you must. I'll survive.
Surrogate Initiative, Test Session 32, April 2nd, 1981. Host Eileen Bock, DNA sample SB1970.
Miriam, are you awake?
What?
Miriam, they're coming for me.
Who is the guards?
I see them from my window, amassing in the courtyard. My time is up.
Bartle, don't say this. You don't know that.
Forgive me for this, Miriam. But I must tell you something. The artifact. We have it. But only Oscar and I know its location.
Don't tell me.
They will release you. Your family has connections. You must take the artifact and bring it to the assassins in Paris.
Please don't. I don't want to know. It's safer if I don't.
Hush now. If I die, knowledge of its location dies with me. You must bring it to the assassins.
Assassins? I don't understand.
The spire of St. Petrus.
No, I don't want to hear.
Cell 7! Stand!
Hello?
Eileen, hi. It's Carl.
Carl, I know it's you.
Sorry, you just sound exhausted. Did I wake you?
No, I've just been busy.
It sounds like it.
I'm just a little tired, that's all.
No, I mean, your project sounds fascinating. Your colleague, Dr. Warren Vidic, he called me recently and he told me what you've been up to.
He what? Warren?
Yeah, he told us about your research, memories, ancestry, all of that. He even asked if we'd be willing to come in and...
No! Jesus, no! What the hell is he doing?
Eileen, it's okay. We signed some papers, non-disclosure stuff.
No! He's trying to fuck me over. Damn it!
Eileen, we just talked about my mother, just like you and I did. World War II. That's all.
It's the artifact.
The what?
Carl, if he calls you again, you tell him you work through me, okay? That's it. Vidic has been a pain in my ass for years, and I don't need him getting all the glory for my 2 years of hard work.
All right. So how should I go about this? I mean, the wheels are in motion.
I don't know. Just go through me if he contacts you again. Please?
All right.
You'll do that?
Of course. Yes.
Thank you, Carl. I'm sorry I was short with you. I've just been exhausted. That's all.
It's all right, hon. Just take care of yourself.
Morning, Eileen. We're almost ready. Just a few more adjustments.
Okay.
I had the team do some research on this artifact we've been chasing, and it appears the Third Reich actually found something matching its description sometime in 1940. Eileen, are you all right?
Sorry, yeah. I'm fine. Just a little scattered. Vidic called my ex-husband last night. He wants to put him in the Animus.
To find the artifact before us?
Exactly.
Well, it would be fast using Vidic's Animus. And maybe that would get us back to our original work.
Satish, if we let that happen, then all our money dries up. Lillian is paying for us to find the artifact, not improve our methods. Do you understand?
Right, of course.
I'm sorry. Let's just burn those bridges when we cross them. Are we ready?
Yes, just a few more adjustments, Senorian. I made a small change to the genetic input modulator. I'm hoping that buys us a few more minutes.
Even a few seconds would be nice. I'm ready.
All right. Settle in.
Alright, so there's one more left of those audio files. And we see there that Satish is sort of like, hey, maybe if we get Vidic on board more strongly, maybe, it'll be a good thing. Whereas Eileen knows by this point that he can't be trusted, that Warren Vidic can't be trusted, and that he essentially wants to swoop in and, take all the credit and all that kind of stuff. And now for the final Subject Zero audio file. For those wearing headphones, again, just a heads up that there's going to be some audio effects and stuff that they added that might be like scratchings and loud noises and, static and all that kind of stuff.
Surrogate Initiative, Test Session 37, August 9th, 1981. Host Eileen Bach, DNA sample SB1970.
Open! Good morning, Miss Kurtz. You look well, considering the circumstances. Are you rested? Have you eaten? Your friends are dead, Miriam. Bartel Schink and all his Navios, his Edelweiss pirates, executed for 5 counts of murder.
Without a trial. You must be proud.
There was no need! They were scum! All of them! You hear me? All of you are scum! Scum! Scum!
I see it so clearly now. She didn't break, did they? You have nothing.
Quiet, girl!
You don't have the artifact. If you did, you wouldn't be talking to me at all. Never use lay seat.
I said
never use lay seat.
Quiet!
Never use lay seat.
Quiet!
Never use.
Get her out! Get her out! We're losing her! Shut it down! Everything! Eileen, open your eyes. Can you hear me? Eileen! Eileen!
Power's off! Get the position in here! Step aside, son!
Eileen, talk to me. Can you open your eyes?
Clear!
Oh, God. Oh, God.
No response.
All right. Notes towards a speech in honor of Dr. Eileen Bach's premature retirement. When I first learned of Dr. Bach's unfortunate accident, I couldn't help but feel a great sense of loss at No. Dr. Eileen Bach has and always will be a friend and colleague. When I first learned of her unfortunate accident, I was shocked, of course. To see any friend injured in such a way is deeply upsetting. And to further learn that her injuries were severe enough to force a premature conclusion to her brilliant career, well, I would not wish that fate on anyone. But if there is any solace to be found in her accident, it may be this: that she was injured in service of her research, in service of work that she cherished most dearly. And it is due to her diligence that some of the mysteries of genetic memory have been further illuminated. And while it is true that work on her project, the Surrogate Initiative, as she called it, has been temporarily halted, the copious amount of work she has done over the past 3 years has been incredibly valuable. So while her work has been suspended for the time being, her legacy will most certainly live on. Quiet, Joan! Quiet!
There we go. So Eileen dies, and the Surrogate Initiative kind of gets put on the back burner. But eventually, Abstergo get to the point where that is something that is standard, where you can experience memories of someone you're not even related to at all, and the synchronization can be fine between you and those memories and all that kind of stuff. And in true Warren Vidic style, in that recording that he's recording for himself so that he can, refine his speech and all that kind of stuff, he's not going to say, obviously, every single thing that he said on that. But the way that he laughs at the end there, clearly he doesn't really care about the fact that Eileen is dead and all that kind of stuff. Just as long as the Surrogate Initiative is something that he himself at some point can conceivably be in control of, is what I assume is why he's so happy at that, or maybe not 100% happy, but you know what I mean. Definitely falls in line with his character. So there we have it. I've covered all the audio stuff, all the video stuff in present day, and read all the database entries in Edward's time that I wanted to read, and also read all the text stuff in present day as well, and checked a lot of stuff. So this is where I'm going to end the stream. I don't think there's anything else that the main character in present day actually puts in their diary entry. No, we got all that done. Okay, so I won't be doing a stream on Christmas Day. So the next stream that you'll see from me will be Splinter Cell Double Agent. And if you see me streaming that, then you know it's become Tuesday. So there won't be a Monday stream. There'll be a Tuesday stream, though, of Splinter Cell Double Agent. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. The next stream of Black Flag will be next weekend. I'll be doing the Freedom Cry DLC and giving it the same treatment with the story focus that I have with the main game as well. So I just want to thank everyone again for watching the stream, and want to wish a Merry Christmas to everyone. And, even if you're not someone that celebrates Christmas, I still hope that you have a great day tomorrow, and that things go well. Thanks again, everyone. I'm not going to raid out because it's 6 a.m. and I need to go to sleep. But hope everyone has a good one. Until next time.